Chapter 1643. Little Wang was a little perturbed by Jing Xiaolu's stare. He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu was blaming him for being rude, or if she was satisfied with the way he addressed her just now. So in this hesitation, Yang Ming had already stood up and walked to the front desk with Jing Xiaolu, while Little Wang and Sun Xiaoran fell behind. "What are you doing? Why are you standing there stupidly?" Sun Xiaoran saw Little Wang standing there stupidly and frowning. She pushed him anxiously from behind. "Brother Yang and Jing Xiaolu have left." Little Wang recovered and sighed bitterly. "I thought about it again. I called President Jing as sister-in-law Xiaolu. Was it right?" She glanced at me. I didn't know if it was praise or blame. "You were worried about this?" Sun Xiaoran suddenly had a feeling of being dumbfounded after listening. "Aren't you too slow?" "Why? You know?" Little Wang turned his head and asked with some surprise. "Of course." Sun Xiaoran looked at Little Wang with some pride and said, "I am also a woman. Naturally, I can see what Jing Xiaolu meant." "Then you tell me quickly. What did she mean? I am so anxious." Little Wang looked at Sun Xiaoran anxiously. "Of course, she is happy." Sun Xiaoran smiled and said, "If it were other things, how could I not remind you? I can see that Jing Xiaolu likes your boss, Brother Yang, very much. So, it is much better for you to call her sister-in-law Xiaolu than President Jing. If this is the case, then I am relieved." Little Wang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Xinyao and Jing Xiaolu have a very good relationship since they were in school. Since Bahai called her that, it is not wrong for you to call her that. "You can rest assured," said Sun Xiaoran. "That's good. Little Ran, you know how hard it was for me to get this job. Everyone respects you, and your parents changed their attitude towards me. I can't lose this job." Little Wang nodded. "Of course. However, in my opinion, Brother Yang and Xiaolu are not calculated people. They won't care about those who are genuinely good to them. However, they won't let go of those who are not good to them easily. I feel that Zhang Kaiyuan is going to be unlucky." Sun Xiaoran analyzed. "Really? I see that Brother Yang is not paying much attention to Zhang Kaiyuan." Little Wang was not as insightful as Sun Xiaoran. "That's because Brother Yang doesn't want to bother with him. If Zhang Kaiyuan doesn't know what's good for him, then he will definitely be unlucky," Sun Xiaoran said. "If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll be the first to find him." Little Wang clenched his fist and said, "You can take the lead, but you still don't have enough experience. You must understand the leader's mind. When Brother Yang asks you to go, you go. Don't act on your own." Sun Xiaoran instructed. "It seems that you know more than me." Little Wang remembered Sun Xiaoran's words and quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. The students in front of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu took the initiative to make way for them. Obviously, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu had become the protagonists of this class reunion. After getting the room card, they went to the dining room. According to Zhang Kaiyuan's previous expectations, he would sit at the table at the front. The guests at the table were also those who were doing well in the class. However, the situation had changed today. Not only were there two more variables, Sun Xiaoran and Gu Xinyao, but the most infuriating thing was that Jing Xiaolu had actually become stronger than everyone. Originally, Jing Xiaolu was also arranged to sit at the first table, but it was not because Jing Xiaolu was doing well. He placed Jing Xiaolu at this table because he had selfish motives. First, he wanted to get closer to Jing Xiaolu. Second, these rich and powerful classmates would naturally discuss topics like business and money. Jing Xiaolu would definitely feel something after hearing this. She would be envious of such a rich person's life. When the time came, he would work harder. Maybe he could win over Jing Xiaolu in one fell swoop. However, in the current situation, Jing Xiaolu's seat was a bit awkward. Zhang Kaiyuan had called the few classmates who were doing well in the group beforehand to confirm the number of people coming and whether or not they were bringing their boyfriends and girlfriends. As for Jing Xiaolu, Zhang Kaiyuan subconsciously thought that she did not have a boyfriend, so when he saved a seat, he saved one for her. In order to prevent everyone from sitting randomly, Zhang Kaiyuan had agreed with the resort in advance to put a name tag on every table before the meal. His table only had Jing Xiaolu's name tag, and there was no Yang Ming's name tag. If Jing Xiaolu continued to sit here, what would happen to Yang Ming? Although Zhang Kaiyuan really wanted to let Jing Xiaolu sit here and let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted, he knew that if he did that, he would not be far away from love. Yang Ming's bodyguard driver, Little Wang, was glaring at him. If he did not let Jing Xiaolu sit here, it would be even more unreasonable. He had already placed her name here before, and now he did not let her sit. What was going on? If Jing Xiaolu was not the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment now, it would be fine. However, since Jing Xiaolu had this identity now, wouldn't it be looking down on her if he arranged for her to sit at another table? If he arranged for Jing Xiaolu to sit at another table before, it would be fine. He could say that he did not know about this beforehand. But now, after Zhang Kaiyuan entered the restaurant, he began to feel troubled. Looking at everyone looking for their names, Zhang Kaiyuan frowned. This Yang Ming looked like a coward, but the little Wang beside him was difficult to deal with. This was definitely not the time to provoke Yang Ming. It was also because Zhang Kaiyuan felt that Yang Ming's previous performance was very cowardly. He only knew how to talk. Therefore, he had a devious idea to deal with Yang Ming. He did not know how Yang Ming would feel after knowing the truth. It seemed that people could not be too kind. Brother Yang, sister-in-law Xiaolu's seat is here. Little Wang looked around the restaurant and finally found Jing Xiaolu's name on the first table in the front row. In fact, there were only about 5 people's names on the other tables. This was also convenient for these people to bring their family members. Zhang Kaiyuan did not have a detailed understanding of the students who were not very important. He just randomly left some empty seats at each table. Basically, everyone could sit together. Zhang Kaiyuan was thinking about how to explain Jing Xiaolu's seat when he heard Little Wang shout. Zhang Kaiyuan was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack. Then, I'll sit somewhere else. Let Brother Yang and Xiaolu sit here. Zhang Kaiyuan really could not think of a solution. Moreover, he was afraid of Little Wang. He was afraid that Little Wang would beat him up if he did not speak. He could only compromise and leave the seat empty for Yang Ming. However, Zhang Kaiyuan also secretly swore in his heart, Yang Ming, the humiliation you gave me today, I will definitely return it to you 10 times or 100 times in the future. You are just a second generation from a rich family. You don't have much ability, yet you think you are so great. Wait until Little Wang is not by your side. However, Little Wang did not seem to care about him at all. He did not even look at Zhang Kaiyuan. He directly pulled Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag to the ground and stepped on it. He waved to Yang Ming in the distance. Brother Yang, there's an empty seat here. It's beside sister-in-law Xiaolu. Seeing Little Wang's actions, Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that his face turned green. However, he did not dare to do anything and could only swallow his anger. He had clearly indicated that he wanted to sit somewhere else and give the seat to Yang Ming. However, Little Wang did not give him face and threw his name tag to the ground. The most despicable thing was that he even stepped on it. However, being angry was one thing. Zhang Kaiyuan still did not dare to do anything to Little Wang. He also did not have any thoughts of revenge. This was because he was a little afraid of Little Wang's identity as a security guard, which security guard was not strong enough to fight against 3 people. If they were not strong enough, they would not want it. He scolded Little Wang in his heart, but he still had a smile and said, "Yes, there is no one here." Chapter 1644. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu heard Little Wang's voice and walked over. Sure enough, they saw a name tag with Jing Xiaolu on it on the first table in the front row. Brother Yang, it's here. Little Wang pointed at Jing Xiaolu's name tag and said, "Look, there's an empty seat next to it." As Little Wang spoke, he used his foot to kick Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag on the ground. Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he trembled, but he could only force himself to say, "Yes, there's an empty seat here." Little Wang, where are you sitting? Yang Ming glanced at Little Wang and asked. Xiaoran and I are sitting at the back with Gaxin Yao and Bai Hai. Little Wang pointed at the table at the back and said, Little Wang, son Xiaoran, Bai Hai, and Gaxin Yao were the ones who did badly at last year's class reunion, so they were not valued by Zhang Kaiyuan at all. They were arranged to sit at the back table and were allowed to play by themselves. He did not expect that the two of them would make a comeback today. Therefore, when Little Wang spoke, Zhang Kaiyuan felt awkward again. Fortunately, Little Wang did not harp on this topic, which made Zhang Kaiyuan feel relieved. He was now afraid that Little Wang would find trouble with him. Yang Ming, then shall we sit at the back? We are familiar with Sister Xin Yao and Little Wang. We are not familiar with the people in front. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming and asked, "Okay, you have the final say?" Yang Ming nodded and agreed. Jing Xiaolu could sit wherever she wanted. Yang Ming came with Jing Xiaolu, so he did not know the people here. Wasn't the same no matter where he sat? He would be more familiar with Bai Hai and Little Wang sitting together. Then let's sit at the back. Little Wang, help me hold the name tag. We will go to the back. Jing Xiaolu instructed Little Wang. Okay, sister-in-law Xiaolu. Little Wang agreed happily and called out to sister-in-law Xiaolu again. With Sharon's advice before, Little Wang knew how to please Jing Xiaolu this time. Sure enough, Jing Xiaolu's face turned red again. She glanced at Little Wang and said, "Little Wang, you can't call me that in the company, but it's okay in private." Hee, I know. Little Wang naturally understood the rules. He would not call Jing Xiaolu in front of so many people in the company. It was too unruly. But in private, it was equivalent of him accompanying Yang Ming was his leader, so it was reasonable to call her that way. Little Wang picked up Jing Xiaolu's name tag. Just as he was about to leave with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu, he suddenly thought of something, so he stopped and bent down. He reached out and picked up Zhang Kaiyuan's name tag, which was full of footprints on ground. He put it back in its original position and muttered to himself, "I remember now. There is someone here. Then you can sit." Zhang Kaiyuan was fuming with anger. He was humiliated by Little Wang in front of so many classmates. Zhang Kaiyuan felt like he didn't want to live anymore. It was too shameful. He couldn't live anymore. Zhang Kaiyuan even saw everyone's expression of wanting to laugh, but holding back their laughter because of their pride. His lungs were about to explode. "Why don't you sit down?" Little Wang looked at Zhang Kaiyuan, who was so angry that his face turned green, and asked innocently. Without waiting for Zhang Kaiyuan to answer, Little Wang continued, "Oh, yes, I know. This name tag is too dirty. I can't see it clearly. Just wipe it, and it will be fine." As he spoke, Little Wang picked up the name tag and rubbed it back and forth on Zhang Kaiyuan's shirt a few times. He rubbed most of the footprints on it on Zhang Kaiyuan's shirt. "Okay, you can see it clearly now, right?" Little Wang patted the dirt on his hands. Then, he turned around and left without looking at Zhang Kaiyuan's expression. Zhang Kaiyuan took 2 deep breaths and calmed down his emotions. He regained a smile on his face. "Ha! This brother Little Wang is quite humorous." Zhang Kaiyuan's self-mockery immediately made everyone laugh. However, no one knew whether they were laughing at Zhang Kaiyuan's so-called humor or at Zhang Kaiyuan's cowardice. Students who could survive well in society were all tactful. Although they were ashamed of Zhang Kaiyuan's previous actions, they did not show it. Although they felt that they could not offend Yang Ming, there was no need to offend Zhang Kaiyuan. They might be able to use him in the future. Therefore, everyone continued to talk and laugh. Although Zhang Kaiyuan seemed to have forgotten about the previous unpleasantness in the midst of everyone's conversation, only he himself knew that this matter was stuck in his throat like a fishbone. He kept feeling that the way everyone looked at him had become a little strange. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were walking in front, but they could clearly see Little Wang's actions behind them. They could not help but laugh. This Little Wang really has the same demeanor as I did in the past. He is indeed a talent. When they walked to the last few tables in the cafeteria, there was basically no one there. Every table was sparsely occupied. Clearly, those students who were doing well had squeezed to the front. They would rather add chairs to some tables than sit at the back. The students at the back knew that they were not doing very well, so they did not have the face to join in the fun. Therefore, this situation was created. In fact, most people did not come here to eat. They mainly wanted to talk together. Therefore, as long as there was space to sit at a table, they would squeeze forward. When Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu walked over, Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai quickly stood up. Sun Sharon hesitated and also stood up. Although she was not an employee of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's company, her man's future was closely related to these two people. Sun Sharon naturally did not dare to neglect them. It's still quiet at the back. It's so noisy at the front. It's so boring. Jing Xiaolu complained and sat next to Gu Xinyao. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming, Bai Hai, and Little Wang, these newcomers were sitting at the back, the students at the back who were feeling sorry for themselves suddenly became spirited. Originally, no one cared about these tables at the class reunion every year. Why would the students at the front who were doing well come here? This time, Yang Ming and the others actually sat at the back. It really gave the people at the back a lot of face. Especially among these people, they were like them last year. They were the kind of people who did not succeed. However, they succeeded this year and became the most powerful people in the class. This also gave these people a lot of encouragement and morale. It made them feel that there was hope in their future life. If they worked hard, they might also become successful people. Moreover, they encouraged each other and agreed that if someone among them succeeded next year, they would not sit at the front. They would also sit at the back so that the students at the front could see that the students at the back were not always depressed. Originally, according to the previous arrangement, Zhang Kaiyuan was going to speak before everyone ate. He had stayed up for a few nights to come up with an impassioned speech. He wanted to read it here. However, after being humiliated by Little Wang, how could he have the mood to give a speech on stage? Moreover, if he gave an impassioned speech in this situation, what would others think? After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Kaiyuan decided to give up on the speech. Just as he was about to inform the resort to cancel the speech before the meal, the restaurant's broadcast system suddenly played Carl Offer's Brand's poems. Along with a majestic song, the resort's MC had already walked out and said in his loud voice, "Welcome everyone to 39th High School's Class 02 Class 6 reunion. I'm host Yu Zai. Next, let's invite the most successful person in our class to come on stage and say a few words for us. Everyone can guess who this person is? Jing Xiaolu." It was unknown who shouted, but then everyone followed and shouted, "Jing Xiaolu, it's Jing Xiaolu." Zhang Kaiyuan's face was very gloomy. Originally, he was the one who was doing the best in this class. He had arranged for this MC to highlight his identity and status. However, he did not expect that new problems would crop up today. Jing Xiaolu's achievements had surpassed him in one fell swoop, making the situation so awkward. Chapter 1645. According to Zhang Kaiyuan's original plan, at this time, everyone should be shouting his name loudly. Then, he would walk up the stage amidst the cheers and read out the script he had written. How impressive and cool would that be? However, life was unpredictable. Jing Xiaolu had obviously replaced him and became the person everyone was calling. Zhang Kaiyuan took a deep breath and looked at the students present. He knew very well that among these people, some of them had subconsciously and sincerely called out Jing Xiaolu's name. However, among those who echoed, there were definitely many who did it on purpose. Everyone knew that this class reunion was arranged by him. Moreover, he and the other classmates did not know that Jing Xiaolu had become the chairman of Mingyang Entertainment. Therefore, before this event was arranged, Jing Xiaolu had nothing to do with it. The person the MC Yuzai was referring to could not be Jing Xiaolu. However, everyone just had to call Jing Xiaolu's name. Wasn't this embarrassing for him? For a moment, Zhang Kaiyuan was in a dilemma. Indeed, he did not know what to do at this moment. He could not stand up to interrupt the MC and end the speech, nor could he not stand up. He could not go up the stage and continue his speech. In fact, besides Zhang Kaiyuan, Jing Xiaolu was also at a loss. Originally, Jing Xiaolu did not care much about what the MC Yuzai said. She thought that things like going on stage to give a speech were arranged in advance. It was impossible for her to have anything to do with it. In fact, this was the truth of the matter. However, the classmates who did not know the truth took the initiative to call out Jing Xiaolu's name. What was even more infuriating was that the classmates who guessed the truth also followed suit. However, Jing Xiaolu also guessed the truth of the matter after being slightly stunned. She could not help but find it funny. Hey, everyone is calling for you to go up the stage. Yang Ming also guessed the truth of the matter and said to Jing Xiaolu with some ridicule, Arranged? It should be Zhang Kaiyuan, right? Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. Why would I go up? Besides, I am not prepared. Just as all the classmates were shouting Jing Xiaolu's name, the MC Yu Zai continued. It seems that everyone's voice is quite loud. Then, as everyone wishes, let the most accomplished person in your hearts come up to the stage to say a few words for our gathering. Let's welcome the class's most accomplished person of the year, student Zhang Kaiyuan, to the stage. The host, Yu Zai, followed the lines that were rehearsed in advance. However, he was a little silly. He did not hear the students below the stage calling Jing Xiaolu's name instead of Zhang Kaiyuan's. Speaking of which, Yu Zai was originally a web novelist. However, because his novel was a flop, he switched to being an MC. That was why he was a newbie. He had never experienced a similar situation before, so he didn't pay attention to it. That was why he continued to follow the script and asked Zhang Kaiyuan to come on stage. Yu Zai's words silenced the audience. Everyone looked at Yu Zai, dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. Let Zhang Kaiyuan go on stage? Jing Xiaolu didn't feel anything. She didn't want to go on stage, so it didn't matter who the host chose to go on stage. She didn't have any other thoughts. However, it was different for Zhang Kaiyuan. Zhang Kaiyuan's awkwardness at this time could be said to be extreme. Under such circumstances, the host still called out his name. Wasn't this a slap in the face? It was a blatant slap in the face. Zhang Kaiyuan's old face was red. He sat on the seat as if he was sitting on a stove. He felt that he couldn't sit or stand. If he went on stage now, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? If he didn't go on stage now, what was going on? Looking at the silence below, the host, Yu Zai, didn't realize what had happened. When he saw that Zhang Kaiyuan didn't go on stage according to the rehearsal, he was a little anxious. He thought that Zhang Kaiyuan felt embarrassed because everyone didn't applaud. Hence, he said, Everyone, please give a round of applause. Let's welcome the most successful student of 39th High School's 02 Class 6, Zhang Kaiyuan Trading Company's General Manager, Zhang Kaiyuan, to come on stage. After he finished speaking, he took the lead to clap. Boom! It was unknown who started it, but the audience finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, more and more people laughed together. Then, someone took the lead to clap. The laughter and applause were endless. If one didn't know better, they would think that there was a wonderful crosstalk performance on stage. This sudden strange reaction made the host, Yu Zai, feel a little baffled. He thought to himself, these people are just clapping. Why are they still laughing? Was it really that funny to be his host? It seems that I have the potential to be a comedian. In the future, if I can't survive in the host industry, it's not a bad idea to change to a crosstalk actor. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect that Yu Zai would continue to call for a second time after his first call didn't work. He even made people clap. The clapping sound were like slaps on Zhang Kaiyuan's face, making him feel ashamed and unable to show his face. Seeing that Zhang Kaiyuan still didn't go on stage, Yu Zai, who didn't know what was going on, spoke again. He thought that he was humorous enough to attract the laughter of the audience. Hence, he said self-righteously, it seems that our most successful student is still shy. He's still hugging the pipa and covering half his face. Everyone's applause isn't good enough. Everyone can give more applause. Wow! As soon as the words of support for Yu Zai fell, the applause below the stage became enthusiastic again. However, one of the students mischievously shouted Jing Xiaolu's name again. Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu. Ha ha! The laughter below the stage came again. Then, someone began to echo, Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu. Zhang Kaiyuan's expression became even worse. He scolded Yu Zai 100 times in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He decided that he wouldn't give Yu Zai a single cent of reward. This time, the host Yu Zai finally heard the voice calling Jing Xiaolu clearly. Previously, when the people below the stage shouted Jing Xiaolu, it wasn't that he didn't hear it at all. He just didn't care too much. Now that he heard someone shouting Jing Xiaolu again, he came back to his senses. Could it be that he called the wrong person? The person on stage now should be Jing Xiaolu and not Zhang Kaiyuan? Thinking of this, the host Yuzai suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he had too little experience as an MC and gave the wrong person's name? Seeing that the people below the stage were shouting Jing Xiaolu so loudly, the more the host Yuzai thought about it, the more likely it was. He quickly took out the prepared script from his pocket and flipped through it. When the host, Yuzai, clearly saw that Zhang Kaiyuan's name was written on the script and not Jing Xiaolu's name, he was a little confused. I didn't call the wrong name. Why are there so many people calling out Jing Xiaolu's name? What is going on? Looking at the people below the stage, the host Yuzai touched his hair and said, "Did everyone call the wrong name? I think that the person with the highest achievement in the class should be student Zhang Kaiyuan, right?" Ha! The moment the host Yuzai's voice fell, it attracted another round of laughter from the students below. Some people even laughed until tears flowed out. What is everyone laughing at? The host Yuzai lowered his head shyly. Is the program hosted by others so funny? I'm really honored. Ha ha! The students below the stage laughed even more happily. The host Yuzai thought, I really have a talent for hosting. The atmosphere of the scene was livened up by me to the extreme. Besides me, who else has such great charm? I'm so proud. Everyone is laughing, but shouldn't we invite student Zhang Kaiyuan to come on stage and say a few words for us? The host Yuzai said narcissistically, since everyone likes to watch my program so much, you can come and support me often. Ha ha! The laughter below the stage was still endless. Chapter 1646. The host, Yuzai, waited for a long time, but Zhang Kaiyuan did not come on stage. The laughter below the stage continued. Yuzai was a little anxious. It can't be dragged on like this. President Zhang, don't you think you should come on stage? The host, Yuzai, couldn't help but call Zhang Kaiyuan. Why are you not coming on stage? I still have to host someone else's wedding later. If Zhang Kaiyuan could kill with his thoughts, he would have killed this Yuzai in seconds. He thought in his heart, if I don't go on stage, you can just continue with the next segment. Why are you not done yet? The host, Yuzai, was a little anxious when Zhang Kaiyuan did not come on stage. President Zhang, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree beforehand? You came on stage to speak. Why aren't you coming on stage? Huh? When the students below the stage heard Yuzai's words, the laughter that had subsided broke out again. What does this mean? The host, Yuzai, was a little unhappy. Did you change the host at the last minute? Why didn't you tell me that it was Jing Xiaolu? I thought it was Zhang Kaiyuan. That's not right. Ha! The laughter below the stage was still very warm. Enough. Zhang Kaiyuan finally couldn't help it. He slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Yuzai and scolded. What's wrong with you? Is there anyone who hosts like you? Do you not want to take the money anymore? What's wrong with me? The host, Yuzai, stared at Zhang Kaiyuan, unwilling to be outdone. You set the process. I followed your instructions completely. You don't want to pay? What do you mean by following my instructions? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go down. There's nothing for you to do here. Zhang Kaiyuan was a little anxious when he heard Yuzai's words become more and more unreliable. He even mentioned his previous arrangement. What nonsense are you talking about? The host, Yuzai, said, didn't you say before? You asked me to play an interactive game with the students below the stage before you go on stage. You asked me to let them guess who is the most successful person in the class before you go on stage. Why? You don't want to admit it? What the fuck are you talking about? I will complain to your boss. You're spouting nonsense. Zhang Kaiyuan roared with an ashen face. Complain? Okay. How do you know my boss's name is Hu Shua? My boss's surname is Hu. His name is Hu Shua. The host, Yuzai, said. You. Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect Yuzai to be so eloquent. However, he forgot one thing. If a host wasn't eloquent, how could he be a host? Me? What about me? I think you want to go back on your word and not pay up, right? But it doesn't matter. I don't want old fish anymore. Look at your big face. Boss Zhang? Boss my ass. And you want me to say that you are the most accomplished person in class? What kind of achievement is that? How can someone like you have achievements? Aren't you being too narcissistic? The host, Yu Zai, also threw caution to the wind. It seemed that he couldn't get the money, so he didn't have to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face. I think the students below the stage have sharp eyes. Everyone says that Jing Xiaolu is the one with the highest achievements. I think so too. You. Zhang Kaiyuan clutched his chest and almost fainted. You, get the fuck out of here. Even if you want me to be here, I'm too lazy to be here. Yuzai snorted. You could be narcissistic. I'm not going to accompany you. If you want to complain, go ahead. Bye-bye, sayonara, CEO. After saying that, the host, Yuzai, turned around and left, leaving behind an indignant Zhang Kaiyuan. After the host, Yuzai, left, the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became cold. Only Zhang Kaiyuan was left standing there in a daze. As for the students below, it was just an unintentional action. Later on, they thought that it was just a joke. They didn't expect things to become so stiff. Moreover, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't take jokes. But they couldn't let this stalemate continue. If Zhang Kaiyuan didn't finish his speech, the restaurant wouldn't serve the dishes either. Left with no choice, someone shouted, "Why don't we let Zhang Kaiyuan say a few words for us? What do you all think?" "All right, let's let Zhang Kaiyuan say a few words for us." The people below agreed one after another. However, when these words entered Zhang Kaiyuan's ears, it sounded extremely ironic. He felt like it was a kind of charity. It was as if everyone was giving him charity. Originally, he shouldn't be the one to speak. It should be Jing Xiaolu. Now, he was the one to speak. How could Zhang Kaiyuan endure this? Let's ask Jing Xiaolu to say a few words for us. Zhang Kaiyuan took a deep breath and said, "That Yu Zai was crazy. Everyone, ignore him. It's like watching a farce. Originally, I wanted to invite the most accomplished person in the class to say a few words for this segment. However, that Yu Zai wanted to please me and get more rewards. Therefore, he changed the flow of the segment without permission. I didn't expect that after I exposed him, he would become angry and bite me back. We know. Although everyone said so, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. This Zhang Kaiyuan's explanation was too fake. No one would believe that what he said was true. I won't say anything. I didn't prepare anything in advance. This opportunity should be left to those who are prepared in advance." Jing Xiaolu stood up and said faintly, "Right, committee member Zhang Kaiyuan." Jing Xiaolu's words immediately made Zhang Kaiyuan's face turn red like a monkey's, but although Jing Xiaolu didn't say it explicitly, she secretly pointed out that Zhang Kaiyuan was prepared in advance, but she wasn't. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan should say what he wanted to say. Although Jing Xiaolu's words were funny, the people present were afraid that new problems would arise again. They didn't dare to laugh casually to avoid ruining the atmosphere that had just calmed down. Therefore, they could only laugh secretly in their hearts. Committee member Zhang Kaiyuan should say a few words. Everyone was hungry and was eager to eat. At this time, they didn't care whether Zhang Kaiyuan was the most accomplished person or not. It was up to them to decide. Since Jing Xiaolu didn't care, why should they care too? So, as soon as Jing Xiaolu's voice fell, everyone began to make suggestions. Well, since everyone admires me so much, then I'll say a few words. Zhang Kaiyuan could only pretend to be confused at this time. Sometimes, it wasn't good to be too clear. Since others pretended not to know, he was happy to do so. As Zhang Kaiyuan spoke, he walked up the stage. Halfway through, he heard a voice not far away. Pretentious. Didn't you go up the stage yourself in the end? What the hell? Zhang Kaiyuan was so angry that he trembled. He almost fell to the ground. He looked at the source of the voice angrily. It turned out that it was Yu Zai who had left before. He didn't know when he appeared at the door again. I asked you to go up the stage, but you didn't. After that, you went up by yourself. I think you just don't want to pay me. You're a bitch. Yu Zai's voice sounded again. You? Zhang Kaiyuan wanted to say something, but he saw Yu Zai turn around and disappear at the door. Zhang Kaiyuan had no choice but to pretend that he didn't hear it and continue to walk up the stage. It was just a few steps, but it felt like a long march of 20,000 miles. Zhang Kaiyuan used up all his strength and finally stood on the stage. He then said, "Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Let me represent the entire class and say a few words at this class reunion." When it came to the lines that he had prepared for a few nights, Zhang Kaiyuan became excited again. Zhang Kaiyuan seemed to have forgotten his previous unhappiness and was completely engrossed in the speech this time. However, while Zhang Kaiyuan was engrossed, the students below were a little impatient. Previously, a lot of time was delayed because of the host Yu Zai and Jing Xiaolu. Now, Zhang Kaiyuan was giving a long speech here. How long would they have to wait before they could eat? It was really as Jing Xiaolu said. Zhang Kaiyuan was prepared. Otherwise, how could he speak for so long? Everyone was very unhappy in their hearts. We were already giving you face by letting you go up and say a few words. However, can't you just say a few short words? You can't be so endless, right? It seems that Zhang Kaiyuan is really prepared. Chapter 1647. This sentence was what everyone wanted to say, but they were too embarrassed to say it. Previously, everyone unanimously recommended Zhang Kaiyuan to say a few words for the sake of food. However, they did not expect this guy to talk endlessly. This made everyone a little irritated. However, Zhang Kaiyuan was a person that everyone unanimously approved of. Everyone was too embarrassed to say anything unpleasant. However, it did not mean that everyone had no opinion. Others did not dare to say it, but Little Wang dared to say it. Little Wang did not need to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face. Little Wang saw that Yang Ming was frowning slightly at Zhang Kaiyuan's endless speech, so he stood up and shouted directly. Zhang Kaiyuan was passionately talking about his prepared speech. He was in high spirits when he suddenly heard such a sentence. It immediately pulled him back to reality from his dream. Who is so uncultured? He actually interrupted my speech. Zhang Kaiyuan was annoyed. Although he did not stop his speech, after being interrupted, he completely forgot all the impromptu remarks that he had done so well. Zhang Kaiyuan bitterly looked for the target to speak to in the field. He immediately saw Little Wang's mocking face. Damn it, it's him again. Zhang Kaiyuan felt that he was really fucking aggrieved. He was played by a person who used to be a small security guard several times in one day. However, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't dare to show the slightest displeasure because Little Wang was no longer an ordinary security guard in the past. Now, Little Wang was the security manager and the deputy logistics manager of Mingyang Entertainment. His identity was much better than his identity as the general manager of a small trading company. He was especially afraid of Little Wang, who used to be a security guard. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, it is impossible to reason with him. Zhang Kaiyuan would try his best not to offend such a barbarian. However, Zhang Kaiyuan put this on Yang Ming's head. In his opinion, Yang Ming was a useless, rich second generation. When the time came, he would use some means to make him piss his pants in fear. Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan's heart felt a little better. Otherwise, he would be depressed to death. Now, he could only fantasize about Yang Ming's future. Zhang Kaiyuan cleared his throat and continued his speech. He was at the climax of his speech, but he did not want to stop. Therefore, he simply ignored Little Wang and pretended not to hear it. In fact, Little Wang was still a little nervous about shouting out such a thing. He was afraid that Yang Ming would think that he was a busybody. But on the other hand, this was also a gamble. He was trying to figure out the boss's mind. If he followed Yang Ming's mind, then Yang Ming would definitely value him more in the future. However, Yang Ming was really annoyed. Zhang Kaiyuan. He was a little of. Looking at Little Wang approvingly, Yang Ming nodded slightly. When Little Wang received Yang Ming's encouraging gaze, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. His whole body was in an extremely excited state. Zhang Kaiyuan, you are really shameless. I'll let you go on stage because I gave you face. I saw that you were a former member of the organization and now the founder of the class reunion. However, it is not right for you to go on like this. Do you really think that you are the most accomplished person? The eyes of the masses are clear. The most accomplished person is our CEO, Jing, not a retard like you. Wang Lin's merciless scolding interrupted Zhang Kaiyuan's speech. The students in the audience also became silent. Although everyone had seen the scene outside the resort and knew that Wang Lin and Zhang Kaiyuan had a conflict, they did not expect the conflict between the two to escalate to such an extent. Looking at the current situation, Wang Lin did not intend to give Zhang Kaiyuan any face at all. He had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect Wang Lin to be so blunt. He even used the word idiot in the end. This made Zhang Kaiyuan lose a lot of face. Standing on the stage, he couldn't get off. In fact, Wang Lin's words represented the thoughts of many students. They came here to have fun, not to listen to Zhang Kaiyuan's nonsense. Their jobs had nothing to do with Zhang Kaiyuan, and they did not expect any benefit from having a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan. Only a small portion of people could interact with Zhang Kaiyuan in terms of benefits. Only this portion of people sincerely wanted to get close to Zhang Kaiyuan. Therefore, Wang Lin's few words caused the current awkward atmosphere. In the end, one of the people sitting at the first table who had a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan stood up and said, "Kaiyuan, I see that everyone is hungry. Why don't we start eating?" Brother Wang Lin's words are a bit radical. Don't mind it. Zhang Kaiyuan nodded and looked at this person gratefully. Then, he took this opportunity to leave the stage without saying anything. At this time, he could not say anything else. If he said anything more, it would only make things more awkward. Originally, the class reunion that Zhang Kaiyuan had been planning and looking forward to for a long time was ruined by Wang Lin. It was far below his expectations and even had a negative effect. If he knew this would happen, he would have called a few people who were close to him to have a meal together. Why did he have to organize a class reunion? However, if he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Zhang Kaiyuan had already forgotten his original purpose. He organized a class reunion just to show off his achievements in front of his former classmates. Wang Lin still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yang Ming. Yang Ming made a pause gesture and said to Wang Lin, "That's enough. You don't have to chase after him." "Yes, Brother Yang," Wang Lin quickly said respectfully after hearing this. "I think this Zhang Kaiyuan is not a magnanimous person. Instead, he is a bit narrow-minded. I'm afraid that he will hold a grudge." "You have to be careful," Yang Ming reminded. Wang Lin shook his head in disdain. "I'm really not afraid of him. I could take care of 3 of him by myself." "Anyway, you have to be careful," Yang Ming reminded faintly. "I know," Wang Lin nodded. The meal was eaten in a very depressing atmosphere. Many of the entertainment programs that Zhang Kaiyuan had prepared in advance had to be canceled. However, it was not a big deal. After all, the host Yuzai had left. Zhang Kaiyuan could not find another host at the last minute. However, some programs, such as his toast to every table, were canceled. How could Zhang Kaiyuan have the face to toast to every table now? Although the people at the table beside him kept comforting him, telling him to ignore little Wang, a security guard with a rough background. However, Zhang Kaiyuan still couldn't help but hold his breath. On the other hand, the people at the back who had nothing to do with Zhang Kaiyuan were much more at ease. Many of them had their own small circles and were eating and drinking together happily. Therefore, those who had a good relationship with Zhang Kaiyuan were eating with depression. On the other hand, the people at the back were very happy. It was the exact opposite of the situation every year. Every year, the people at the tables near Zhang Kaiyuan would cheer loudly. The people at the other tables would be envious and jealous. However, they knew their own status and did not dare to get close to them. They did not dare to steal the spotlight. However, there was a huge contrast this year. The further they went, the more the students who were not doing well felt relieved. In the past, no one would pay attention to their table and let them eat and drink on their own. But this year, with little Wang's words, these people ate happily and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Their cheers shook the sky, and they became the liveliest tables in the hall. Zhang Kaiyuan felt even more uncomfortable. In the end, he could not bear it anymore. He excused himself to go to the washroom and went to the resort's entrance. Zhang Kaiyuan hesitated for a while. In the end, he decisively took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Da? I am Zhang Kaiyuan. Zhang Kaiyuan said nervously. Zhang Kaiyuan? Who? I don't know you. After hearing Zhang Kaiyuan's name, the person on the other side of the phone wanted to hang up impatiently. Wait a minute, Brother Da. It's me, Zhang Laofu's son. Zhang Kaiyuan quickly reported his father's nickname. Chapter 1648. Oh, Zhang Laofu's son, Zhang Xiaonao. Brother Da's tone returned to normal after hearing Zhang Laofu's name. It's me, Brother Da. Although Zhang Kaiyuan didn't like the nickname Zhang Xiaonao, he couldn't help it. His father always liked to call him Zhang Xiaonao in front of outsiders, so those people didn't know that his real name was Zhang Kaiyuan. They all called him Zhang Xiaonao, like his father. Oh, what's the matter? Brother Da said calmly after confirming Zhang Xiaonao's identity. This Brother Da was a fellow villager in Zhang Kaiyuan's father, Zhang Laofu's hometown. He was a gangster. A few years ago, it was said that he was doing well outside. For some reason, he returned to his hometown and was seriously injured. After recovering from his injuries, he began to run amok in his hometown. He soon recruited people and became a tyrant in his hometown. During Chinese New Year a few days ago, Zhang Laofu brought Zhang Kaiyuan home for Chinese New Year. Then the villagers gambled together and got to know this Brother Da. In terms of seniority, this Brother Da was a distant cousin of Zhang Laofu. However, because Brother Da was very powerful in his hometown, Zhang Laofu didn't dare to be arrogant. He called a Brother Da, and Zhang Kaiyuan naturally called a Brother Da too. This seniority seemed a bit messy, but people in the society liked to be called brothers. Brother Da was no exception. Zhang Laofu was the same as Zhang Kaiyuan. They were both smooth and slick people. He felt that this Brother Da was very influential in his hometown. Maybe he could use him sometime. In the past few years, Zhang Laofu felt that it was much more difficult to make money in a big city than in a small place if one did not have connections and connections. In a small place, he could find his relatives in every village. No matter how far they were, he would still have connections. It was much easier to do things than in the city. Therefore, he had the idea of opening a big business in his hometown. If he opened a business at home, he would inevitably have to deal with these gangsters in society to prevent them from causing trouble. This Brother Da was his distant cousin, so it was a good opportunity to get closer to him. Therefore, during the new year, Zhang Laofu called Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother Da, and one of Brother Da's assistants to play mahjong together. Under Zhang Laofu's hints, Zhang Kaiyuan lost a lot of money to Brother Da. In this way, Brother Da had a good impression of the father and son. He patted his chest and agreed. If there was anything in the future, he would definitely not refuse a call. Therefore, this time, Zhang Kaiyuan thought of Brother Da. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know many people in society. The only person he knew was Brother Da. Zhang Kaiyuan knew that his father would need Brother Da's help in the future. Since he had asked Brother Da to help him, this debt of gratitude would be reduced every time he used it. When the time came, he might have to invest a lot of money again. However, Zhang Kaiyuan could not take this lying down. If he didn't give Yang Ming an unforgettable lesson, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. So this time, he hesitated again and decided to trouble Brother Da. Otherwise, he might get sick from holding it in. Brother Da, I do have something to trouble you with. I don't know if you are free. Zhang Kaiyuan asked carefully. He wasn't sure if he could order Brother Da around. After all, it was his father who asked Brother Da out during the new year. Although he lost the money to Brother Da should be able to see that this was done under the instructions of his father, Zhang Laofu. Oh, what is it? Tell me first and see if I can do it. Brother Da had a good impression of Zhang Laofu and his father. In any case, they were considered distant relatives. Moreover, Zhang Laofu had lost more than 100,000 yuan to him during the new year. This made Brother Da very grateful. Although Brother Da was doing well in the village, opening a hair salon and a nightclub, this was the time for him to recruit people. Recruiting people naturally required a lot of money. Who would play with you if you didn't have money? When Brother Da needed money the most, Zhang Laofu and his father gave him more than 100,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much, it could solve the current emergency. How could Brother Da not be grateful? That was why Brother Da was so patient with Zhang Kaiyuan. Brother Da had a secret that he hadn't said. That was the reason why he suddenly returned to his hometown after mingling outside for so many years and was injured. He didn't tell this reason to anyone, not even his closest subordinates. This was because this was an eternal pain in the depths of Brother Da's heart. He was driven back by others, and his injury was also caused by others. He almost died in a foreign land. If it weren't for a brother who risked his life to protect him, he would have died long ago. Brother Da, who was originally awe-inspiring, was like a stray dog. He was driven out of the metropolis where he once thrived and returned to his small hometown. After his injury was healed, Brother Da began to recruit people. Brother Da's ultimate goal wasn't to run rampant in the village, but to make a comeback. He wanted the person who humiliated him to die without a burial place. He wanted revenge. He wanted to get back everything he lost. Of course, Brother Da didn't tell anyone about this idea. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he thought that the time wasn't right yet. He was afraid that too many people would gossip. If his news reached the ears of his enemies, they would eliminate him completely. The current him wasn't an opponent at all. Therefore, Brother Da was now like other big bullies in the countryside, living a drunken life and leading a group of brothers to do some shady business. Although it was a little against the rules, it could be covered up very well. At this time, Brother Da received Zhang Kaiyuan's call, and his thoughts began to become active again. If I can persuade this father and son to return to their hometown to invest in a company, I don't need a lot. I just need a share. That would be a considerable amount of income. It had to be said that Zhang Laofu did have this idea. If he had proposed this idea earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to give out the 100,000 yuan. Brother Da, I held a class reunion here. A female classmate I like is with another man, and that man looks down on me. I want to teach him a lesson. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't hide it. Brother Da would definitely be able to find out about these things. If he deliberately hid it, Brother Da would definitely not let him go. Oh, this. Brother Da hesitated for a while and felt that this was not a big deal. He had done this kind of thing many times in his hometown. So he said, "What's that person's background?" "He's a rich second generation. His family is quite rich." Zhang Kaiyuan said, "Now he has his own company." "Oh, doesn't he have bodyguards or thugs around him?" Brother Da was very careful. When he heard that it was a rich second generation, he subconsciously wondered if there were any masters around this person. A security manager in his company is following him, but we can choose a time when they're not together before we make a move, said Zhang Kaiyuan. Just a follower? Brother Da was relieved when he heard it. Who cares if he is a security manager? What's the use of a person being good at fighting? I could just bring a few more brothers. There is another one. He is a property company manager. He used to be a gangster. Zhang Kaiyuan suddenly thought of Bai Hai again. So he quickly said to Brother Da, "Then it's fine." Brother Da said indifferently, "It's fine even if they are around." Then, Brother Da, are you agreeing to help me? Zhang Kaiyuan was overjoyed when he heard Brother Da's tone. It seemed that he had agreed. I could do this. It's naturally not a problem to help you. Brother Da smiled. When? The sooner the better. It's best if it's tonight. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Kaiyuan said excitedly. Brother Da, do you know how they humiliated me? They put me on the spot in front of so many of my classmates. Okay, wait for me to bring a few brothers over. Where are you? Are you in Songjiang City? Asked Brother Da. Chapter 1649. No, it's a resort next to Jiduan City. It's called Immortal Resort. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know how Brother Da knew about Songjiang. When he went back to his hometown, he seemed to have only mentioned Songjiang once with his father. Brother Da had a good memory and remembered it once. Oh, then there's no problem. Brother Da was relieved when he heard that it was not in Songjiang. To be honest, Brother Da didn't want to do anything in Songjiang because he was very clear about the current power situation in Songjiang. He didn't want to cause trouble before the big plan. This resort is at XX Road, XX number. Are you coming over now? Asked Zhang Kaiyuan. Wait for me there. I'll bring people over. I'll call you when I arrive. said Brother Da. Okay, Brother Da, then I'll wait for you. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expect Brother Da to agree so readily to stand up for him. He couldn't help but want to cheer a few times. Call me when you come. I'll pick you up. Okay, that's it then. Brother Da responded and hung up the phone. Brother Da was actually a very low-key person. Without enough strength to go back and avenge his humiliation, Brother Da was not prepared to provoke any powerful enemies. However, the thing that Zhang Kaiyuan asked him to do today was nothing. Brother Da thought carefully. It's just teaching a rich second generation. It's not a big deal. It's such a simple thing, and I can sell a favor to Zhang Kaiyuan and his son. Why not? So, after Brother Da hung up the phone, he found his capable subordinate, Ma Laosi. Brother Da, are you looking for me? Ma Laosi was playing mahjong with a group of brothers. After receiving Brother Da's call, he rushed over quickly. Go out with me in a while to do something. Brother Da said, you find a few brothers to go with you. Oh, Brother Da, are we going to fight people this time? Do we need to bring weapons? Ma Laosi's interest was piqued as soon as he heard this. He was so bored every day. He had nothing to do. He basically knew everyone in this village, so he couldn't get into a fight with them. He yearned for the life of a gangster with a large knife on TV. Why bring weapons? It's just teaching a little kid a lesson. Brother Da waved his hand and said, but you can use some daggers to scare him. I see. Ma Laosi was a little disappointed when he heard it. He nodded and said, I'll do it now. After more than 10 minutes, Ma Laosi returned. This time, he brought 3 people with him. All of them were young, in their 20s. They belonged to the kind of people who were idling in the village. Brother Da had developed them into his subordinates. Every day, they lived a good life, much better than farming. All right, you guys come with me. Which car are we driving? Ma Laosi asked. Come, Laosi. Ma Laosi responded, turned around, and ran out to prepare. The 3 young men waited respectfully for Brother Da to put on his coat. Then they went out together. After Zhang Kaiyuan hung up the phone, the anger in his heart was finally vented. He imagined Yang Ming crying for his parents in a while. The humiliation he received before did not make him feel so uncomfortable. When he returned to the restaurant, no one asked him what he did just now. They just thought that he went to the toilet and smoked a cigarette. No one thought much about it. His village was very far away from here. It was impossible for Brother Da to come here without at least 3 to 5 hours. Therefore, Zhang Kaiyuan was not in a hurry. He continued to brag and drink with the people he was familiar with at a moderate pace. Yang Ming was not very interested in the food on the table. Yang Ming was not very willing to eat the resort's dishes. Yang Ming had eaten too much fish and meat. Instead, he preferred the lighter dishes. Yang Ming, you don't like to eat? Jing Xiaolu was also not interested in the food on the table. She had to maintain her figure. She was no longer poor and had not eaten anything. Therefore, she put down her chopsticks after eating 2 mouthfuls. I like to eat street snacks. I don't have much appetite for such traditional fish. Yang Ming shook his head. Originally, Little Wang was eating happily. He had just been Yang Ming's driver for a few days. He usually did not have the opportunity to eat such good food. Therefore, when he saw the table full of fish, he ate without holding back. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Little Wang put down his chopsticks awkwardly. He looked up and took a closer look. Sure enough, he was the only one eating happily. Bahai did not eat much. Gu Xinyao and his girlfriend, Little Ran, did not eat much. Needless to say, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were the only ones eating here. Cough, cough. Little Wang coughed twice awkwardly. Brother Yang, is it not to your taste? Do you want me to go to the kitchen to get something for you and sister-in-law? No need. After a while, we will walk around and see if there are any snacks. Yang Ming waved his hand. Why are you looking at us? Hurry up and eat. Yang Ming naturally saw Little Wang wolfing down the food before. When he saw Little Wang stop at this time, he immediately asked, None of you are eating. I'm the only one eating. Little Wang scratched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly, You hurry up and eat more. We did not pay less. If you don't eat more, how can you get your money back? Yang Ming smiled and said, There are no outsiders. You don't have to be so polite. This is not very good. Little Wang was still a little embarrassed. After all, others were not eating, but he was the only one eating. It didn't seem right. Brother Yang asked you to eat. Just eat. Why are you so troublesome? Sun Shaoran nudged Little Wang with her arm and said, "You're a man. Why are you afraid of this?" "That's right. Little Wang, look. You are not as good as Sun Shaoran," Jing Xiaolu said after hearing Sun Shaoran's words. Little Wang's face turned red after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. However, with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's approval, Little Wang no longer hesitated. He let go of his appetite and continued wolfing down the food. Originally, the annual class reunion banquet lasted the longest. In many cases, it would last until the early hours of the morning. Then, everyone would return to their rooms and begin their free activities. However, due to Zhang Kaiyuan's matter this year, the enthusiasm and atmosphere of the entire banquet were not high. There was always a faint sense of depression. Zhang Kaiyuan did not go from table to toast and adjust the atmosphere like in previous years. This year, he only sat at his own table and whispered to a few friends he was familiar with. About an hour into the banquet, people began to leave one after another. Zhang Kaiyuan was also a little helpless about the situation in front of him. However, there was nothing he could do. He also did not have the face to ask others to stay. He sighed secretly. "If I don't teach Yangming a lesson today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue holding future class reunions. With him causing trouble here, where can I put my face?" Yang Ming saw that people began to leave, so he also stood up. When Yang Ming stood up, by Hai, Little Wang, Gu Xinyao, and Sun Shaoran also stood up. However, Jing Xiaolu was the slowest one. "Shall we go? Shall we go out for a walk?" asked Yang Ming. "Then let's go out for a walk. Brother Yang and sister-in-law Xiaolu haven't eaten much yet. We can go out and see if there is anything to sell," said Bai Hai. Although Zhang Kaiyuan had been drinking and chatting with the people at the same table, the corner of his eyes had been locked on Yang Ming's table. When he saw Yang Ming stand up, he immediately sighed in relief. He was now afraid that Yang Ming would stay in this banquet hall and not leave. When the time came, he would return to his room with a large group of people. In that case, even if Brother came, he would not be able to do anything. Could he make a move on Yang Ming in front of so many classmates? Even if his classmates did not care, the hotel security could not ignore it. However, once Yang Ming left, it would be easy. When he was alone, it would be the best time for Brother to make a move. Chapter 1650. Brother Yang, Xin Yao is in a special situation today. "I'll accompany her back to the room to use the bathroom," Bai Hai said to Yang Ming after walking out of the restaurant. Gu Xinyao was too embarrassed to speak, so she hinted to Bai Hai, "Oh, then let's go together. I'm also going to the bathroom." Yang Ming was embarrassed and said, since Yang Ming and Bai Hai were going to go back to the hotel room to take a look, Little Wang and Sun Shaoran naturally had no objections. So, the group walked directly to the villa building. After Zhang Kaiyuan saw that Yang Ming had left, he wasn't in the mood to sit here and drink anymore. He greeted the people at the same table and said that he couldn't handle the alcohol. He wanted to go back to his room to rest for a while and play cards at night. Basically, everyone knew that Zhang Kaiyuan was in a bad mood after being humiliated. It was good enough that he could endure and eat until now. Yang Ming hadn't left yet, so Zhang Kaiyuan naturally wouldn't leave first. Since Yang Ming and the others had already left, Zhang Kaiyuan naturally didn't need to endure anymore. So, everyone understood why Zhang Kaiyuan left. After Yang Ming and the others left, Zhang Kaiyuan followed them from a distance. He found that they were heading in the direction of the villa building. Obviously, they were going back to their rooms. Zhang Kaiyuan was a little anxious. He thought, why aren't these people going out to have fun at night? Why are they going back to their rooms? There were many entertainment projects in this resort. There were disco halls, KTV, swimming pools, bowling alleys, video game rooms, gyms, indoor fishing halls, and so on. Most people went to such places to play after dinner. Not many people went back to their rooms directly. Maybe they're going back to their rooms to change their clothes? Zhang Kaiyuan comforted himself in his heart. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't go back to his room. He found a place to hide at the entrance of the villa building. He squatted there and decided to wait. It was better when they went upstairs. Once they returned to the room, Yang Ming felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. I'm actually in the same room as Jing Xiaolu. When he received the room card previously, because Baihai helped him to get it, Yang Ming didn't care and didn't think much about it. When he entered the room, he entered naturally. After he closed the door, he realized that something was wrong. Am I going to share a room with Jing Xiaolu tonight? Even though the room was a standard one with 2 beds, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Jing Xiaolu obviously felt this too. She didn't know if it was because the heater in the room was too hot or for some other reason. But her face couldn't help but turn red as soon as she entered the room. Calm down, Xiaolu, you have to calm down. Jing Xiaolu only felt that her face was burning, so she cheered herself up. Why didn't I have this kind of feeling when I went to a hotel with those dumb rich guys in the past? No matter how dangerous it was, he was still able to escape from the room unscathed. And this time, Yang Ming might not necessarily do anything to him. So what was there to be nervous about? Besides, even if Yang Ming treated her well, wasn't that what she had been looking forward to? What was there for him to be uneasy about? However, the more it was like this, the more nervous Jing Xiaolu became. Even her breathing became a little hurried. Feeling Jing Xiaolu's strangeness, Yang Ming looked at her with some surprise. Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Why does it look so hot? Do you want to take off your clothes? Jing Xiaolu was shocked after hearing Yang Ming's words, but her face became redder. She stuttered, "W went out, take off my clothes." Jing Xiaolu didn't expect that what she thought would come true. I just entered the room, and I have to take off my clothes and go to bed? But I'm not ready yet. Don't you feel hot? Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu strangely. He didn't understand why she was so nervous. How can you wear a coat in the room? A coat? Jing Xiaolu's nervous little heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but she was slightly disappointed. It's just a coat? Not all of it. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu took off her coat resentfully and threw it on the bed next to her. She began to association in her heart. Is Yang Ming hinting at me or testing me? If I take off all my clothes, will he take advantage of the situation? If I only take off my coat, there is nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu had some resentment and entanglement. Am I a bit too timid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm in the same room with Yang Ming. It will be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. Can I do it in the office during the day? At night, I don't have a chance to be alone with Yang Ming. Of course, it's the coat. Do you want to take off all of it? Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu's behavior was so weird, so he casually made a joke with her. However, after the joke, Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. He also understood why Jing Xiaolu had such a weird expression just now. It seems that Jing Xiaolu misunderstood. She thought that I wanted her to take off all of her clothes. Thinking of this, Yang Ming secretly scolded himself for being slow. This is fine, but I even made such a joke. Isn't this looking for trouble? Originally, Yang Ming thought that Jing Xiaolu would be angry or even more shy, but he didn't expect. After Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's joke, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pondered about what Yang Ming's joke meant. Could it be that Yang Ming failed to test me before, so he tested me again? But is it true or not? Jing Xiaolu wasn't sure. Can I ask Yang Ming if you're testing me? What would that be? Jing Xiaolu was just upset that she lost a good opportunity. At this time, another opportunity came. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to give up so easily. Sometimes, one would only know how to cherish something after losing it once. Jing Xiaolu also knew that this kind of opportunity wouldn't come often in the future. So Jing Xiaolu hesitated, should they follow Yang Ming's orders or not. Jing Xiaolu gritted her teeth. Anyway, I'll be his woman sooner or later. Why not just follow him? Anyway, it's just like that. If I don't do it tonight, I don't know when it will happen. Won't I regret it to death? Moreover, even if I follow Yang Ming tonight, I will never regret it. So, why should I hesitate? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu just wanted to agree with Yang Ming, but she was a little hesitant. I'm a girl after all. Although I'm pursuing Yang Ming, I can't be too active, right? If I'm too active, won't it seem very casual? What should I do? Jing Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. She thought, since you're testing me, then I'll also test you. I'll give you the right to decide so that I don't have to be embarrassed. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu raised her head shyly and looked at Yang Ming. She said word by word in a seductive voice, "Then, do you want me to take it all off? Or just take off the coat?" Ah. Jing Xiaolu's answer immediately made Yang Ming fall into a petrified state. He had predicted two possible reactions from Jing Xiaolu. One was to be furious, and the other was to be silent. However, he did not expect that Jing Xiaolu would return the question to him and ask him back. Yang Ming did not expect that his joke would force himself into a desperate situation. What should I answer at this time? To be honest, Yang Ming was a person with a low IQ when it came to relationships. Otherwise, he and Zhaoing wouldn't end up in this situation. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu's question made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, it seemed that he was too lecherous. He really didn't want anything to happen between him and Jing Xiaolu now. The trip to Yunnan was still unknown. Yang Ming didn't want to pit Jing Xiaolu. But if he said that he didn't want to, would Jing Xiaolu be angry? Would she think that he was not interested in her? This really gave Yang Ming a headache. Yang Ming was in a dilemma. He scolded himself in his heart. Why is my mouth so annoying? I said everything. Looking at Yang Ming's embarrassed look, Jing Xiaolu felt very funny. It turns out that Yang Ming also has a time when he is speechless by my questions. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Yang Ming when he saw me in the bathroom that day. Do you want to continue watching? Do you want to continue watching? Or do you want to continue watching? Chapter 1651. Ugh, this room is really a bit hot. Why don't we open the window? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer, so he changed the topic directly. Yang Ming, who had always been known for his eloquence, also suffered today. It seems that I am not invincible. When I meet an opponent like Jing Xiaolu, I am really powerless. Thinking about my previous opponents, Chen Mingyan was a good student. When I skipped class, I had a lot of excuses. Chen Mingyan was naturally not my opponent. But for Jing Xiaolu, this chick who used to cheat people for fun, I really feel that I am a match for her. Yang Ming wasn't going to continue to beat around the bush with Jing Xiaolu. If this continued, he would probably be caught. Yang Ming stood up and opened the window. A gust of cold wind blew in, making Yang Ming shiver from head to toe. Some kind of wretched thoughts were also frozen to the point of disappearing. The air here is good. It's better than in the city. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said, "What are you doing? I just took off my coat and you opened the window. Do you want to freeze me to death?" Jing Xiaolu was also shivering because of the sudden chill. The impure thoughts before also disappeared like Yang Ming. She was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's insensitivity, but she was also a little glad that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. But she always felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Ugh. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed and closed the window again. Okay, what about this time? It's okay. I just said it casually. I'm not too cold. Jing Xiaolu felt that she was too willful just now. She didn't want Yang Ming to hate her, so she quickly changed her words. Yang Ming shrugged a little speechlessly. I don't know how by Hai and the others are. Do you want me to make a call and ask? And Jing Xiaolu nodded with a complicated expression. Are opportunities always fleeting? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't Bai Hai made a move yet? He said that he would come to the room to find me after he was done. Why hasn't he come after so long? Yang Ming looked at the hotel phone's dial code on the bedside table and dialed the phone in Bai Hai's room. Do. After the phone was connected, the tone sounded a lot, but no one answered the phone. No one answered? Jing Xiaolu asked curiously. Did you dial the wrong number? The phone receiver in this hotel was louder, so Jing Xiaolu could hear the tone on the phone. Can't. I just followed the dialing method described here. Yang Ming pointed to the dialing code instruction next to the phone. As they were talking, the phone was finally connected. Before Yang Ming could speak, Bai Hai's roaring voice came. Damn, I said that I don't want a prostitute. I brought my wife here. After Bai Hai said this, Guxinyao's moaning voice came from the other side of the phone. It seemed that she deliberately catered to Bai Hai's words, as if she was showing off on the other side of the phone. Her voice was frighteningly loud. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by this sudden change. What is this Bai Hai doing? That. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but the phone had been hung up. It was hung up. Yang Ming turned to look at Jing Xiaolu helplessly, but he found that Jing Xiaolu was looking at him with a red face. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Jing Xiaolu also heard the voice on the phone receiver. Jing Xiaolu nodded shyly. What is this Bai Hai doing? Yang Ming was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ambiguous atmosphere between him and Jing Xiaolu had just eased a little, and now it was messed up by him. So, he said angrily, "Isn't Guxinyaо on her period? What does this mean?" "How would I know?" Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly with a red face. "Maybe it's over." Yang Ming just complained casually. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to actually answer him. This topic suddenly made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. See if I don't scold this little bastard. Yang Ming was so angry that he dialed the phone again. This time, the other side picked up quickly, but Yang Ming didn't wait for Bai Hai to speak. He shouted directly at the other side. "Bai Hai, what the fuck are you doing?" Brother Yang?" When Bai Hai heard Yang Ming's voice, he was suddenly shocked. He couldn't speak properly and began to stutter. What am I doing?" I am doing with Guxinyao, cough cough." Yang Ming almost laughed to death after hearing it. This Bai Hai is really outrageous. He actually answered me like this. Yang Ming's previous anger was also reduced by Bai Hai's answer. "I didn't ask who you were doing with. I just called. What happened to you?" Jing Xiaolu also heard Bai Hai's answer. She almost laughed on the spot, but she didn't dare to laugh out loud. She could only cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. Her whole body was uncomfortable. Bai Hai's answer was a bit obscene. Jing Xiaolu was a girl, so it was not suitable for her to laugh and scrupulously. Brother Yang, it was you who called just now." When Bai Hai heard Yang Ming say that the previous call was made by Yang Ming, he was suddenly scared into a cold sweat. "Brother Yang, I didn't know that the call was made by you. I thought it was..." Speaking of this, Bai Hai stopped. He didn't dare to continue. "What did you think it was? Why don't you say it? Hurry up and explain it clearly." Yang Ming snorted and asked. Bai Hai said with some embarrassment. "A woman called before and asked me if I should call her miss. I said I didn't want to. In the end, she called again after a while and asked me if I should call her miss. Then, when I called, you thought that I was the one who asked you to call her miss?" Yang Ming listened to Bai Hai's words and was a little dumbfounded. However, he also understood Bai Hai's approach. After the college entrance examination, when the whole class went to the resort, didn't they also receive such a call? In the end, he was anxious. After shouting into the phone, he found out that it was Chun Mingyan who called. At that time, he was sweating in his heart. Therefore, it was reasonable for Bai Hai to make such a mistake in a hurry. Yang Ming didn't intend to blame him. His previous anger had mostly dissipated. Bai Hai laughed twice, indicating that he acquiesced to what Yang Ming said. "However, isn't Guxinyao on her period? Yang Ming asked the doubts in his heart. "It just ended Bai Hai said with some embarrassment. "The voice before made me a little lustful, and Guxinyao was afraid that I would secretly make a mistake. So the two of us, then, are you done?" Yang Ming suddenly sweated when he heard Bai Hai's explanation. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to guess it right. Bai Hai hesitated. "Brother Yang, do you want us to end it or not?" Yang Ming almost threw the phone receiver directly to the ground. Why is Bai Hai doing this? Jing Xiaolu just asked herself. Then, do you want me to take it all off? Or just take off the coat? This Bai Hai actually... Jing Xiaolu naturally heard Bai Hai's words clearly. While she was a little shy, she couldn't help but laugh. "What do you mean by I want?" Yang Ming said with annoyance. "Whether you end it or not. Can I control it?" "Ugh, that will take a while." Bai Hai said carefully. "Okay, you continue. We'll talk about it when you're done." Yang Ming finished and hung up the phone helplessly. He turned to Jing Xiaolu and said, "This guy is too fucked up." Jing Jing Xiaolu finally couldn't help but laugh. This time, I have something to say to Sister Xin Yao. Ring. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Is it by Hai calling back? Yang Ming glanced at the phone in confusion and said to himself. Chapter 1652. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello. Sir, would you like to have a massage? Our service is very good. It's only 200 yuan for the whole night. A coquettish female voice came from the phone, speaking to Yang Ming in a seductive voice. Could this be the phone call that Bai Hai was talking about? Yang Ming couldn't help but feel hot all over. This female voice is really bewitching. I guess that a man with a little weak will be tricked by her. No wonder Bai Hai would be so lustful. Even someone like Yang Ming with strong will couldn't help but be shaken. However, this voice is really nice. It made Yang Ming feel a little itchy. He secretly glanced at Jing Xiaolu and thought, it seems that Jing Xiaolu didn't hear what was said on the phone this time, right? If she heard it, the atmosphere between the two would be even more ambiguous, of course. Yang Ming wouldn't be stupid enough to ask for a massage service, because Yang Ming knew very well that the person who made the call and the person who came to the door were two different people. These hotels generally hired a few girls with particularly sweet voices to make the call. However, after the person on the phone said a sentence, she didn't say anything else. Yang Ming wanted to refuse, but the phone was snatched by Jing Xiaolu. She said to the person on the phone, I don't want you. I graduated from the massage major. After that, Jing Xiaolu hung up the phone. Ugh. Yang Ming was a little stunned by Jing Xiaolu's action. Although Jing Xiaolu was very fierce, Yang Ming also knew that, but that was in the past. Since she worked in Mingyang Entertainment, Jing Xiaolu had a very gentle image of a lady. At this time, her sudden outburst made Yang Ming somewhat puzzled. Yang Ming wanted to ask something, but he heard Jing Xiaolu speak first. Yang Ming, what do you mean? It could be seen that Jing Xiaolu was really angry this time. Otherwise, except for the first time when they met in the cafeteria, Jing Xiaolu had never spoken loudly to Yang Ming. Even if she had a little temper, she would only complain a little. She would never shout so loudly. What do I mean? Yang Ming was very inexplicable by Jing Xiaolu's sudden lioness roar. Do you think that I'm not even as good as those ladies who do massage services? Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it. She stuck out her chest and glared at Yang Ming. What is this? What did I say that? Yang Ming was even more stunned this time. You still don't admit it. Jing Xiaolu snorted. Then why didn't you just hang up when you picked up the phone? Why are you looking at me with shifty eyes? Tell me, are you tempted and want to call for that massage service? Yang Ming was put under a big hat by Jing Xiaolu. He suddenly didn't know what to say. What do you want to say? You want to explain? Explaining is covering up. Jing Xiaolu's words made Yang Ming directly choke back the words that he wanted to explain. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. According to Jing Xiaolu's meaning, whatever I say is covering up. Why am I so wronged? However, Jing Xiaolu became more and more agitated. Yang Ming, I know that you have always looked down on me. You think that I used to be a delinquent girl. I like you and chase you, but you still ignore me. I admit that I can't compare to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia, but you can't ignore me like this. Am I so uninteresting to you? You still want to find a massage woman? After Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's complaints, he really had a feeling of being dumbfounded. However, Yang Ming also understood the inferiority in Jing Xiaolu's heart. Although Jing Xiaolu was now a major shareholder of two companies and the chairman of one of them, all of this couldn't hide Jing Xiaolu's sad past. Even if Jing Xiaolu didn't do anything to sell her body and soul, cheating was always dishonorable. Compared with Chen Mingyan, a good girl who excelled in her studies, Jing Xiaolu inevitably had this kind of inferiority feeling. I took the initiative to give myself to you, but you actually want to find someone else. Yang Ming, tell me, are you looking down on me? As Jing Xiaolu said this, her voice had become a little choked. Xiaolu, what are you talking about? When did I say that I was going to find a massage woman? Although Yang Ming understood Jing Xiaolu's inferiority from the side, He was also very puzzled. Why was Jing Xiaolu so sure that he had to find a massage woman? Even if she used to be a delinquent girl and was not mainstream, now that she was the chairman of a company, could he still think that the massage woman was better than her? If you didn't find a massage woman, why didn't you immediately refuse or hang up after receiving her call? Why did you still look at me with the phone? Jing Xiaolu asked. You mean this? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. Xiaolu, you misunderstood. I didn't hang up immediately because I remembered what happened to Bai Hai. I was afraid that you would hear it, because I was afraid that I would be as horny as Bai Hai, and the atmosphere between us would be even more. Really? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up after listening to Yang Ming's explanation, but she asked suspiciously. Of course it's true. Yang Ming said, you think too much of me. How can I find a massage woman? Moreover, I didn't mean to look down on you at all. It's nothing, then don't take it to heart. Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed, but she was unwilling to mention the topic of looking down that Yang Ming said. Xiaolu, do you think that your past experience will be looked down upon by me or others? Yang Ming did not avoid this topic, but continued to ask. He felt that it was necessary to untie Jing Xiaolu's knot. Otherwise, this would always be a permanent pain in Jing Xiaolu's heart. Maybe it would bring fatal damage at any time. Yang Ming, don't talk about it. Let's just say that I just talked nonsense. I don't want to talk about the past. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Xiaolu, in fact, you see that I seem to be very cool every day now. I have a lot of companies under me. It seems that I have a lot of connections in Songjiang. In fact, I also have a depraved past. Yang Ming sighed. You used to be a little delinquent girl, and I was a little punk. We were at most the same. How can I look down on you? Jing Xiaolu also knew a little about Yang Ming's past. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she thought about it carefully. What Yang Ming said was really reasonable. She used to always look at Yang Ming's women. She felt that her past experience was very disgraceful, but she didn't think of Yang Ming. If you want to talk about it, I have been to the detention center. Isn't that worse than you? Yang Ming said, I also need Ji-Yun to be affectionate and righteous. That was why I was spared from prison. You used to be a delinquent girl who advocated fighting and violence. In fact, am I not the same? So, you and I are still the best match? Jing Xiaolu used to be entangled with the women around Yang Ming, so she always had a knot in her heart about her experience. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly felt enlightened. Her whole person was relaxed. Yes, Yang Ming used to be a little punk. What else do I have to worry about? Yang Ming is also very familiar with my previous life. I am afraid that Yang Ming is no stranger to a delinquent girl like me who cheats people for their money. I'm afraid so, right? Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so open-minded. She immediately agreed to it without any hesitation. Haha, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh. Then, do you think that Chen Mengyan and the others will look down on me in the future? We haven't done anything yet, but you are already thinking about the future? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this Jing Xiaolu thinking too far ahead? However, I'm afraid there won't be any progress with her. At least, it won't be before I go to Yunnan. However, Yang Ming couldn't bear to discourage Jing Xiaolu at this moment. He said, if she looks down on you, isn't it equivalent to looking down on me? Do you think she will? Then, she won't. Jing Xiaolu pondered. This is really the case. If Chen Mengyan looks down on me, isn't it equivalent to looking down on Yang Ming? So, she couldn't help but be happy again. Chapter 1653. Zhang Kaiyuan squatted by the wall of the villa downstairs. He was fine at first, but after a while, he began to shiver from the cold. Spring in the north was cold. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't eat much because he was depressed. After drinking a lot of wine, he immediately felt hungry and cold when the wind blew. Why isn't brother to here yet? Is he trying to fool me? Zhang Kaiyuan kept the phone on. He had not received a call after so long. Had brother to set off? He wanted to call brother to ask, but Zhang Kaiyuan was afraid that brother would say that he was annoying. So, Zhang Kaiyuan thought for a long time and put the phone in his pocket. He took out a cigarette and smoked. With Jing Xiaolu crying and making a fuss, the ambiguous and tense atmosphere in the room eased a lot. At least, it was not as awkward as before. Jing Xiaolu opened up her heart, and the barrier between the two of them disappeared. Yang Ming also understood the fragile side of Jing Xiaolu's heart. But to be honest, Yang Ming really did not feel anything about Jing Xiaolu's experience. Yang Ming, who had a similar experience, felt that it was quite rare for Jing Xiaolu to be able to keep her chastity as a delinquent girl after mingling in the underworld for so long. There were so many delinquent girls who threw themselves at him and the others around him. Yang Ming was well aware of the debauched lives of those delinquent girls. If it were not for Yang Ming thinking about Suya at that time and not paying attention to other women, he might have fooled around all day long. "Are you happy now?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was smiling through her tears. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before." Jing Xiaolu remembered that she had wronged Yang Ming for wanting to find a masseuse and could not help but feel embarrassed. "It's nothing. But you said that you graduated from a masseuse major? What do you mean?" Yang Ming remembered what Jing Xiaolu said on the phone before. I just said it casually." Jing Xiaolu said in embarrassment. "Why? Do you really want to try?" "Then forget it." Yang Ming really wanted to say that he would try, but reason still prevailed over desire. "Then I'll learn when I have time. I'll give you a massage in the future," said Jing Xiaolu. "This?" Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why don't we go out for a walk? I didn't eat much just now. Let's see if there are any snacks nearby. And then what about Sister Xinyao and the others? Aren't we waiting for them?" Jing Xiaolu was a little hungry after hearing what Yang Ming said. Jing Xiaolu didn't eat much before. They're still not done even after 2 hours. This Baihai is really ruthless. Yang Ming looked at the time and said helplessly, "Oh." Jing Xiaolu blushed, apparently thinking of something. Jing Xiaolu realized that she had become so pure now. She didn't feel anything when she often discussed similar dirty topics with Sister Xinyao. Why did she blush now? He left the room with Jing Xiaolu and took the elevator downstairs. "Huh? What's that?" Jing Xiaolu looked strangely at a flashing red under a wall not far from the villa. In the darkness, Jing Xiaolu couldn't see it clearly. It was dark. Yang Ming looked up and was a little surprised. The red dot that Jing Xiaolu mentioned was the light of a cigarette burning. The person smoking was actually Zhang Kaiyuan. What is this kid doing squatting here in the middle of the night? If it weren't for Yang Ming's special ability and seeing that Zhang Kaiyuan didn't take off his pants, he would have thought that Zhang Kaiyuan was squatting there to take a dump. "Oh, an uncultured idiot is taking a dump there," Yang Ming glanced and said to Jing Xiaolu. When he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that Zhang Kaiyuan could hear it clearly. How can this be?" Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming's words and subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand. She also turned her head in another direction. "This is too uncivilized." "Yeah. Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Yang Ming asked with a smirk. Zhang Kaiyuan naturally heard Yang Ming's words and was furious. He thought to himself, "You're the one who's pooping. I'm just squatting here and smoking a cigarette." Ugh. Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan sized up his appearance. "I really do look like someone who is squatting here and pooping. This appearance is too unique." Hearing that Yang Ming was going to teach him a lesson, Zhang Kaiyuan was furious. "You want to teach me a lesson? What are you if Wang Lin isn't by your side? You still dare to teach me a lesson?" However, for his future plan, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't want to have a conflict with Yang Ming so early to avoid affecting Brother's plan. Therefore, he could only endure Yang Ming's ridicule. "Forget it. It's so dirty." Jing Xiaolu shook her head after hearing Yang Ming's suggestion. "Then forget it. I'll ignore him." Yang Ming shrugged. Originally, Yang Ming didn't plan to find trouble with Zhang Kaiyuan. He just said a few words to scare him. This was because Yang Ming saw clearly that Zhang Kaiyuan was only squatting there and smoking, not taking a dump. If he was really taking a dump, Yang Ming wouldn't mind making him sit on his butt. Yang Ming didn't understand why Zhang Kaiyuan was squatting on the ground and smoking on such a cold day. Wasn't there something wrong with him? However, Yang Ming didn't want to care about that. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu no longer looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and walked away. Zhang Kaiyuan let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite afraid that Yang Ming would come. If Yang Ming saw him squatting here, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be suspicious. If Brother De was discovered by Yang Ming in advance, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Seeing Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu leave, Zhang Kaiyuan let out a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. It seems that even God is helping me. Originally, Zhang Kaiyuan thought that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu wouldn't come out after such a long time after returning to their room. He was thinking about how to trick Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu to come out after Brother De came. Now, it wasn't necessary. However, he didn't know when Brother De would come. It was best to catch up with them before they returned to the villa. Otherwise, it would be useless. However, Zhang Kaiyuan wasn't in a hurry to follow Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. As long as they didn't stay in the villa, they would at most stroll around the streets around the resort. They couldn't go too far. There was a small town near the Immortal Resort. The entire town was about the size of a village. It was easy to find them. He was just a little anxious about where Brother De was. After Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu walked away, Zhang Kaiyuan couldn't help but finally dial Brother De's phone number. Hello, Zhang Xiaonao. Brother De answered the phone quickly this time. Why? Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. It's okay, Brother De. I'm afraid that the kid won't come out after returning to his room in the villa. It will be difficult to deal with then. Zhang Kaiyuan quickly explained. Now that this kid is strolling outside, I think it's easier to do it. Oh, I see. Don't worry. We'll be there soon. We are on the way. We have already arrived at Songyu Town, said Brother De. Ah, we have already arrived at Songyu Town? So fast. Zhang Kaiyuan was a little surprised by Brother De's speed. Songyu Town was not far from Jiduan City. In other words, it was not far from the Immortal Resort. It was estimated that they would arrive in more than half an hour's drive. Of course, this was calculated according to the normal speed. There was a speed limit on the highway. Zhang Kaiyuan didn't know how Brother De could drive so fast. According to the top speed limit on the highway, it would take at least 4 hours to get here from his hometown unless he exceeded the speed limit. This was the conclusion he came to when he went home with his father last time. Could it be that Brother De was speeding? Is he not afraid of being fined? Haha, this Nissan van of mine is modified. It drives very fast, said Brother De. I promised you, so I naturally have to come faster. Thank you, Brother De. Zhang Kaiyuan was touched. This Brother De is really good at doing things. It seems that the 100,000 yuan during Chinese New Year was not lost in vain. Okay, you don't have to thank me. Let's talk when we meet later. Brother De just wanted Zhang Kaiyuan to remember this favor so that it would be easier to do things in the future. As for whether or not he exceeded the speed limit, it was not something Brother De was thinking about. Anyway, the license plate was fake. It didn't matter if it was recorded. Chapter 1654. Sure enough, Brother De came quickly. In less than half an hour, he called and told Zhang Kaiyuan that they had arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Resort. Zhang Kaiyuan was very excited after receiving the call. He rushed to the entrance of the resort. He had been squatting under the wall for a few hours. Zhang Kaiyuan felt that but was about to freeze off. If he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't see Yang Ming's whereabouts after returning to his room, Zhang Kaiyuan wouldn't be freezing here. Since Brother De had arrived, Zhang Kaiyuan quickly went to greet him. He wanted to return to his room quickly after he was done. Otherwise, others would be suspicious. At the entrance of the resort, Zhang Kaiyuan saw a white, old-fashioned Nissan van. Zhang Kaiyuan doubted his eyes. How can this old car drive so fast? However, he remembered that Brother De had said that this car had been modified. It was probably the type that pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. When Zhang Kaiyuan approached, the door of the Nissan van opened. Brother De stuck his head out of the door and shouted to Zhang Kaiyuan, Zhang Xiaonao, get in the car. After Zhang Kaiyuan called Brother De, He quickly got into the Nissan van. He was overjoyed when he saw that Brother Da had brought a few underlings. Not only could these people deal with Yang Ming, but even Wang Lin was no match for them. Brother Da, you came really fast. Zhang Kaiyuan flattered. Your car is really awesome. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It runs really fast. Of course, I changed the engine of a sports car. Brother Da nodded proudly. This car is specially used to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Last time on the highway, a sports car driver despised me. I overtook him with one step on the accelerator. He couldn't catch up with me. In the end, that idiot didn't see clearly when he overtook me and crashed into the curb. Luckily, his car was good. Otherwise, with that speed, he would have definitely died. Ha! Zhang Kaiyuan naturally knew that Brother Da must be bragging. Even if his Nissan was modified, it was impossible to outrun a professional sports car. However, Zhang Kaiyuan didn't expose him. He just said with an envious expression, "Really? It's amazing. Brother Da, I think your car is better than my dad's Mercedes-Benz." Huh? And it's just SOSO. Brother Da nodded in satisfaction. Right. Where's the kid you mentioned? Tell me in detail. How are you going to teach him a lesson? Right. Let's get down to business. Get down to business. Zhang Kaiyuan naturally wanted to get to the point quickly, but he was afraid that Brother Da would be unhappy if he said this when they just met. So, he flattered Brother Da for a while. However, since Brother Da took the initiative to bring it up, shouldn't he go with the flow? You asked me to teach him a lesson. Will that kid suspect you afterward? Brother Da asked. Does your father know about this? Brother Da was not afraid that the brat who was taught a lesson would investigate him. Instead, he was afraid that the brat would find out about Zhang Kaiyuan's matter and cause trouble for Zhang Laofu. His good intentions had turned into a bad thing. That brat, it won't happen. I won't show up. Zhang Kaiyuan said, My dad doesn't know about this, but we don't need to let him know. Brother Da, you won't stop helping me because of this, right? How can that be? Brother Da heard Zhang Kaiyuan say this and thought about it again. There were pros and cons to this matter. Although it was possible that Zhang Laofu would complain to him that he condoned Zhang Kaiyuan's fighting, from another perspective, if Zhang Laofu didn't know about it in the end, then this matter would become a common secret between him and Zhang Kaiyuan. At that time, Zhang Kaiyuan would obediently help him speak and do things in order to keep it a secret. In the future, with Zhang Kaiyuan in front of Zhang Laofu, the implementation of his plan would be much smoother. So, he said, I'm just asking casually. Since that's the case, then don't let your dad know about this. After all, it's not something to be proud of. Brother Da, you are too particular. Zhang Kaiyuan originally thought that Brother Da was going to back out and not help him anymore. When he heard Brother Da's words, he was overjoyed. It was no wonder. Although the 100,000 yuan was lost to Brother Da through Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother Da was not stupid. He knew that if Zhang Laofu didn't incite him, how would Zhang Kaiyuan have the guts to lose 100,000 yuan? Now, he was helping Zhang Kaiyuan without letting Zhang Laofu know. Then, this 100,000 yuan favor was returned in vain. He would have to return it to Zhang Laofu again in the future. You have to be loyal when you're mingling in the outside world. If you don't, then what's the point of mingling in the outside world? Isn't that right? Brother Da said heroically, Okay, tell me what to do later. Okay. Zhang Kaiyuan nodded repeatedly, then told Brother Da about his plan. After a while, when you see that kid, do this, and then the girl beside him. Zhang Kaiyuan started to talk nonstop about the vicious plan that he had planned beforehand. What? Brother Da was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Kaiyuan's plan. This isn't good, right? You're breaking the law, right? If that girl calls the police, won't you have to go in? Hee, don't worry, Brother Da. When the time comes, I will feed her some medicine and let her take the initiative to look for me. Then, everything will be fine. Then, I will record a video to threaten her. I don't think she will dare to call the police. Zhang Kaiyuan said indifferently. That's feasible. Brother Da was not a good person to begin with. He had done things like murder and arson before, let alone this. He was just a little worried about Zhang Kaiyuan's future, so he reminded him. After all, if Zhang Kaiyuan really got into trouble because of this, then his plan to get Zhang Laofu to invest in the company would definitely be ruined. At that time, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, when he heard that Zhang Kaiyuan's plan was so thorough, it was fine. No problem, brother Da. That girl is also not a good person. When the video is in our hands, if she dares to call the police, I will definitely ruin her reputation and finish her. Zhang Kaiyuan said, Okay, but are you sure that the rich second generation will not call the police? Brother Da nodded and asked again. It could be seen that Brother Da was not a reckless person. He had to consider thoroughly before taking action. He was the one who took the initiative to give up the woman to survive. How can he still have the face to call the police? Besides, what's the use of calling the police if the person involved doesn't admit it? Zhang Kaiyuan said matter-of-factly, Besides, it's just a woman. I don't believe that he will make enemies for a woman. He is not a fool. This is true. Since he gave up the woman, such a cowardly person will not make enemies with others. Brother Da nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do as you say. In fact, there was still a little risk in this matter. However, without risk, how could it be exchanged for a rich reward? When Zhang Kaiyuan proposed this plan, Brother Da couldn't be more tempted. Zhang Kaiyuan had committed such a crime. It was equivalent to being in the same boat as him. He had evidence of Zhang Kaiyuan's crime in his hands. In the future, Zhang Kaiyuan would have no choice but to listen to him obediently and do things for him. In particular, Zhang Kaiyuan's mention of the video reminded Brother Da. When the time came, Brother Da would back up a copy of the video. That was equivalent to grasping Zhang Kaiyuan's lifeline. Ma Laosi, you guys will do this in a while. Can you do it? Brother Da instructed Ma Laosi, who was driving. Don't worry, Brother Da. It's a piece of cake. Ma Laosi agreed easily. He was familiar with this kind of thing. He had done it many times in his hometown, so Ma Laosi didn't care at all. The bad things he had done over the years were enough for him to die a few times. This kind of thing was no longer a big deal in his eyes. Zhang Xiaonao, where is the kid you mentioned? Asked Brother Da. He should be near the resort. I saw that kid take that girl out just now. Let's drive around the resort. Maybe we can see them, said Zhang Kaiyuan. Let's go, Ma Laosi. Drive. Brother Da said to Ma Laosi. Okay. Ma Laosi started the car and began to drive slowly along the street at the entrance of the resort. I haven't been here for a long time. I remember that the last time I came here was a year ago. However, at that time, I was in the limelight. Even the boss of Jiduan City had to bow when he saw me. But now, Brother Da silently recalled his past in his heart. Chapter 1655. The scenes of the past appeared in front of Brother Da like a movie. The past humiliation, the past grudges, and the people who hurt and humiliated him made Brother Da clench his fist again. Am I strong enough? Brother Da had thought about this question more than once. He had more than 100 brothers under him now, and all of them were good fighters. What was he lacking? What they lacked was the courage to fight with their backs against the wall to determine who was superior. The more he walked on this land, the stronger Brother Da's hatred became. He even had an impulse to go back and take revenge immediately, but his rationality made him calm down. This time, he was here to teach people a lesson for Zhang Xiaonao, not for revenge. Brother Da convinced himself in his heart. Do you see it? Where is it? Brother Da put down his previous thoughts and said to Zhang Kaiyuan, who was looking around, I'm looking. There are so many snacks on the roadside. Zhang Kaiyuan originally thought that it should be easy to find in such a big place nearby. However, when he went out, he found that the snacks in the vicinity were lined up everywhere. This is a scenic spot. The villagers nearby are counting on this to make money. Ma Laosi said, but we have a car. It doesn't matter if we go around 2 more times. Ma Laosi could see that the boss really wanted to help this time and not just deal with it, so he paid attention. Thank you, Brother Laosi, Zhang Kaiyuan said, somewhat flattered. You don't have to thank him. Keep an eye on the outside. Don't let that kid run back. We came here for nothing and didn't help. Brother Da reminded. Don't worry, Brother Da. My eyesight is comparable to a telescope. It's quite amazing. Zhang Kaiyuan bragged. However, just as he was bragging halfway, Zhang Kaiyuan shouted, "In front, just in front. I see it. They are in front." Zhang Kaiyuan pointed to a Xin-style mutton and steamed bun shop not far away as he said, "It's the one in front. Old Man Wang's Xin-style mutton and steamed bun shop." Damn! Brother Da widened his eyes in surprise when he heard it. "I say, Zhang Xiaonao, you don't really have any special abilities, right? You can see clearly from so far away. I can't even tell whether the person over there is a man or a woman. How can you recognize them?" "Ugh, Brother Da, I saw the car parked at the door," Zhang Kaiyuan said awkwardly. The blue BMW X5 at the door was driven by the kid and the chick. "I saw before." Brother Da was a little speechless. He patted Zhang Kaiyuan's shoulder. "You scared me to death. I thought you had some special ability." Brother Da was pleasantly surprised for nothing. Originally, he thought that if this Zhang Xiaonao really had a special ability, then wouldn't he have a higher chance of revenge if he recruited him? However, after hearing the reason from Zhang Kaiyuan, Brother Da reluctantly accepted the reality. It turned out that there were not so many special abilities in this world. Even if there were, he would not encounter it. It was too slim. "I was joking," Zhang Kaiyuan said with some embarrassment. "This kid drives a BMW? He's pretty rich." Brother Da didn't mind. He instructed Ma Laosi to drive the car near the entrance of Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop. Then he said to Zhang Kaiyuan, "Zhang Xiaonao, see if they are here." This Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop was a food stall. There was no door in summer, but there was a glass door in winter. The situation inside could be clearly seen from the outside. After Zhang Kaiyuan heard this, he quickly fixed his eyes on Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop and looked carefully. Sure enough, he found the figures of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu originally planned to go out for a stroll. However, because Jing Xiaolu did not eat at night, she was a little weak. Yang Ming had undergone strict special training, so he was fine. Therefore, in order to accommodate Jing Xiaolu, the two returned to the resort restaurant's entrance and drove the car. This gave Zhang Kaiyuan an obvious target to find. They are there, the second table on the right. The kid in blue sportswear and the chick in black windbreaker. Zhang Kaiyuan pointed in the direction of Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu and said to Brother Da, "Oh, this girl looks so pure and pretty. No wonder you spent so much effort to get her. It's worth it." Brother Da couldn't help but nod when he saw Jing Xiaolu. Because Yang Ming's back was facing him, Brother Da couldn't see what Yang Ming looked like. However, Brother Da was not interested in men. What Yang Ming looked like had nothing to do with him. Zhang Kaiyuan thought that he would be able to enjoy Jing Xiaolu's body soon. He couldn't help but laugh. "But all of this is thanks to Brother Da. Don't worry. Leave it to me." Brother Da patted his chest and said, "Ma Laosi, you take people down. You know what to do, right? Just do as we agreed before. As for how to find fault, you can find a reason yourself. You are better at this than me." "Brother Da, no problem. Just watch." Ma Laosi stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel in a big circle. He stopped directly in front of Yang Ming's BMW. After parking the car, Ma Laosi got out of the car with his three underlings and walked into Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton and steamed bun shop. The four of them looked like ruffians and walked like hooligans. So when they entered the shop owner saw the four of them and knew that four troublesome masters had come. He didn't dare to offend them and quickly ran over to greet them. "Little brothers, what do you want to eat?" Scram to the side. Ma Laosi wasn't here to eat. He was here to find trouble with Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. So, he didn't even look at the shop owner and directly pulled him to the side. The shop owner staggered, but he didn't dare to say anything. An honest businessman like him wouldn't dare to offend this kind of street gangster. The shop owner knew very well what the consequences would be if he offended this kind of person. Not to mention that they would come to make trouble and smash his shop every 2 to 3 days. When that time came, his business wouldn't be stable anymore. "Little brothers, is there anything wrong with our hospitality? Please don't be offended. Don't be offended." The shop owner thought that these people were here to find trouble because of the previous service. so he quickly continued. Get lost, old thing. It's none of your business. Ma Laosi waved his hand. Stay aside. We are here to find someone. Oh. When the shop owner heard that they weren't here to find trouble, but to find someone, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, little brothers, please continue with your business. Just tell me what you want to eat. The shop owner still wanted to say something, but when he saw Ma Laosi's impatient face, he immediately shut his mouth and stepped aside. After these four people entered the door, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu noticed them, but they didn't care much. They thought that they were local punks who came to make trouble. Yang Ming didn't intend to meddle in this matter. Who owns that broken car outside the door? Stand up for me. Ma Laosi pointed to the entrance of the restaurant and shouted. Broken car outside the door? As soon as Ma Laosi shouted, the people in the shop raised their heads and looked at the door. They saw two cars parked at the door. One was a new blue BMW, and the other was a white Nissan van that couldn't be more broken. Most of the people who came here to eat didn't drive. They were all nearby villagers, so they just looked up curiously at the car at the door and lowered their heads again. As for the so-called broken car that Ma Laosi mentioned, they naturally thought that it was the broken white Nissan van at the door. Ma, motherfucker, I'm asking you, who owns the broken car at the door? Can't you hear me? Are you deaf? Ma Laosi was anxious when he saw that no one answered. When he was anxious, he stuttered a little. His childhood problem came out again. Chapter 1656. He came here to look for trouble. He originally thought that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu would respond as soon as he spoke. However, when he saw that the two of them were still sitting there without speaking, a surge of anger surged in his heart. Am I being ignored just like that? Aren't they looking down on me too much? It seems that I have to be more ruthless. So, Ma Laosi went straight to Yang Ming's table and slammed the table. The dishes on the table trembled and almost fell to the ground. Look at the two of you. You don't look like some kind of fucking good people. Tell me, the broken fucking car at the door, is it yours? Jing Xiaolu was about to speak, but she was stopped by Yang Ming's eyes. These people came really strangely. As soon as they entered the door, they clamored about who the car at the door belonged to. Then, when they saw that no one answered, they went straight to their table. This made Yang Ming suspicious. The keen insight of an assassin was not a joke. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, these people were coming for him. You were talking to me? Yang Ming didn't know where these people came from, so he decided to tease them and find out more about them. He imitated Ma Laosi's stuttering and replied, The broken fucking car at the door, no, is mine. You fucking dare to imitate me? Ma Laosi glared at Yang Ming, pointed at him, and was about to hit him. I didn't imitate you. I was abducted. Yang Ming shrugged innocently. The broken fucking car at the door is really not mine. No. If it's not yours, then whose is it? Ma Laosi thought. You were abducted by me. That's more like it. If you dare to deliberately imitate me, I will kill you. However, Ma Laosi didn't think about it. Yang Ming was already stuttering when he was abducted before. Why wasn't he abducted after that? How did he become fluent again all of a sudden? How do I know which bastard it is? Yang Ming shook his head. When we came to eat, that broken Nissan van was not parked there yet. I didn't fucking ask you who the broken Nissan van belongs to. I fucking ask you that BMW. Ma Laosi was a little anxious. I really don't know who that broken car belongs to. Yang Ming continued to shake his head. I didn't ask you about that broken car. Why the fuck do you not understand human language? Ma Laosi was angry that was for him. However, most of the customers eating in the restaurant understood Yang Ming's words at this time. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh loudly because of the fierce look of Ma Laosi and the others. Even the shop owner couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he had vented his anger from before. He's calling you a bastard. One of Ma Laosi's followers hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "This kid is clever." He understood and pretended not to understand. What? You're calling me a fucking bastard? Ma Laosi thought about it. This kid kept saying that the broken car was a broken car. So that's what he meant. He's calling me a bastard in a roundabout way. How can I accept this? How can I spare him? Even without brother his previous instructions, I have to kill this kid to vent my anger. I didn't call you a fucking bastard. Yang Ming said innocently. I really didn't. You didn't call me. Then who are you calling? Ma Laosi was a little confused when he saw that Yang Ming was telling the truth. Fourth brother, don't talk nonsense with this little brat. This little brat has a trap in his words. He said that he didn't call your mother. He called you. Ma Laosi's follower was a shrewd person. He immediately saw through the trap in Yang Ming's words. Okay. You really are calling me. Ma Laosi said as he grabbed Yang Ming's collar. You stand up for me. Yang Ming seemed to be inadvertently dodging Ma Laosi's hand. Ma Laosi grabbed nothing, but because he used too much force, his body did not have a foothold, and he almost fell to the ground. However, he slapped his hand into the bowl of mutton steam buns in front of Yang Ming. It was so hot that he quickly pulled it out and kept shaking it. This big brother, what do you want to do? What did you ask me? I have already answered. What else do you want to do? Yang Ming put on an innocent look, but he was overjoyed in his heart. With your skills, you still dare to shake in front of me? Previously, Ma Laosi's stumble seemed to be due to his own carelessness. In fact, that was not the case. Yang Ming had secretly used his hand to gently touch the acupoints on Ma Laosi's leg. As a result, Ma Laosi's leg went numb, causing him to lose his balance. Of course, Ma Laosi naturally did not understand that Yang Ming had such an ability. He just thought that all this was caused by his bad luck. Yang Ming's question reminded Ma Laosi. Yes, I am here to find trouble. There must be a reason, right? So, he said, you motherfucker, do you know or where did you go wrong? I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. You stop the car. It's too much of a hindrance. I have no place to stop. Ma Laosi wanted to finish this reason in one breath, but the more anxious he was, the more he stuttered. This big brother, why don't you let your underlings say it for you? Yang Ming looked at Ma Laosi's strenuous appearance, so he said to him, I'm also anxious when I hear you say this. You also have a hard time saying it, right? When Ma Laosi heard Yang Ming's words, he felt that it was really the case, so he pointed to one of his underlings and said, Qiangzi, you say it. Ma Laosi's underlings were actually anxious. At this time, with Ma Laosi's instructions, Qiangzi immediately jumped out and pointed at Yang Ming. I'm most annoyed by rich people like you. You don't know what to do when you drive a luxury car. Your parking is so troublesome. Do you want to show that you are awesome? Motherfucker, let me tell you. Our boss has no place to park. Do you know that you are blocking our boss's path? Oh, Yang Ming nodded. Qiangzi thought that after his words, this kid would definitely be scared and beg for mercy. But he didn't expect this kid to say oh so calmly. He didn't know if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Isn't he too calm? You tell me. How do you want to settle this? Qiangzi had no choice but to continue. Well, what do you think? Asked Yang Ming. You're a sensible kid. When Qiangzi saw Yang Ming ask this question, he was relieved in his heart. It seems that this kid has encountered too many violent people, so he has become calm and directly entered the negotiation stage. It's okay. Yang Ming nodded. When Qiangzi saw that Yang Ming was so obedient, he was suddenly happy. Now, I will give you two options. One is to give the car to our boss, and then break your hands and legs. Oh, what about the other one? After Yang Ming heard it, he was not nervous and continued to ask. When Qiangzi saw Yang Ming's appearance, he felt that this kid had encountered too many of these kinds of things. He knew that the first condition was often difficult to achieve, but there must be a second compromise condition. It was just that something had to be sacrificed. However, Yang Ming's calmness made Qiangzi a little uncomfortable, so he decided to play with Yang Ming. The other one is that we help you break your hands and legs and then drive your car away. Oh, I got it. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Qiangzi was really stunned this time. Isn't Yang Ming too calm to the point of being scary? Why is he still nodding to such a scary suggestion? In the broken Nissan van outside the door, Brother De's breathing became rapid. His fists that had just loosened were clenched again. The kid you're talking about is him? Brother De pointed at Yang Ming from the window and asked Zhang Kaiyuan. It's him. What's wrong, Brother De? Is there something wrong? Zhang Kaiyuan also felt Brother De's abnormality and asked carefully. Nothing. It's him. It's actually him. Brother De's expression became distorted. Yang Ming, I didn't expect to actually meet you here. Brother De, do you know him? Zhang Kaiyuan did not expect Brother De to actually call out Yang Ming's name. He was suddenly a little shocked. Chapter 1657. Previously, Zhang Kaiyuan did not say Yang Ming's name because he felt that Brother De would not know who he was even if he said it. So, he used pronouns such as that kid instead. However, he did not expect Brother De to accurately call out Yang Ming's name. Could it be that Brother De knew Yang Ming before? Or was he related to Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan was a little nervous. I looked for Brother De to teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, Brother De actually knew Yang Ming. Could he teach Yang Ming a lesson? Don't teach me a lesson instead. That would be a little fucked up. Therefore, after Zhang Kaiyuan asked Brother De if he knew Yang Ming, he waited for Yang Ming's answer anxiously. I know him. Of course I know him. Brother De gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I will never forget him in my life. Brother De, what do you mean by this? Zhang Kaiyuan heard that Brother De's relationship with Yang Ming was not good. It seemed to be very bad. Brother De seemed to hate Yang Ming very much. Only then did Zhang Kaiyuan breathe a sigh of relief and ask tentatively, when I was in the detention center, this kid helped one of my enemies to fight. He gave me a kick and crushed my nose. I will remember this kick. Brother De said bitterly. This Brother De was naturally Yu Xiangde, who was driven out of Songjiang City by Bao Sanli with the help of Ho Jinhan. Of course, Yu Xiangde did not know that Yang Ming was actually Bao Sanli's boss. He did not know that Bao Sanli was the one who drove him out of Songjiang City under Yang Ming's instructions. He had not returned to Songjiang City for a long time, so he naturally did not know the inside information of Songjiang City. His hatred for Yang Ming was only limited to the kick he got from Yang Ming in the detention center. Yu Xiangde didn't even know much about Yang Ming's family background. He had never seen Yang Ming again, so he naturally didn't think that Yang Ming had anything to do with the current Bao Sanli. The moment he saw Yang Ming, all of his old and new hatred surged into his heart. Yu Xiangde would never forget that humiliating kick. In any case, he was a boss-level figure, but he was actually kicked by a little brat to the point that his nose was caved in. Where was he supposed to put his face? How could he endure this? It couldn't be, right? Is this kid very good at fighting? Zhang Kaiyuan listened to Brother De's words and looked at him in disbelief. Brother De, you're not joking, right? Of course I won't joke. How can I joke about such a humiliating thing? Brother De looked at Yang Ming with a murderous gaze. But this kid is a rich second generation. When I squeezed him in the parking lot before, he didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to do anything. However, his subordinate had a bad temper and almost broke my neck bone. Zhang Kaiyuan was still very confused because Yang Ming didn't give him the impression of a powerful person. Instead, he was like a timid rich kid. Could it be that this kid changed his personality after leaving the detention center? He doesn't dare to do as he pleases? Brother De frowned after listening to Zhang Kaiyuan's words. No, it shouldn't be. Brother De looked at Yang Ming carefully again to make sure that he didn't recognize the wrong person. Moreover, Zhang Kaiyuan had also confirmed that this person was undoubtedly Yang Ming. Brother De had no reason to doubt that he recognized the wrong person. How is it? Which one do you choose between these two paths? Changzi finally couldn't help but ask when he realized that Yang Ming was neither anxious nor slow. He didn't seem to be nervous at all. Oh, Yang Ming glanced at Changzi and said faintly, the car is not mine. It's hers. I don't have the right to give it to your boss, said Yang Ming as he pointed at Jing Xiaolu. Then he said, as for breaking my hands and feet, I don't think you have the ability to do so. Changzi had done this kind of frightening thing more than once or twice. Every time, the person involved would be scared witless. If he gave such a scary choice, the person involved would cry and beg him to let him live. How could he be as calm as Yang Ming? Yang Ming's reaction was beyond Chang Zi's expectations. Chang Zi looked at Ma Laosi with some difficulty. Brother Ma, what should I do? This kid is quite arrogant, right? Kid, look at your delicate skin. It should be because you're used to being pampered. Used to it. Ma Laosi glanced at Yang Ming and said, if you don't want to suffer the pain of having your hands and feet broken, then I will give you another choice. What choice? Yang Ming continued to ask with a smile. The girl beside you is not bad. She happens to be the type our boss likes. How about this? You let us beat you up, and then let us take your girl away. Then, we will forget about this matter. Chang Zi saw that Ma Laosi was really struggling to speak, so he quickly spoke first. I see. Yang Ming finally figured out what this group of people was doing here. It turned out that they were here for Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming wondered before. Isn't it just stopping the car? Is there a need to come in and shout so angrily? His car was parked there first, and it did not hinder him in any way. The so-called blocking of his car was simply nonsense. There was no basis at all. Yang Ming didn't believe that they saw that the BMW outside was more high-end and wanted to take advantage of it on the spur of the moment. After all, many people were eating in this shop. How could these guys be so sure that the BMW belonged to Jing Xiaolu and him? Could it be that they are all living gods? Therefore, Yang Ming had some doubts about these people directly finding Jing Xiaolu and himself. When he heard them say that they would give the car to them and then break his legs and hands, he felt that these people had ulterior motives. If they wanted to beat me, they could just do it directly. Why did they say so much nonsense? In the end, Chang Zi finally said the purpose of this group of people, which was Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming had never thought that this matter was directed at Jing Xiaolu, but he felt that this matter was directed at him. But at this moment, he understood that it seemed that he was wrong. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced inside the Nissan van outside the shop. Yang Ming didn't think so much before, so he naturally didn't use his special ability to see the situation inside the car. Now that things had become a little strange, Yang Ming naturally wanted to find out. When Yang Ming's gaze penetrated the steel plate of a Nissan van and fell on the faces of the people in the car, Yang Ming's expression suddenly became a little strange. When he saw that one of the people in the car was Zhang Kaiyuan, Yang Ming had a sudden realization and expected feeling. This guy had always coveted Jing Xiaolu, and he had a grudge with him. It was not unusual for him to find a few people to beat him up and take Jing Xiaolu away. But when Yang Ming saw the other person in the car, he was stunned. This person was actually Yang Ming's acquaintance. To be precise, he was an old acquaintance because Yang Ming had known him for a long time. Although they had never met again, he had a deep impression of him. However, Bao Sanli seemed to have told him that this Yu Xiangda was dead. How did he appear here? Is he the person that Zhang Kaiyuan found? As he was thinking, Chang Zi spoke again. Kid, go out with us. With that said, Chang Zi and another of Ma Laosi's men pushed Yang Ming to the entrance of the steamed bun shop. There were many people in the steamed bun shop, so it was inconvenient to make a move. Chang Zi naturally wouldn't make a move in a crowded place, lest some people call the police. Yang Ming was puzzled when he saw Yu Xiangda, so he didn't mind when Chang Zi pushed him. He also wanted to go out and meet Yu Xiangda to see the relationship between this kid and Zhang Kaiyuan. Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming followed Chang Zi and others out without resistance. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she knew that Yang Ming never did things that he wasn't sure of, so she followed behind Yang Ming with peace of mind. Ma Laosi wanted to push her away, but Jing Xiaolu said, I can walk by myself. Ma Laosi thought that this was the woman that Zhang Xiaonao fancied. It was inconvenient for him to be rough, so he didn't do anything to Jing Xiaolu. He followed Jing Xiaolu out of the steamed bun shop. The customers and the shop owner of the steamed bun shop sighed. It seems that this kid is inevitable to be beaten up, but I don't know what kind of humiliation his beautiful girlfriend will suffer. What a pity. However, no one dared to speak up for these big hooligans like Ma Laosi. They were afraid that they would be implicated. After all, These people were ordinary people. How could they be the opponents of those hooligans? Chapter 1658. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu followed Ma Laosi out. Yang Ming was going to knock on the window of the Nissan van to let the two acquaintances inside come out and meet each other. But before Yang Ming could knock on the window, the door of the Nissan van opened, and a person jumped out. When Yu Xiangde saw Yang Ming coming out of the steam bun shop, he couldn't hold it anymore. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He wanted Yang Ming to pay the price. The price for giving him a kick in the past. For the hatred of Bao Sanli, Yu Xiangde could endure, but for the hatred of Yang Ming, this little brat, Yu Xiangde felt that he didn't need to endure at all. Otherwise, he would simply be a coward. With his current strength, he was afraid that he couldn't beat Bao Sanli. But for Yang Ming, such a weak individual character, what reason did he have to be afraid? It should be him who was afraid of him. Therefore, Bao Sanli could no longer control his emotions. He directly opened the door and jumped out of the car. "Brother Da, what are you doing?" Zhang Kaiyuan was shocked by Brother Da's action. He subconsciously lowered his head, afraid that Yang Ming outside would see it. However, after Brother Da got out of the car, he closed the door again. This made Zhang Kaiyuan breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't expose himself, it didn't matter if Brother Da got out. Since Yang Ming and Brother Da had a grudge before, Yang Ming would not suspect him this time. When he forcefully pushed Jing Xiaolu down, Yang Ming would only blame it on Brother Da. Zhang Kaiyuan was wishful thinking, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to have a special ability. He already knew that he was in the car, so it was a waste of effort to hide. "Yang Ming, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Yu Xiangde got out of the car with a cold face and sneered at Yang Ming. That kick was very fierce. As Yu Xiangde said this, he subconsciously touched his nose as if the pain and humiliation of the past appeared in front of him again. His hatred for Yang Ming had deepened to another level. "Hee, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Yu Xiangde?" Since Yu Xiangde got out of the car himself, Yang Ming didn't intend to reveal the fact that he already knew that Yu Xiangde was in the car before. He pretended to be surprised and looked at Yu Xiangde. After all, it would be troublesome if Yu Xiangde became suspicious, although Yang Ming wasn't afraid of trouble now. "Hee, little brat, you still recognize your master, Yu?" Yu Xiangde was a little surprised when he saw that Yang Ming recognized him. He and Yang Ming only met once in the detention center. He could remember Yang Ming because the pain and humiliation that Yang Ming brought to him were unforgettable. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Ming to remember the person who was kicked by him. But Yu Xiangde didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Yang Ming had a good memory. This saved Yu Xiangde the trouble of explaining. Previously, Yu Xiangde deliberately emphasized the kick because he wanted to remind Yang Ming of his identity. He was afraid that Yang Ming didn't know who he was. "I always remember the kind of person who forgets the pain after the scar is healed. I'm going to give him a more profound lesson next time." Yang Ming looked at Yu Xiangde with some contempt and said, "Fuck." Yu Xiangde spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. "Little brat, you are quite arrogant, huh? Today, your master Yu is here to settle the score with you. I'll let you know how wrong that kick of yours was." "Really?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "It seems that you haven't learned your lesson. Bao Sanli drove you out of Songjiang City. Instead of being an honest person, you started to act arrogantly again. Stop your fucking nonsense." Although Yu Xiangde was surprised that Yang Ming knew that he was driven away by Bao Sanli, he didn't feel that it was particularly strange. This was not a secret. As long as one knew some people in society, they could understand the details. "Ma Laosi, you guys go and break this kid's legs and hands." Okay." Ma Laosi was stunned. Previously, he said that he would just beat up Yang Ming casually. The words of breaking his legs and hands were just to scare Yang Ming. He didn't expect Brother Da to really order them to do so. However, after hearing the conversation between Brother Da and Yang Ming, the two of them should have a lot of hatred before, so Ma Laosi quickly responded. He waved at Xiangzi and the others and said, "Do it." Ma Laosi raised his fist and smashed it at Yang Ming. Xiangzi also raised his leg and kicked at Yang Ming. Bang, 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 bang for sounds. Before Yu Xiangda could see what happened, Ma Laosi and his 3 men were all lying on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. It was just 4 little punks. It was easy for Yang Ming to deal with them. If Yang Ming wanted to, he could kill them in an instant. They were not on the same level as Yang Ming. Yu Xiangda was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of his men were lying on the ground like corpses. I haven't seen what happened, and it's already over? Isn't Yang Ming's skill too terrifying? With this kind of skill, I still want to teach him a lesson. Am I not courting death? Yu Xiangda finally felt that something was wrong this time. No wonder Yang Ming always had a lazy look and didn't care about anything. It turned out that he was fearless. He wasn't afraid of anything at all. Yu Xiangda, I find that you have a bad memory. Yang Ming looked at Yu Xiangda with some regret. I can see that you are enduring hardships and recruiting a group of underlings to try to make a comeback. But I have to say that you don't know your own limits. There's a saying that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but what if he can't take revenge in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years? If he can't take revenge, will he still take revenge? When you see me, the first thing you should do is to run away quickly, instead of pretending that you're now very badass and could take revenge on me. That will only make you die faster. Yu Xiangda's face turned red and white because of Yang Ming's words. He was not reconciled. Yes, he was not reconciled. Obviously, I brought people to trouble Yang Ming, and I was about to get revenge. How did the whole situation suddenly reverse? Yang Ming became so powerful. He killed 4 of my underlings in an instant. Now it is Yang Ming who is threatening me? Is it really so difficult to take revenge for me? Yu Xiangda looked at Yang Ming with bloodshot eyes. He now didn't believe that he had failed. It was already so difficult to take revenge on Yang Ming. Is there any hope to find Bao Sanli? Yu Xiangda's breathing became more and more nervous. He refused to accept it. He wanted Yang Ming to die. Finally, the anger and hatred in Yu Xiangda's heart defeated his reason. Yu Xiangda instantly took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you go to hell. This pistol was Yu Xiangda's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not take it out. Only at the most critical moment would he consider taking out this pistol. After all, guns were contraband items. Although Yu Xiangda was in the underworld, this kind of thing would obviously leave a handle for others. He didn't want to publicize it. He bought this from a Vietnamese guy and spent a lot of money. He usually showed it to his brothers and kept it with him. Fortunately, in the few conflicts with others, it was basically a one-sided situation. Yu Xiangda didn't need to take action. A few of Yu Xiangda's underlings beat the other party until they pissed their pants. There was no chance to use the gun. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? Huh? You didn't expect me to have a gun, right? Yu Xiangda looked at Yang Ming, who was a little stunned, and suddenly became proud. This was the feeling he wanted. Seeing that Yang Ming finally didn't have the calm expression of everything under control, Yu Xiangda enjoyed it very much. Chapter 1659. Yang Ming, what's the use of you being able to fight? Can you beat a bullet? Or do you think that your skills are faster than a bullet? Yu Xiangda looked at Yang Ming mockingly. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it even in your dreams, right? You didn't know that I could have a gun, right? I didn't intend to kill you, but you forced me to do so. You forced me to use a gun. You said that you didn't want to take the path to heaven, but instead came to hell. You are rushing to die. Wouldn't it be fine if you let my underlings beat you up and break your arms and legs? You would just become disabled. It would be fine after half a year or a year. But you didn't want to. You wanted to be a hero. Are you awesome? Are you good? Let's see what you can do this time. Zhang Kaiyuan, who was in the Nissan van, was terrified when he saw Yang Ming instantly take down Ma Laosi, Chang Zi, and the other 2. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so strong. He was afraid that Brother Da was not Yang Ming's opponent. He was afraid that after Yang Ming took down Brother Da, he would get in a van and find trouble with him. Even Brother Da was not Yang Ming's opponent. What qualifications did he have to fight with Yang Ming? Zhang Kaiyuan even regretted his impulsive call for Brother Da. Just as Zhang Kaiyuan was remorseful and regretful, he suddenly saw Brother Da take out a pistol and point it at Yang Ming's forehead. This is a real pistol. Although Zhang Kaiyuan had seen pistols on TV, it was his first time seeing one in real life. Brother Da actually has a pistol? Haha, Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming, your death date is here. This sudden turn of events made Zhang Kaiyuan so excited that he almost shouted. He danced in the van and accidentally touched his forehead. However, he didn't feel the pain anymore. This was because the situation in front of him made Zhang Kaiyuan extremely excited. This is too awesome. Zhang Kaiyuan waved his fist. It seems that I was right to call Brother Da. It would be best if Brother Da shot Yang Ming to death, so that he would have one less love rival in the future. As for whether there would be any trouble after Brother Da killed Yang Ming, or whether he would be implicated, this was not what Zhang Kaiyuan was thinking about. Jing Xiaolu was a little nervous when she saw Ma Laosi and Chang Zi surrounding Yang Ming. However, when she saw Yang Ming instantly take down the four of them without any hesitation, her eyes were filled with little stars of worship while she was excited. Jing Xiaolu was a girl who worshipped violence. When she saw Yang Ming's heroic actions, she admired Yang Ming even more. She even had the impulse to hug Yang Ming and kiss him. However, Jing Xiaolu's excitement didn't last long. Yu Xiangda took out his gun and pointed it at Yang Ming. The change made the smile on Jing Xiaolu's face freeze instantly. This was a gun. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yu Xiangda to have such a thing. Seeing Yu Xiangda's crazy look, Jing Xiaolu was completely scared. He won't really shoot, right? Jing Xiaolu subconsciously had the impulse to rush up and grab the gun. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu even understood why Zhou Jiejie made such a stupid move. Don't I have such a thought now? However, although this thought was very strong, it was suppressed by Jing Xiaolu. She was a more rational person than Zhou Jiejie because she remembered what Zhou Jiejie said at the time. She said that even if she didn't block the gun for Yang Ming could still dodge it with his skills. If she blocked the gun, it would be more trouble for him. It was this sentence that made Jing Xiaolu's impulsive thoughts calm down again. When she tilted her head slightly and saw the stunned and strange expression on Yang Ming's face, Jing Xiaolu was more confident in her heart. With Jing Xiaolu's understanding of Yang Ming, if Yang Ming still had such an expression in this situation, it meant that Yang Ming was confident in solving this matter. Yang Ming was a calm person. Since Yang Ming's face didn't have a frightened expression, what was she worried about? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was relieved. In fact, Jing Xiaolu really guessed it right. The reason why there was a stunned expression on Yang Ming's face was that Yang Ming was a little stunned that Yu Xiangda didn't beg for mercy at this moment. He actually wanted to stubbornly take out a gun to deal with him. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't want to die so badly, right? Originally, Yang Ming didn't intend to kill Yu Xiangda, so he didn't kill his four underlings. He just knocked them out. But this Yu Xiangda was stubborn and wanted to kill him with a gun. In Yang Ming's view, this was like a big joke. An amateur with a pistol pointed at the king of assassins. What would the end result be? He didn't even have to think about it to know the result. Never mind an amateur like Yu Xiangda, even an assassin in the same industry was basically courting death by pointing a gun at Yang Ming. What was so great about Yu Xiangda? This result was naturally very tragic. Just as Yu Xiangda was indescribably happy and enjoying the feeling of being high up in the air, another unforeseen event occurred. The pistol that was originally in Yu Xiangda's hand was grabbed by Yang Ming for some unknown reason. The situation immediately reversed. Yang Ming pointed the gun at Yu Xiangda's eyebrows. The smug smile still remained on Yu Xiangda's face, but it froze in an instant. It was fixed there. Yu Xiangda, you are stupid. Really stupid. There's a book called Very Pure and Very Ambiguous. I think you are very stupid and ignorant. Yang Ming looked at Yu Xiangda sarcastically. It seems that you still didn't listen to the previous words. Do you think you're a very badass? You have a pistol in your hand. So what can you do to me? I have to say that you are really hopeless. Although Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming had a foolproof plan, it would be a lie to say that Jing Xiaolu was not worried at all in this emergency situation. Just as Jing Xiaolu was perturbed, she heard Yang Ming preaching to Yu Xianda again. She wondered why Yang Ming would do this. When she took a closer look, she found that Yu Xianda's pistol was magically held in Yang Ming's hand. Jing Xiaolu didn't even see how Yang Ming did it. Just like when Ma Laosi and the other 3 people fell to the ground just now, Yang Ming's skill had reached an incredible level. Yu Xianda was completely dumbfounded this time. Not only was he dumbfounded, but he was desperate. He was not reconciled before, but now he had no more unwillingness. The gap in strength finally made Yu Xianda recognize the reality. The gap between him and Yang Ming was not small. It was simply a world of difference. Yang Ming was right before. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but if there was no way to take revenge in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years, then it was better to give up early. Yang Ming, if you have the guts, then kill me. Do you dare? Yu Xianda knew that he was completely defeated today, so he simply threw caution to the wind. He was sure that Yang Ming and he were not the same kind of people. Yang Ming did not dare to shoot. Yang Ming was a rich second generation with a bright future. If he shot him at this time, even if Yang Ming's family was capable, he would probably have to spend most of his life in prison. You don't have to provoke me. In fact, it's not difficult to kill you, said Yang Ming lightly. Zhang Kaiyuan did not expect that the situation would change completely again. The pistol in Yu Xianda's hand was in Yang Ming's hand. He had not even been excited for 10 minutes. And now there was another tragedy? What kind of person is this Yang Ming? He is so skilled, and he can even snatch a gun so quickly. However, when Zhang Kaiyuan heard Yang Ming say that it was not difficult to kill Yu Xianda, his mind became active again. Originally, he was completely desperate this time. He was prepared to kneel and beg Yang Ming for mercy if he was discovered by Yang Ming. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You should escape first and think about it later. However, Yang Ming said that he would shoot Yu Xianda. Zhang Kaiyuan thought about it again. Isn't this a good thing? If Yang Ming killed Zhang Kaiyuan, he would be charged with intentional homicide. No matter how capable he was, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment, right? In this way, wouldn't Jing Xiaolu become something in his pocket? Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiyuan began to pray in his heart. Yang Ming must shoot and kill Yu Xianda. Then he can go to prison in peace. Ha! It was undeniable that Zhang Kaiyuan was a cunning person. He sold Yu Xianda out in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1660. You open it. You open fire now. Yu Xianda naturally didn't believe Yang Ming's words. The calmer Yang Ming was, the more he thought that Yang Ming was rational and wouldn't dare to shoot him. So, he wanted to provoke Yang Ming. Either Yang Ming let him go, or he would shoot him. Anyway, he had no hope of revenge. There was no meaning in living. It was better to be killed by Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming would be sentenced to life imprisonment or something. He would still benefit. Yang Ming, don't be impulsive. Jing Xiaolu was a little scared this time. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be impulsive and really shoot. Although this kind of hot-blooded feeling made Jing Xiaolu's body boil, Jing Xiaolu also knew that a movie was a movie and reality was reality. Once Yang Ming fired the gun, what awaited Yang Ming would be a prison sentence. Don't listen to his nonsense. You must not shoot. Hee, Xiaolu, don't you think that this person deserves to die? Yang Ming looked at Yu Xianda and asked Jing Xiaolu. He deserves to die. Naturally, someone will take care of him. But if you kill him, you will be breaking the law. Jing Xiaolu didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. Since he deserves to die, then he can die. As Yang Ming spoke, he naturally pulled the trigger. Yu Xianda opened his mouth without warning. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he slowly fell to the ground. Yang Ming's angle of shooting was very artistic. It didn't make Yu Xiangda's forehead splash with blood or brain matter. It didn't make her feel disgusted at all. Yang Ming was afraid that Jing Xiaolu would be disgusted after seeing it, so he deliberately chose such an angle. For Yang Ming, as an assassin, this was a very easy thing to do. He shot. He really shot. Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes in horror. Yang Ming, why did you shoot? Did you really shoot him? Well, I didn't expect your endurance to be so strong. You don't feel much fear when you see this person die in front of you. Yang Ming was a little surprised by Jing Xiaolu's reaction. He thought she would scream. Why would I be afraid if this kind of scum died? I couldn't be happier. Jing Xiaolu frowned and said, But what are you going to do? You shot and killed someone. The police will come to arrest you in a while, right? What's wrong with you? Why are you so impulsive? I'm so angry. Jing Xiaolu was really anxious. She grabbed Yang Ming's clothes and shook it. Why are you so worrisome? What am I going to do if you get caught? What about Sister Meng Yin and the others? Say something. He was going to shoot me first, so I naturally killed him. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, Aya, you're not a police officer. You can't kill him even if he shot you. Jing Xiaolu said angrily, How about this? You give me the gun, and I will wipe off your fingerprints. Then you will say that I shot him. After Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, she was going to grab the gun in Yang Ming's hand. What are you doing? Xiaolu. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so strong. She actually had the idea of going to jail for him. This made Yang Ming's heart tremble, and a burst of emotion surged into his heart. What do you mean, what am I doing? Give it to me, quickly. It will be too late if you're late. You still have so many things to do. I am alone. It's nothing. Take care of my grandmother for me. If I am not sentenced to death, you can come and see me often. Jing Xiaolu became more emotional as she spoke. She even shed tears. In fact, she was reluctant to be separated from Yang Ming, but a belief that she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming supported her. Okay, Xiaolu, I know your thoughts. Thank you. Yang Ming took a deep breath. This Yu Xiangda didn't die in vain. At least, I understand your feelings for me. Yang Ming originally thought that Jing Xiaolu's love for him was not so steady. After he went to Yunnan, Jing Xiaolu would gradually forget him, but he didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be like this. Today's incident also showed Jing Xiaolu's firm thoughts. Yang Ming, are you kidding me? Jing Xiaolu was so angry that she laughed. At this time, you're still joking? Xiaolu, don't be afraid. It's okay. Yang Ming squeezed Jing Xiaolu's little hand and comforted her. How can it be okay? Jing Xiaolu was a little puzzled. So many people saw it. Although the place where you killed him is relatively unlucky, you came out with this guy's underling from the steamed bun shop before. So many people saw it. When they investigate, they will definitely suspect you. That's right. They all saw it. It was Yu Xiangda who came to trouble me. Then it's easier to handle. Yang Ming smiled. Speaking of this, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhang Kaiyuan in the Nissan van. He naturally understood that Yu Xiangda's appearance here was definitely related to Zhang Kaiyuan. This kid is quite sinister. If I don't know Kung Fu, then wouldn't I die here today? Jing Xiaolu was also taken away by him. Yang Ming could imagine what would happen at that time. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's anger surged into his heart. He looked into the Nissan van, but he saw Zhang Kaiyuan excitedly making a phone call. Hello, is this the Jiduan City Police Department? I want to report a murder case in the alley next to Father Wang's Xian-style lamb steam bun shop near the Immortal Resort. Come quickly. This kid actually called the police? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Wasn't this Yu Xiangda found by him? While he was thinking, he saw Zhang Kaiyuan talking to himself. Brother Da, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be involved when I asked you for help. But it's okay. You died for a reason. It just so happens that the police arrested Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu is mine. Haha. Brother Da, I will burn more Joss paper for you. Don't blame me. When Yang Ming saw what Zhang Kaiyuan said, he was angry and amused. He felt that it was not worth it for Yu Xiangda. This Yu Xiangda died a little too miserably. He died for no reason. It seemed that he died in Yang Ming's hands, but in fact, it was Zhang Kaiyuan who took his life. However, Yang Ming was very annoyed by Zhang Kaiyuan's sinister actions. This kid actually wanted to frame him at this time and then take over Jing Xiaolu. How could Yang Ming let him live? He casually raised his hand and suddenly fired a shot. How could the thin door of this broken van block a bullet? Yang Ming shot Zhang Kaiyuan's crotch. Zhang Kaiyuan immediately screamed and fainted from the pain. Yang Ming's shot was very accurate. It directly destroyed Zhang Kaiyuan's penis. Yang Ming would definitely not show mercy to such a person. Yang Ming, why did you shoot again? Is there someone else in this van? Jing Xiaolu also heard the gunshot and Zhang Kaiyuan's screams. She looked at the van in horror. Zhang Kaiyuan is inside. He was the one who found Yuxiangda. Yang Ming said faintly, "This kid is not a good person. When he saw that I killed Yuxiangda, he wanted to call the police to arrest me and take you. So, I killed him directly." At this time, Jing Xiaolu did not have time to think about how Yang Ming knew about this matter. At this time, she subconsciously believed Yang Ming's words. She was most worried about how Yang Ming would deal with the aftermath. However, just as Jing Xiaolu was worried, Yang Ming leisurely picked up the phone and dialed Xia Bingbao's number. "Brother Xia, I am Yang Ming," said Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, what's the matter?" Xia Bingbao knew that Yang Ming would never take the initiative to call him when there was nothing going on. Therefore, he was used to Yang Ming's phone calls. He knew that Yang Ming would not call for no reason. "I am now at the Immortal Resort. A former enemy shot me," said Yang Ming. "What? Are you okay now?" Xia Bingbao quickly asked before Yang Ming finished speaking. The current Yang Ming was a national treasure. He could not afford to have any accidents. The trip to Yunnan was just around the corner, but such a thing happened. "Are you injured?" "No, I killed him. One of his accomplices tipped him off, so I injured him." Yang Ming said, "I guess I was a little frightened." About the mission. Chapter 1661. "Okay, stop. I think you're doing well now." Xia Bingbao was shocked when he heard Yang Ming talking about the mission. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not go. In fact, Xia Bingbao also knew that this mission was a narrow escape. Xia Shui going was decided by the old man at home. He couldn't change it. The old man's thoughts were different from his own. He thought that Xia Shui should go and experience it. Otherwise, she would be too inexperienced to be a criminal police captain at such a young age. However, Xia Shui was considered a person in the system. It was natural for her to go. However, for Yang Ming, it was not very fair. Yang Ming could not be regarded as a full-time employee. He was a college student with a good life. Wasn't it a bit cruel to let him perform this kind of mission? However, Xia Bingbao had no choice. After all, this was a major event to eliminate evil for the people. Once you practice some evil techniques, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this had a bit of a sci-fi feeling of Resident Evil's human mutation, it was actually happening in front of him. Xia Bingbao had also personally experienced the matter of elder use sucking human blood to practice. "It's just a joke," Yang Ming said faintly. "I promised you. I will naturally go." Ugh. Yang Ming's calm tone made Xia Bingbao's eyelids wet in an instant. However, Xia Bingbao still resisted his emotional changes and said, "You brat, you got into trouble again. Let me clean up your butt. Tell me your specific location. I will send someone to deal with it." Hee. Yang Ming naturally noticed Xia Bingbao's emotional changes, but he didn't say much. Jiduan City, in a small alley next to Old Man Wang's Xian-style lamb and steam bun shop near the Immortal Resort. "I will let our people in Jiduan City go over." Xia Bingbao listened and hung up the phone. "Yang Ming, who are you calling? What mission is there? What are you talking about?" Jing Xiaolu waited for Yang Ming to hang up the phone. Then she asked with some doubts, "Can this person help you? You will know when you see it." Yang Ming smiled. "Then we'll just wait here? Wait for the police to come and arrest us?" Jing Xiaolu felt that her and Yang Ming's behavior was a bit silly. Wait here to be arrested after killing someone? Not running away? It's not certain yet. Yang Ming glanced at the Nissan van and said without any worry, How could Xia Bingbao let Zhang Kaiyuan and Yu Xiangda off when they attacked him? I have an important mission now. These two people still want to kill me. After Zhang Kaiyuan is killed by Xia Bingbao, his end will not be good. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Could it be that the police will arrest them instead of you? They're the victims. You're wrong. I'm the victim. Yang Ming shrugged and said, he was the one who wanted to kill me. This, Jing Xiaolu said in her heart. It's true that they wanted to kill you, but you can't kill them in turn. While the two were talking, there was a harsh siren in the distance. A standard police car and a black Audi A6 with a civilian license plate stopped in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the row of passes under the A6 windshield and knew that this car belonged to him. It seemed that Xia Bingbao's reaction speed was really fast. He actually arrived at the same time as the police. Zhang Kaiyuan was the one who called the police first. However, Yang Ming also knew what kind of organization he was in. It was not surprising that the reaction speed was fast. A man in a black suit and sunglasses quickly jumped out of the Audi and walked quickly to Yang Ming. He looked at Yang Ming against the mobile phone screen while walking. Yang Ming could see his photo on the mobile phone screen in the man's hand with his special ability. It seemed that Xia Bingbao sent it to him. After checking, the man in the black suit confirmed that there was no mistake and said enthusiastically, Mr. Yang, I was sent by Captain Xia. My name is Li Ji. Can I see your ID? Yang Ming sighed in his heart about Li Ji's cautiousness. After checking the photo, he still had to check his ID. However, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming also understood and readily handed his special ID to Li Ji. Li Ji quickly flipped through it and returned it to Yang Ming. He could see the authenticity of the ID as soon as he held it in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I'm sorry. I'm also following the rules. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand. Sorry to trouble you to come over so late. It's my duty. Captain Xia told me that Mr. Yang is a key protection target. There can't be any accidents. These little punks don't have eyes. They actually wanted to shoot. I think they don't want to live anymore, said Li Ji. Brotherly of the 5 men lying on the ground, one was shot in the head and is dead. The other 4 are just unconscious. The people in the car are seriously injured and unconscious. What do you think should be done now? The Jiduan City Police received a call from Xia Bingbao. This case was taken over by his people. They only came over to assist Li Ji with the case. Send the injured to the hospital first. Check the identity of the dead. Li Ji said, lock up the unconscious first. Wait for me to interrogate with Mr. Yang. Yes, brotherly. Several police officers began to deal with the scene according to Li Ji's instructions. Jing Xiaolu was dumbfounded by the sight. Who the hell is this Li Ji? After he came, he settled the case in a few words. The police seemed to be assisting him. The strangest thing was that he actually asked Yang Ming to show some kind of ID. After Yang Ming showed his ID, the two people seemed to have become close comrades on the front line. Moreover, Li Ji actually said that he would interrogate the unconscious people with Yang Ming. Does Yang Ming have his power? Mr. Yang, where are you going now? Do you think we should interrogate these people now? Or do you want me to send you back to rest? Asked Li Ji. I won't be going to the interrogation. You could just ask. The reason is actually very simple. I accompanied my girlfriend to attend a class reunion. There was a man who had a crush on my girlfriend in the past. He was the guy who was shot in the lower body by me. He found a few people in the underworld to teach me a lesson. Then, he caught my girlfriend and gave her to the man. As a result, the gangster that the man found had a grudge with me. I kicked him in the detention center, so he wanted to kill me with a gun. As a result, the gun was snatched by me and I killed him. Yang Ming briefly explained what happened. It turned out to be like this. Although Li Ji was curious about what Yang Ming was doing in the detention center, he didn't ask much. Anything was possible in their line of work. Maybe Yang Ming was going undercover. I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with the follow-up matters. I won't be going. I'm going back to the Immortal Resort now. Yang Ming said. Then I'll send you back, said Li Ji quickly. You don't have to send me back. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I can go back by myself. I have a car here. Mr. Yang, Captain Xia gave me a death order to protect your safety. I must escort you safely to the hotel, said Li Ji firmly. This isn't necessary, right? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. It's such a short road. I can walk by myself. This is a mission, Li Ji said firmly again. Captain Xia ordered me to do so. Yang Ming was really helpless. He had to say, how about this? Let me call Brother Xia. That works too. Li Ji nodded. Mr. Yang, I received the order to protect your safety. If Captain Xia doesn't agree, I really can't go. Please forgive me. It's okay. I understand. Yang Ming nodded understandingly. Li Ji naturally had to listen to Xia Bingbao. Only Yang Ming didn't have to abide by this strict iron discipline. He was more casual. None of the official staff members didn't follow orders. As Yang Ming spoke, he took out the phone and dialed Xia Bingbao's phone number. Xia Bingbao quickly connected. Yang Ming, how is it? Has Li Ji rushed over? He's here. It has been solved, but he said that you asked him to protect my safety? Yang Ming asked with a bitter smile. Yeah, you brat. You are either assassinated or shot every day. I'm scared. Don't die before we go to Yunnan. I have already reported this to the higher-ups. How am I going to report this to them if you die? Xia Bingbao said with some annoyance. Chapter 1662. This. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Well, I admit that I exaggerated the facts before. I am fine. You brat, if I don't teach you a lesson, you will start to fool me. Xia Bingbao laughed after listening. You give the phone to Li Ji. I will talk to him. Okay, wait a minute. Yang Ming gave the phone to Li Ji and said, Brotherly, you answer the phone. It's from Brother Xia. Captain Xia. Li Ji quickly took the phone and said respectfully, I am Li Ji. Li Ji, have the things over there been dealt with? Asked Xia Bingbao. Everything has been dealt with properly. Li Ji said, Mr. Yang is safe and sound. Okay, you can go back. Xia Bingbao said, Yang Ming's skill is much better than yours. He doesn't need your protection. Okay, Captain Xia. Li Ji was not angry and responded directly. Li Ji naturally knew that Yang Ming was a very important person in the organization. Otherwise, Xia Bingbao would not be so nervous. Yang Ming's skill could be seen from the people lying on the ground before. Li Ji did not doubt this at all. Okay, you can return the phone to Yang Ming, said Xia Bingbao. Yes, Captain Xia. After Li Ji finished, he handed the phone to Yang Ming again. Mr. Yang, Captain Xia is looking for you. Yang Ming nodded and took the phone. Brother Xia, is there anything else? You brat, you better behave yourself. Don't make any mistakes, Xia Bingbao said with some warning. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I am fine. Yang Ming smiled. This has nothing to do with me being well-behaved. It is others who take the initiative to provoke me. And if someone attacks you, just kill them. Don't leave any trouble behind. Xia Bingbao said, but don't use this privilege. I am just afraid that after you leave, if your enemies don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will be detrimental to your family. I understand. I know my limits. Yang Ming was naturally not a murderous demon. Up until now, Yang Ming had killed people who deserved to die. They all had a reason to die. As for the innocent, Yang Ming would not do anything to them. It's good that you know. I won't say anything else. Take care, said Xia Bingbao. He was quite familiar with Yang Ming's temperament, so he wasn't worried that Yang Ming would mess around. Take care, Yang Ming said and hung up the phone. Mr. Yang, then I will leave first. This is my business card. If there is anything, please contact me at any time. This Jiduan city is my territory. Li Ji waited for Yang Ming to put away the phone. Then he handed a business card to Yang Ming and said, All right. Yang Ming nodded and thought about it. He also took out a business card and handed it to Li Ji. This is my contact information. There is no job title printed on it, only a contact number. Yang Ming's business card was more casual. It only had a name and phone number, which was similar to a white card. It doesn't matter, Li Ji took the business card with a smile and carefully put it away. Then I will leave. Contact me by phone, said Yang Ming. Li Ji didn't say much. He turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming with a handsome look. Yang Ming, am I dreaming today? Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head. What does that Li Ji do? Also, who is that Captain Xia? After Jing Xiaolu waited for Li Ji to leave, she had too many questions to ask Yang Ming. How come the matter was solved when he came? Li Ji belongs to a national secret service agency. Captain Xia is his immediate superior. Of course, he is also my superior, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to tell Jing Xiaolu about these things, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen today by chance. Yang Ming had no choice but to reveal his identity. In the current situation, if he wanted to hide anything from Jing Xiaolu wouldn't give up. With Jing Xiaolu's intelligence, she wouldn't believe him even if he just told a few lies. At this point, Yang Ming might as well be frank with Jing Xiaolu. He believed that Jing Xiaolu wasn't a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. If he told her to keep his secret, she wouldn't tell Chen Mingyan and the others. What? He is also your immediate superior? Doesn't that mean that you are also an agent? Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Really? I killed Yu Xianda directly, and I'm still standing here. Do you think it's true? Yang Ming shrugged. Yeah, it turns out that you are an agent. You are actually an agent. There really is such a profession. Jing Xiaolu exclaimed with some excitement. I was wondering why you were so calm. It turns out that you have special privileges. In other words, you can kill whoever you want to kill? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu and shook his head helplessly. If I had another identity as the king of assassins, theoretically, I could kill whoever I wanted to kill. However, how can the identity of an agent just kill people casually? Xiaolu, we also have discipline. This Yushanda is not a good person. He wanted to kill me first, so I had to kill him. Yang Ming explained. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to kill Yushanda before. It was only after Yushanda took out his pistol that he had the thought of keeping him alive. People like Yushanda were too vengeful. Even if he let him go this time, he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts in a short time. However, no one could guarantee that this guy would be tempted again after a long time. Then, he would retaliate against Yang Ming or attack the people around him. Then, it would be too late for Yang Ming to regret. Especially when he was about to go to Yunnan, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't leave any future troubles for himself, so he had to eliminate the source of trouble. So that's the case. But this is also very cool. Jing Xiaolu said, Yang Ming, why didn't you tell me before? This is also confidential. Yang Ming had to say, this time, you're also involved. There is no other way. So, I'm the only woman who knows your secret? Jing Xiaolu was a little surprised when she heard Yang Ming's words. There is one more, but you don't know her. Yang Ming pointed to Wang Xiaoyan. Her profession is similar to mine. She is also an agent. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yang Ming to have such a woman. Not an agent, but the nature of the work is similar, said Yang Ming. Oh, that is to say, among your normal women, I am the only one who knows your secret. Jing Xiaolu continued to say narcissistically. Ugh, you can say that. Yang Ming nodded with a bitter smile. He. After Jing Xiaolu got a positive answer from Yang Ming, she began to giggle. Why weren't you afraid just now? Yang Ming changed the topic. He didn't want to be entangled on this topic. If he could change the topic, Yang Ming wouldn't have to reveal that he went to Yunnan. I was also in the underworld before. I saw a lot of fighting and slashing people. I saw blood almost every time. What is there to be afraid of? I still feel that my blood is boiling, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat after hearing it, but he also understood. Wasn't he used to fighting? But Jing Xiaolu was more ruthless than him. Get in the car. Let's go back. This meal is worth it. Yang Ming sighed and asked Jing Xiaolu to get in the car. Right? Why don't you ask Li Ji to escort us back? Jing Xiaolu thought of Li Ji and said with some disappointment. Escort? Why do you want him to escort us? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu strangely. How cool is it to let his car open the road in front? Once the flash is turned on, the alarm is sounded. How awe-inspiring, said Jing Xiaolu. Ah, Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to ask Li Ji to send them back because of this. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so awe-inspiring about this? Chapter 1663. However, after Yang Ming pondered for a moment, he was relieved. Jing Xiaolu was such a person. She worshipped money and power, and she was a little vain. Although it was not a good habit, if she really changed one day, Yang Ming would really not be used to it. Jing Xiaolu was Jing Xiaolu. She would say what she liked without any hypocritical concealment. Yang Ming liked her very much. Anyway, I think it's very impressive. This time, when we go back to the resort, the classmates will be so envious after seeing it, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and helplessly. I feel nothing. Of course you feel nothing. You were originally in the privileged class. Jing Xiaolu said, Yes, since Li Ji's car can be loaded, can your car be loaded too? Or can you load my car? Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Li Ji really has something to do, and you are just pretending? Okay. I won't pretend anymore. When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she did not force it. If you want to pretend, then it's up to you. It seems that the escort company's car can also be loaded. Later, I will ask Bao Sanli to get you a permit. Don't get caught. Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu was a little disappointed, so he said this. Really? That's great. Jing Xiaolu said with some excitement after hearing it. Yang Ming thought, am I helping the tyrant? Jing Xiaolu seemed to see through Yang Ming's thoughts. She said, don't worry. I won't use it indiscriminately. At most, I will find a place where there is no one to enjoy myself. Then, aren't you sick? Yang Ming was speechless after listening. I like it. What about it? Said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu started the car and drove in the direction of the immortal resort. Because of the previous conflict, the two were not in the mood to eat. Although Jing Xiaolu seemed to be a little excited on the surface, it could be seen that she was still a little scared from her trembling hands holding the steering wheel. At least, she still had some lingering fear. Many times, it was like this. She did not feel anything at the time, but the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. When Yang Ming killed Ji Shueisheng for the first time, it was also like this. At that time, she was fine, but she felt uncomfortable when she returned home. Are you okay? Asked Yang Ming. Are you scared? Me? How can I be scared so easily? Jing Xiaolu was scared. After all, a person died. Moreover, if Yang Ming did not snatch the gun back then, if Yushanda shot Yang Ming and took her Xizhang Kaiyuan, Jing Xiaolu was very clear about the result. Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu refused to admit it, so he did not say anything more. He just smiled. Right, Yang Ming, I heard you mention a mission before. You're going to Yunnan. You're going to perform a mission? Jing Xiaolu suddenly remembered what Yang Ming mentioned when he called Captain Xia. And Yang Ming hesitated and nodded. I thought you didn't remember. I didn't expect you to remember. How can I not remember? I'm not amnesiac. Jing Xiaolu frowned. Yang Ming, what mission are you going to perform? It's nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Some things have to be kept secret. Oh. Jing Xiaolu listened to Yang Ming's explanation and snorted reluctantly. If you can't say it, then forget it. Yang Ming was silent. Things had reached this point. Although Yang Ming did not want to hide it from Jing Xiaolu, he would hide it for a while. Since Jing Xiaolu had not found anything wrong, he did not need to say anything more. It would be best if Jing Xiaolu did not know. Yang Ming did not speak. The atmosphere in the car immediately became cold. Jing Xiaolu drove attentively. In her heart, she was wondering what mission Yang Ming had. No! Jing Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed. Yang Ming, do you want to hide something from me? Hide it from you? What do you mean? Yang Ming was stunned by Jing Xiaolu's sudden exclamation. Yang Ming, tell me, is your mission very dangerous this time? Jing Xiaolu braked and stopped the car. She turned her head and looked directly at Yang Ming. She asked, "Dangerous? Why do you say that?" Yang Ming had to admire Jing Xiaolu's keen intuition. He did not say a word, but she could guess the danger of this mission. "It's because I remembered something you said before. You said, 'I promised you, so I will naturally go.'" Jing Xiaolu said, "Yang Ming, you don't have to hide it. You know the meaning of this sentence better than me. If there is no danger, why would you say that so seriously?" This, Yang Ming thought, it can't be right. You can analyze so much in such a sentence. This is too. However, Yang Ming had to admit that Jing Xiaolu's analysis was very reasonable. If others said the same thing, he could not guarantee that he would have similar thoughts. "Am I right?" Jing Xiaolu did not give Yang Ming a chance to think and asked, "Well, in this case, I will not hide it from you." Yang Ming sighed and decided not to hide it, but to tell the truth. Yang Ming knew Jing Xiaolu's temperament. If he did not explain it clearly today, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not give up. She would definitely investigate openly and secretly. If everyone knew about it at that time, it would be even more of a loss. So, it was better to talk to her and let her keep it a secret. "You really have something to hide from me." Jing Xiaolu was only suspicious before, but she was not sure. However, Yang Ming admitted it at the moment, so Jing Xiaolu no longer doubted it. "Let's drive first. Let's go back to the room and talk, okay?" Yang Ming looked at the place where Jing Xiaolu's car was parked. It was not a good place to talk. Although it was a relatively remote place at night with no passing cars, it was not a place to talk, so he said, "Then you can't lie to me." Jing Xiaolu glanced at Yang Ming and said, "You don't want to think about how to lie to me on the road, right?" "Why would I?" Yang Ming touched his chin. "Since I have decided to tell you the truth, then I will not lie to you." "Well, this is what you said. Pinky promise." As Jing Xiaolu said this, she stretched out the little finger of her right hand and pointed it at Yang Ming. "This okay?" Yang Ming also reached out and pulled Jing Xiaolu's pinky. "Pinky promise can't be changed for 100 years. Whoever changes is a bastard," Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and didn't know what to say. Is this what a child does? Who could be restrained by this? However, Yang Ming still pretended to pull her pinky. "You also say it once." Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming didn't say it, so she reminded him unhappily. "Do I still need to say it?" Yang Ming was a little stunned. "Of course you have to say it too. Pinky promise is a matter of two people. Both of you must say it for it to be effective," said Jing Xiaolu. "Okay, I will say it," Yang Ming said helplessly. "Pinky promise can't be changed for 100 years. Whoever changes is a bastard. Okay?" Okay. Jing Xiaolu seemed to have gotten a guarantee. She happily started the car again and went in the direction of the resort. This time, the car was parked downstairs in the villa building. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu got out of the car and went upstairs. When they passed by Bai Hai and Guxin Yao's room, Jing Xiaolu wanted to knock on the door to inform them that she and Yang Ming had come back, so they didn't have to go out. As a result, she heard a sound coming from the room. Jing Xiaolu suddenly blushed. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming didn't approach, nor did he think much about it. When he saw Jing Xiaolu knock on the door but suddenly return, he asked with some doubts. "No, nothing." Jing Xiaolu blushed and shook her head. "Oh." Yang Ming glanced in the direction of Bai Hai's room with doubts, and then he understood. Through the door panel of Bai Hai's room, Yang Ming naturally saw what was going on in the room. "I didn't expect Guxin Yao to be really crazy." Yang Ming glanced and quickly withdrew his gaze. This matter was really not good to look at. Chapter 1664. Let's go. We don't care about the two of them. They are really troublesome. How long has it been? Yang Ming said to Jing Xiaolu somewhat speechlessly. And when Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she naturally knew that Yang Ming had discovered the secret in the room. Although she wondered how Yang Ming found out, she didn't ask much. The two people returned to their room. This time, Jing Xiaolu was much more casual. She took off her coat and hung it up. She lay on the bed lazily. It's more comfortable to go back to the room. And Yang Ming went to wash his hands and then poured himself a cup of hot water. Yang Ming, can you say it now? What mission are you going to perform? Jing Xiaolu sat up straight and asked impatiently. You said that you will tell me when you come back. I thought you forgot again. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's serious look now. It was difficult to connect it with the relaxed look when he first entered the room. I just stretched before, Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming, tell me quickly. Do you have something to hide from me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Indeed, I am going to perform a mission, and there is a certain danger. Is there only a certain danger? Jing Xiaolu frowned doubtfully. If that's the case, why did you say it so solemnly? You even said that I promised you. I will naturally go. I said this because this mission is special. I must go. No one else can. Yang Ming said, so if I don't go, this mission will be difficult to complete, so there's only a certain danger, but it is not very serious? Asked Jing Xiaolu. This is the case. But although there's only a certain danger, I don't want you to have a psychological burden after knowing it. So I haven't said it. Yang Ming said, you asked me about it today, so I told you. But you should keep it to yourself. I don't want you to tell Chen Mingyan, and the others know about it too. It's okay to keep it a secret. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Why do I have a feeling that you are deliberately simplifying things? How could this be? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm not too sure about the details of the mission, so this is all I can say for now. Really? Jing Xiaolu frowned and began to carefully think about Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming didn't disturb her. He knew that Jing Xiaolu didn't quite believe it and needed some time to digest it, so he waited for her to think it through before speaking. Something's wrong, Jing Xiaolu suddenly said. Yang Ming, your mission this time is definitely not that simple, right? Don't lie to me. This mission is indeed not simple. I didn't lie to you. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu still didn't believe his understatement, but he didn't know why Jing Xiaolu was so sure. Yang Ming, why did you transfer the company's shares to me, Bao Sanli, and Ho Jinhan? Jing Xiaolu finally thought of what she felt was wrong. It's just that Yang Ming has been behaving abnormally recently. Yang Ming inexplicably began to treat her well and transferred most of the company's shares to her name. Such an abnormal move was not something that the previous Yang Ming could do. If there was no reason, why would Yang Ming give her the shares? She wasn't Yang Ming's woman yet. Why did he give her the shares? Jing Xiaolu didn't think so much before. She was just immersed in the happiness of love. Now that she thought about it carefully, the problem was very big. There was only one reason why Yang Ming did this. That was to make arrangements for her. Perhaps Yang Ming already knew that his mission this time was very dangerous. He might not be able to come back, so he made arrangements for her in advance. Although she didn't really become Yang Ming's woman, the two of them knew each other and liked each other. Yang Ming left her a part of the shares. This explanation could be explained, however. Thinking of the terrible words of making arrangements for the future, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but tremble. According to her own guess, if it was true, then wouldn't Yang Ming, tell me. Did you already know that your mission was very dangerous and you might not be able to come back, so you gave us the company's shares in advance? Jing Xiaolu jumped up from the bed and looked at Yang Ming nervously. Her voice became a little sharp because of anxiety. It turns out that this matter has aroused your suspicion. Yang Ming didn't expect that even a wise man would make a mistake. He didn't think too much about the company's shares. As a result, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan found a flaw. Now it was Jing Xiaolu. It seemed that he was still too arbitrary. It might be better if this matter was carried out slowly. Sure enough, Yang Ming, is your mission really dangerous? Jing Xiaolu's heart sank after hearing Yang Ming's words. She was more convinced of her guess. You can say that. Yang Ming had no possibility of hiding at the moment. It's a 90% chance of survival. Then you still go. Jing Xiaolu was suddenly anxious. Yang Ming, are you stupid? It's such a dangerous thing. Others don't go. Why do you still want to go? Someone has to go. If I go, I have a better chance. Yang Ming said faintly. It's a 90% chance of survival for me. If others go, it's a 90% chance of survival. Huh. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but be amused. Look at the situation now. You are still joking. Xiaolu, since we have already talked about it here, then I might as well tell you something. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, I know your feelings for me. How should I say it? I should like you very much. But you are different from Ming Yin and the others. Their dependence on me is far beyond imagination, so I won't tell them until the moment I leave. I am the same as them. How am I different? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but interrupt. You listen to me first. Yang Ming made a gesture to calm her down. After all, nothing has happened between you and me. After I leave, the company will be left to you. I hope that you can start a new life in the future. This is also the reason why I have been avoiding and unwilling to have a further relationship with you. As for Chun Mingyan and the others, I also prepared money for them that they can't spend in a lifetime. They are willing to stay and wait for me. I can't change them. If they don't want to wait one day, they can also start a new life. Yang Ming continued, but with my understanding of them, I am afraid that they will keep waiting. Why? Yang Ming, do you think that I'm the kind of person who easily falls in love with someone else? When Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming say this, she finally couldn't help but say, Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, can tell you clearly that the only man I really like in my life is you. What right do you have to say that about me? Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so anxious. He quickly explained, I'm not saying that about you. I just think that we haven't reached that point yet. You should be more open-minded, forget me, and start a new life. That's what you think, not what I think. Jing Xiaolu stubbornly raised her head and looked straight at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, although I, Jing Xiaolu, am not a real man, I will keep my words. Let me be more open-minded. Okay, what do you mean? Yang Ming suddenly found that Jing Xiaolu's eyes were a little scary and asked quickly. Jing Xiaolu didn't answer. She directly pounced on Yang Ming and began to tear the clothes on Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming, I want to be like Sister Ming Yin and the others today. Jing Xiaolu didn't know where the courage came from. She was worried about this and that before, but at this moment, she didn't think about anything. She just wanted to be Yang Ming's woman to express her feelings. Xiaolu, calm down first. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so crazy. No, Yang Ming, kiss me. As Jing Xiaolu spoke, she took the initiative to kiss Yang Ming. How is this letting Yang Ming kiss me? It's me taking the initiative. Chapter 1665. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Jing Xiaolu, but he was worried about his trip to Yunnan, so he had been keeping a distance from Jing Xiaolu. But now, facing the passionate Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming also had a feeling that he couldn't help himself. Xiaolu this. Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed by Jing Xiaolu's sudden behavior. Don't talk. Jing Xiaolu didn't allow Yang Ming to say anything more. She kissed Yang Ming's mouth fiercely. After Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao finished their high-intensity exercise, they took a shower. Bai Hai suddenly remembered that Yang Ming came to find him before. He suddenly exclaimed, Xinyao, Brother Yang just called us. Ah, then why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Xinyao was anxious when she heard it. Right? Didn't we say before that I would go back to the bathroom in my room and then go out? How long has it been delayed? Yeah, it has been more than 2 hours. Brother Yang and Xiaolu must be impatient. I told you when I answered the phone before. You didn't hear it clearly, Bai Hai said with a bitter face. Why are you blaming me again? Really? Gu Xinyao was embarrassed when she heard Bai Hai's words. Okay, don't say anything. Hurry up and get ready to find Brother Yang and the others. Otherwise, if Brother Yang blames me, I can't bear it. Bai Hai said and quickly put on his clothes. You still want to talk about it? If you didn't answer such a call, it wouldn't be like this. Gu Xinyao said, we are an old married couple. If Brother Yang and Xiaolu knew, they would be embarrassed. How can they meet later? What's wrong with being an old married couple? Brother Yang will only be happier if he sees that we have a good relationship. Bai Hai said, you should hurry up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Why are you touching up your makeup? Brother Yang and the others can't dislike you. Okay. I'm almost done, Gu Xinyao said. The two people dawdled for more than 10 minutes before they finished dressing up. Bai Hai didn't dare to delay. After he went out with Gu Xinyao, he went straight to Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu's room. Running to the door of Yang Ming's room, Bai Hai was about to knock on the door, but he was stopped by Gu Xinyao. Wait, what's wrong? What are you doing? Bai Hai turned his head with some doubts and looked at Gu Xinyao inexplicably. What else? Listen, what's the sound inside? Gu Xinyao pointed to Yang Ming's room. Oh, is there any sound? Bai Hai was stunned. He didn't notice it before. This time, when Gu Xinyao reminded him, Bai Hai listened carefully. Sure enough, he heard a subtle and strange movement in the room. At first, Gu Xinyao was afraid that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were talking about something important, so she didn't let Bai Hai disturb them directly. She planned to see the situation first. However, after listening carefully, she clearly heard what the sound in the room was. Bai Hai wasn't stupid. He immediately realized something. The strange sound in Yang Ming's room had just appeared in his own room, so he was not unfamiliar with it. Brother Yang and Xiaolu wouldn't be doing that, right? Gu Xinyao whispered with a blush. What do you think? Bai Hai was also a little embarrassed. Only we are allowed to do that, but others can't. You still have reason? If I didn't remind you, you would have knocked on the door like a fool. At that time, even if Brother Yang didn't say anything, Xiaolu would hate you. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Bai Hai nodded in agreement. You reminded me twice in a row today. It seems that I have to bring you around often in the future. Otherwise, I might make a mistake at any time. You still know? Gu Xinyao said, I thought that you wanted to break up with me after you became powerful. I know that I'm not beautiful. You used to be a little punk, so it's fine. But now, Xinyao, what are you talking about? How can I break up with you? Although Bai Hai had such thoughts before, now he had given up on it. Even if you agree, won't Brother Yang and Xiaolu kill me when they know? You can spare me. I'm still afraid that you will break up with me. Are you telling the truth? Although Gu Xinyao knew that what Bai Hai said was not necessarily true, she was still very happy to hear it. Of course it's true. Bai Hai swore to God. If I say half a lie, I will let Brother Yang kill me. What does it have to do with Brother Yang whether you are telling a lie or not? Gu Xinyao glared at Bai Hai. Bai Hai laughed twice. What are we doing now? Are we waiting at the door? Are you stupid? If you wait like this when Brother Yang and Xiaolu come out, they will think that you are eavesdropping on them. Aren't you looking for trouble? Gu Xinyao said angrily. You are really slow to react. I think that without me by your side to watch over you, you will offend Brother Yang and Xiaolu sooner or later. Then let's go back to the room. Bai Hai was not annoyed and smiled. Gu Xinyao nodded. I want to do it again. Me too. Bai Hai hugged Gu Xinyao and quickly went back to his room. Yang Ming, I didn't lie to you, right? It's my first time, Jing Xiaolu said as she looked around on the bed sheet. I didn't say that you lied to me. Yang Ming was a little speechless. When I said that I wanted you to keep me as a mistress and told you that I was a virgin, you didn't seem to believe it. Jing Xiaolu said. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. It wasn't that I didn't believe it. I just didn't want to keep you as a mistress. What about now? Jing Xiaolu asked unyieldingly. Now you can keep me as a mistress. My company has been given to you. I have no money. Yang Ming shrugged. That's fine too. No matter who is keeping who, my purpose has been achieved. Yang Ming, you are not allowed to treat me differently from Sister Meng Yin and the others in the future. You go to Yunnan. I will wait for you to come back. Jing Xiaolu felt very happy now. In the past, she saw that some people posted on the internet were depressed and sad after losing their virginity. However, it did not appear in her at all. Instead, she felt relaxed as if she had completed a major event in her life. Okay, since it had developed to this point, Yang Ming naturally would not persuade Jing Xiaolu to do something meaningless. However, What Jing Xiaolu did today really touched Yang Ming. Although she was a little silly and stubborn, this was the Jing Xiaolu that he knew. Once she set her mind on something, she would not turn back. You're going to Yunnan to perform a mission. I won't persuade you. This must be your decision after careful consideration. I know it is useless to persuade you, Jing Xiaolu said solemnly. However, let me tell you, you now have a woman who cares about you. Before you do anything, you have to think about us first. We are all waiting for you to come back. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Yang Ming hugged Jing Xiaolu in his arms and smiled tenderly. I promise Brother Xia to carry out the mission, but if my life is really threatened, I will still choose to run for my life. I'm not a suicide squad, so I will naturally do what I can. With your words, I am relieved. Jing Xiaolu nodded. You never do things that you're not sure of, right? Yeah. Yang Ming was hesitant in his heart. Am I sure? It seems that I'm not sure at all. Yunnan is Elder Yu's territory. After I go, can I still come back? Then I will help you keep a secret in front of Sister Mengyan and the others. Although Jing Xiaolu was worried about Yang Ming's dangerous character, becoming Yang Ming's woman made Jing Xiaolu more excited. In particular, Yang Ming had many secrets that only she knew. Even Qin Mengyan did not know. I will find a chance to talk to Qin Mengyan about your matter, but it may not be now. Don't mind. Yang Ming didn't want to make any family disputes before he left. Even if he left, he would not feel at ease. It's okay. I understand. Jing Xiaolu didn't care much about this. It is not too late to talk about it when you come back. I will go and build a good relationship with Sister Mengyan and the others first. It is good that you can understand. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaolu, thank you. Aya, what are you thanking me for? It is so corny. Do you still need to say this between us? Jing Xiaolu frowned. Yang Ming, I'm a little hungry. What about you? Chapter 1666. Isn't this nonsense? We haven't eaten anything, and we have been doing physical work here for so long. How can we not be hungry? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Do you want to go out and eat some supper? Jing Xiaolu suggested. This time, we won't be so unlucky to meet someone who is looking for trouble, right? Okay, I'm hungry too. I will call by Hai and see if they're done. Yang Ming smiled and said, It has been so long. I guess they should be done, right? As Yang Ming said this, he picked up the internal phone on the bedside table and dialed the phone number of Bai Hai's room. Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao were having their second battle. Suddenly, they heard the phone ring. Bai Hai was shocked. Why is this phone ringing again? Don't care about him. Gu Xinyao was excited. Why would she care about the phone? It can't be Brother Yang, right? Or should I pick it up? Bai Hai asked with some worry. Impossible. I just went to Brother Yang's room. You didn't hear what Brother Yang and Xiaolu were doing. How could it be them? Gu Xinyao denied. That's true. Then I won't pick it up. Bai Hai nodded and no longer cared about the phone ringing. He continued to fight with Gu Xinyao. No one picked it up. Yang Ming frowned in doubt. Did these two people go out by themselves? Who knows? Jing Xiaolu said. Do you want to try calling the phone? Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone and dialed Bai Hai's mobile phone. However, after the busy tone came from the phone receiver, Yang Ming was shocked to find that there was no signal in this villa. Since his mobile phone had no signal, then Bai Hai's mobile phone must have no signal. Do you have a signal on your mobile phone? Yang Ming asked Jing Xiaolu. No signal. Let me take a look. Jing Xiaolu took the handbag on the bedside table and took out her mobile phone. She glanced at it and said, I don't have it either. There seems to be a screen in this villa. Forget it. I'll call the room again. Yang Ming had no choice but to call Bai Hai's room again. Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao didn't expect that the phone wouldn't stop ringing. It just stopped ringing, and now it started ringing again. It's so annoying. Bai Hai, why don't you pick it up? Gu Xinyao was annoyed by the ringing of the phone. Okay, I'll pick it up. Bai Hai leaned over and picked up the phone. Hello? Bai Hai, where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone before? Yang Ming didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect Bai Hai to pick up the phone. However, before Yang Ming waited for Bai Hai to answer, he heard Gu Xinyao's strange cry, these two. Don't tell me they're not done yet? This was too powerful. Brother Yang, I didn't hear it just now. But I didn't expect that this phone call was really from Yang Ming. He was shocked and quickly explained, I didn't hear it before. When I want to pick it up, it hung up by itself. What are you doing? Yang Ming probably guessed what Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao were doing, but he was still a little puzzled and doubtful. Aren't these two people powerful enough? Isn't it a bit against common sense? Bai Hai didn't dare to lie. Although he hesitated, he still said, Xinyao and I are doing that. You two are really powerful. It has been more than 3 hours. Yang Ming sighed. Okay, I admit defeat. Bai Hai smiled bitterly in his heart. Well, more than 3 hours. We were done before, but when we went to your room door, we heard something that we shouldn't have heard. As a result, we were impulsive again. Who can we blame? However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. Bai Hai didn't dare to say this. If he said it, Yang Ming would know that he heard it. Wouldn't he punish him? I took a break in the middle. Bai Hai explained. Okay, you two hurry up. Xiaolu and I are going to eat some supper. If you two can finish it within 10 minutes, come over. If you can't finish it, we won't wait for you. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Wait, Brother Yang, we will definitely come over in 10 minutes. However, before Bai Hai finished speaking, there was a busy tone on the other side of the phone. When Gu Xinyao heard Bai Hai call Brother Yang, she didn't dare to move. She listened carefully to Yang Ming's words. She didn't care about anything else. She quickly got up from Bai Hai's body and quickly put on her clothes. What are you shouting for? Brother Yang still thinks that we haven't finished yet. Bai Hai glared at Gu Xinyao. Today is really embarrassing. You're still talking about me. Didn't you want it too? If you don't want it, I'm the only one who can shout. Gu Xinyao immediately retorted after listening. You didn't let me answer the phone before. That phone call was from Brother Yang. Bai Hai was speechless by Gu Xinyao, so he had to change the topic. Okay, don't blame this and that. Hurry up and find Brother Yang. Gu Xinyao was too lazy to argue with Bai Hai, so she quickly put on her clothes. Bai Hai thought that this was the case, so he quickly put on his clothes. The two people went out of the room one after another and quickly ran to Yang Ming's room. When they came to Yang Ming's room, they just saw Yang Ming and Xiaolu coming out of the room. They suddenly ran over with some embarrassment. Brother Yang, sister-in-law Xiaolu. You two are fast this time. Yang Ming glanced at Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao. Bai Hai gave a hollow laugh and couldn't explain anything. Let's go. Let's go out and eat something, said Yang Ming. The four people went downstairs together, but they saw Jing Xiaolu's BMW parked in front of the villa building. Bai Hai was a little surprised. Brother Yang, have you gone out before? And I went out for a while. Yang Ming nodded. When the two of you don't have a head, you can go out and walk around first. Bai Hai didn't expect Yang Ming to have gone out before, so he was a little embarrassed. Get in the car. Take Xiaolu's car. Yang Ming didn't say much and instructed Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao. It was still Jing Xiaolu who drove out of the Immortal Resort and came to the nearby snack street. Yu Xianda's white Nissan van had been driven away, and the street was calm again. When Yu Xianda was shot by Yang Ming, no one saw it because it was in the alley, so it naturally wouldn't cause any impact. Do you still want to eat that mutton soup? Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu didn't stop after passing by the previous Old Man Wang's Xian-style mutton soup shop, so he asked with a smile, I don't want to eat anymore. Let's go to another place this time. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. How about we go to eat barbecue? Okay, I don't mind. Bai Hai, what about you? Yang Ming turned and asked. We both like to eat everything. We don't abstain from certain foods. Bai Hai said quickly. Okay, then let's barbecue. Jing Xiaolu parked the car next to a barbecue food stall not far away. The four people got out of the car and ordered something to eat. Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao were also hungry. They didn't eat much before, so they consumed more physical strength than Yang Ming. So at the moment, they didn't care about their image and began to devour the food. Jing Xiaolu was worried that Yang Ming was on the side, so she didn't look too bad. However, her appetite wasn't very big, so she was full after eating some. They didn't drink. After filling their stomachs, Bai Hai got up to pay the bill. Boss, how much is it? The boss glanced at Bai Hai and looked at the BMW parked at the door. Then, he pressed a few buttons on the calculator and said, "A total of 4,800. Bai Hai was stunned when he heard 4,800. "How much?" "4,800, the boss repeated. "Boss, did you calculate the wrong amount? The things that we want are at most 200 yuan. Bai Hai looked at the shop owner with some astonishment. "Yes, it is 4,800. The boss frowned and said impatiently, "Why? You can afford a BMW, but you don't have money to pay the bill?" Chapter 1667. This isn't a problem with the car. It's the bill that is wrong. Bai Hai also frowned. "Show me the bill." "Here." The boss handed a bill to Bai Hai. He was not afraid that Bai Hai would check it. Bai Hai took the bill and picked it up to look at it. However, with a single glance, he realized that something was wrong. How did the mutton skewers become 20 yuan per skewer? Wasn't 2 yuan on the menu before? As for the chicken necks, they had increased in price from $3 to $50, and the chicken wings had increased in price from $5 to $80. As for the other miscellaneous items, they had either increased in price by 10 times or more than 10 times. In short, the price of the items had increased by at least 10 times. "Boss, how did you calculate this bill? The mutton skewers were obviously 2 yuan per skewer. How did it become 20? And this chicken neck, wasn't it 3 yuan? Why did you write 50 yuan? Bai Hai pointed at the number on the bill. 2 yuan for the mutton skewers? Who told you that it was 2 yuan? If it was 2 yuan, I wouldn't even be able to cover the cost. The shop owner rolled his eyes and said, "The mutton skewers in my shop are originally 20 yuan per skewer. Did you see it wrong? Or did you imagine it? Show me the menu again." Bai Hai's face was a little gloomy. He didn't feel anything before. He just thought that the boss had miscalculated the bill. But now he vaguely guessed something. This boss probably wants to blackmail me, right? The shop owner took out a menu without a care and handed it to Bai Hai. "The price is clearly marked. It's fair. Look at it yourself." Bai Hai took the menu and flipped through it. But he found something wrong with the first page. Although the printed version of this menu looked exactly the same as the one he had ordered before, the price tag on it had doubled. It was clearly written that the mutton skewers were 20 renminbi per skewer, the roasted chicken neck was 50 renminbi per skewer, and the other items were also priced at double the price, which matched the price on the shop owner's bill. Did I really see it wrong before? Bai Hai narrowed his eyes. No, even if I saw it wrong, when I ordered, Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and Gu Xinyao should be able to see it, right? If this restaurant was so expensive, it was impossible for everyone to not have any objections. "Xinyao, come here." Bai Hai reached out and called Gu Xinyao over. Gu Xinyao saw that Bai Hai went to pay the bill, but he didn't come back after a long time. He looked at the bill and the menu. She suddenly felt embarrassed. It's rare to treat someone. Why is he so stingy? Looking at the bill of the bill. Because of the distance, Gu Xinyao couldn't hear the conversation between Bai Hai and the shop owner. At this time, Bai Hai's bill. "What are you looking at? What's there to see? Hurry up and pay the bill. Don't let Brother Yang and Shalu laugh at you." Gu Xinyao said, with some embarrassment. She thought to herself, "Is Bai Hai pestering me because of a few dollars difference in the bill? If Brother Yang and Jing Shalu knew about it, wouldn't they laugh at me? Xinyao, there's a problem with this bill. Take a look at it first." Bai Hai insisted. "What's there to see?" Gu Xinyao took the menu and bill. After glancing at it, she frowned like Bai Hai. "What? This meal cost more than 4,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Look at the menu again. I remember that when I ordered the mutton skewers, it was 2 yuan per skewer. How did it become 20 yuan now?" Bai Hai pointed to the menu in Gu Xinyao's hand and said, "I thought I remembered it wrong, so I'll let you take a look. It was originally 2 yuan. Gu Xinyao opened the menu and saw that the price of the mutton skewers had become 20 yuan. Although Gu Xinyao wasn't short of money now, she couldn't just spend it casually. If it was 3 or 5 yuan, Gu Xinyao would be too lazy to waste her breath. However, this barbecue cost 4,008 yuan. Wasn't this a joke? What did they eat? Seafood and abalone? Boss, what do you mean? Are you trying to blackmail us? Gu Xinyao was now sure that the shop owner wanted to blackmail them. This was often exposed in the newspaper and on the internet. After the tourist attractions ate, they began to blackmail tourists. A meal that was originally a few hundred yuan would become a few thousand yuan in an instant. Blackmail? Blackmail what? The price is clearly marked on the menu. I don't cheat anyone. You came to eat, and you ordered the dishes. It proves that you agreed with the price on the menu. How can you say that I'm blackmailing you? The shop owner's face looked like he had everything under control. In fact, the boss had used this trick to blackmail many foreigners who came here for vacation. It was always satisfying. These people had a common characteristic. That was, foreigners were not willing to cause trouble when they went out. Most of them were rich, and they didn't lack these few thousand yuan. Therefore, although these people were very angry, they were not willing to be entangled in the end. They thought that the boss was a local, and he also had a lot of power in the local area. As a result, the foreigners were naturally not the opponents of the locals. The boss grasped this mentality, so he was satisfied again and again. The boss prepared 2 sets of menus. One was for the locals, and the other was to cheat the foreigners. The boss saw that Bai Hai and the others came in a BMW with a foreign license plate, so he decided to blackmail these people. Although the locals who ate in the restaurant knew that the boss was blackmailing Bai Hai and the others, no one was nosy and came out to speak. Who would care about this kind of thing? It had nothing to do with them. If they stood out, they would offend the restaurant owner for no reason. Moreover, everyone was from the same village. They would see each other frequently, so they were embarrassed to destroy other people's business. You prepared 2 sets of menus. The one you showed us before wasn't this menu. Gu Xinyao said, "You show me the previous menu." "What previous menu?" The boss glared and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm doing business here. It is fair and reasonable. How can there be 2 sets of menus? I think you want to renege on your debt after eating." "I really don't want to renege on your debt, but if I want to renege on my debt, what can you do?" Gu Xinyao was also angry. She was not a kind person. She was also a bully on the school road. Now, Bai Hai was doing well, and he had Yang Ming and Bao Sanli in Songjiang. It could be said that in Songjiang City, who dared to offend Gu Xinyao? This small barbecue shop owner actually wanted to blackmail her. How could Gu Xinyao not be annoyed? "How about it? If you don't pay, don't think about leaving today." The shop owner bared his teeth and shouted to the kitchen, "Zhang de Peo, go unlock their car." "Got it, boss." From the kitchen, a fat man with a fierce face came out. He held a car tire lock in his hand and walked directly to the door of the food stall. He reached out and locked Jing Xiaolu's BMW. Then he pulled out the key, returned to the food stall, and handed the key to the shop owner. Gu Xinyao didn't expect to meet a more overbearing person this time. In Songjiang City, no one dared to be like this with her. This small village next to Jiduan City was actually so overbearing. She asked someone to lock her car. "Little girl, you tell me this time, are you going to pay or not?" The shop owner sneered and held the key in his hand. He had a posture that said, "If you don't pay, don't think about driving away." Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu didn't pay much attention to the matter between Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao. The 2 people just had a relationship, and they were very close. It wasn't until Gu Xinyao and the boss quarreled that the boss asked someone to lock the tires of the car outside that Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu noticed the problem. Chapter 1668. However, Yang Ming didn't stand up. This kind of problem could be dealt with by Hai first. If it couldn't be dealt with, it wouldn't be too late for him to deal with it. Boss, right? Bai Hai's eyes also became cold. Before doing anything, it's best to consider the consequences. Don't do something that you will regret. Before blackmailing others, you should first weigh the other person's identity and see if they are someone you can provoke. "Oh, you're threatening me?" When a shop owner heard Bai Hai's words, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He had heard this kind of words too many times. These tourists who were blackmailed by him came from all over the world. Some of them were very powerful in their local area. But here, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. This was his territory. He had the final say. It's considered a threat. Bai said faintly. Haha, I'm really not afraid of threats. There are many people who threaten me. I have heard this kind of threat more than 100 times. But now? The shop owner laughed unscrupulously. Now I'm still standing here. I don't care what your identity is or how powerful you are. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving if you don't pay. Do you believe that I will smash your shop? Bai looked at the shop owner and said faintly. This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. Smash the shop? Why don't you try? Let's see if you can still leave this village standing. The shop owner smiled coldly and said to the kitchen, DePeo, bring them out. As soon as the shop owner's voice fell, the fat man named Jean DePeo, who came out to lock the car, came out with 4 or 5 punks. They surrounded Bai and Gu Xinyao in the middle. Why? Do you still want to smash the shop now? The shop owner looked at Bai proudly. The reason why the shop owner was so fearless was because he had these people in his kitchen. Among the tourists who were cheated here, there were quite a few who were difficult to deal with. However, when they saw the burly Jean DePeo leading a group of young men out of the restaurant, they all gave in and left after paying the money. So this was the reason why the shop owner dared to make a move on Bai, Yang Ming, and the others. Bai had some confidence in dealing with Jean DePeo alone. After all, Bai was also a punk. Sometimes, fighting didn't rely on pure strength and sturdiness, but skills. So if Bai fought with Jean DePeo alone, there shouldn't be a problem. However, Jean DePeo was not alone. There were 4 or 5 hooligans beside him. It was obvious that they were all veterans in fighting. Bai did not have much confidence in winning. For a time, Bai's face became uncertain. If this was Songjiang City, he could call a car full of people and directly destroy this barbecue food stall, but now... Since you want to be smashed so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Bai didn't speak, but another voice sounded. It made the shop owner, Jean DePeo, the punks, and the diners in the food stall turn their heads at the same time. The person who spoke was Yang Ming. When Yang Ming saw Jean DePeo come out with a few punks, he knew that Bai wasn't their opponent. It seemed that he had to do it personally. So he stood up and slowly walked in the direction of Bai and the shop owner. He said as he walked, everyone saw it. When the time comes, you could be a witness. It was a shop owner who asked me to smash his shop. Although these diners didn't dare to offend the shop owner, they didn't know where Yang Ming came from. Since Yang Ming dared to say such big words, he must have something to rely on. So, the diners didn't dare to speak. They lowered their heads and decided to side with whoever was more powerful. Before the winner was decided, it was better not to speak. Yang Ming just said it casually. He didn't need these people to be a witness. What reason did he have to smash someone's shop? The reason was just a psychological comfort before doing evil. Kid, I think you're tired of living, right? After the shop owner saw that Bai didn't speak, another troublemaker appeared. After thinking carefully, he came to the conclusion that Yang Ming was the leader of this group. Look at you, kid. You are the one who has the final say, right? In a word, the meal is paid. You can leave now. Yang Ming didn't care about the shop owner at all. He walked directly to Jean DePeo and looked at him. He said faintly, You are Jean DePeo, right? You're the one who locked my car, right? Yang Ming didn't wait for Jean DePeo to speak. He directly reached out and grabbed Jean DePeo's throat. He lifted him up from the ground. I will give you 1 second to unlock my car. Cough, cough. Little bastard. I'll fuck your mother. Jean DePeo's throat was grabbed by Yang Ming. He had difficulty breathing and immediately coughed violently. Let go of me. I will fucking kill you. What are you guys waiting for? Do it. The moment Yang Ming grabbed Jean DePeo, the shop owner and Jean DePeo's underlings were all dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would really dare to make a move. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. Yang Ming looked much thinner than Jean DePeo. However, he could lift Jean DePeo with one hand. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person. After receiving Jean DePeo's order, Jean DePeo's underlings came back to their senses. They fiercely pounced on Yang Ming and raised their fists to start a fight. Yang Ming didn't let go of Jean DePeo. He didn't even look at the direction where the underlings were coming from. He only extended a leg and casually blocked a few times in the air. The underlings fell to the ground at the same time and cried for their parents. Yang Ming had just killed someone, so he didn't want to be too ruthless. He only gave a small punishment and broke the bones of these people. Yang Ming's move stunned the shop owner. Jean DePeo, who was scolding people, was also stunned. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming knocked down the other 5 punks. The shop owner didn't even see what was going on. These people were already lying on the ground. No matter how stupid the shop owner was, he knew that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Jean DePeo's kung fu was much better than his underlings. What did you say to me just now? You scolded my mother? Yang Ming's hand that was grabbing Jean DePeo still didn't move. He didn't even look at the underlings who were crying for their parents. Instead, he looked straight at Jean DePeo and asked, No, I didn't. Jean DePeo's cold sweat dripped down. Underlings like him bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw that Yang Ming defeated 5 of his underlings, Jean DePeo lost his temper. He was even a little scared. He didn't know how badly the 5 underlings were injured, but from their miserable cries, it was probably not light. He was the leader, and he had just scolded Yang Ming. Wouldn't he be in danger? Punk. Yang Ming pressed Jean DePeo heavily against the wall. The wall directly hit the back of Jean DePeo's head, causing Jean DePeo's head to bleed. Fortunately, Jean DePeo's head was quite thick, so he didn't die from the hit. I'll ask you again. What did you say to me just now? Asked Yang Ming. I said I fucked my mother. Jean DePeo was about to cry. Go and open my car. Yang Ming let go of his hand. He was too lazy to argue with him. His good mood was ruined by Jean DePeo. Jean DePeo sat on the ground. Although he was scared, he didn't dare to delay when Yang Ming asked him to open the car. He turned to look at the shop owner. The shop owner quickly passed the keys to Jean DePeo. Jean DePeo didn't care about the pain at the back of his head. He rolled and crawled to the door and opened Yang Ming's car. Then, he quickly ran back. Brother, I opened it and Yang Ming nodded. It was slower than 1 second, but I'm too lazy to argue with you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Jean DePeo quickly said gratefully. He was sullen. He was already like this, but he still had to thank the person who hit him, who asked him to be stronger than him. It had to be said that Yang Ming's previous move had completely shocked Jean DePeo and the shop owner. They thought that they had met the national mixed martial arts champion. Wasn't this skill too nimble? Chapter 1669. You're welcome. Yang Ming glanced at Jean DePeo and said faintly, Okay, now that the car lock is unlocked, let's discuss the matter of smashing the restaurant. Yang Ming moved a chair and sat on it. Then, he looked at the restaurant owner and Jean DePeo. The restaurant owner originally thought that after Yang Ming beat up his underlings, the matter of him unlocking the car lock would be over. He didn't expect Yang Ming to not forget about the matter of smashing the restaurant. Why? Didn't you let me try smashing it before? You don't want to let me try now? Yang Ming looked at the restaurant owner and said sarcastically, No, big brother. You see, we didn't have eyes. We didn't know that a master like you was here, and we wanted to scam you for your money. You're magnanimous. Don't be calculative with us. The restaurant owner said carefully, Big brother, look, can we waive the bill for this meal? Waive the bill. Why didn't you say that before? Yang Ming didn't give him any face at all. My friend has already warned you before. We can talk about it, but you don't want to. You have to beg for mercy when I take action. Tell me, do you have nothing to do? Ugh. The restaurant owner complained in his heart. If I knew you were so powerful before, I would have scammed you. Then, I was really bored. Not only was I bored, but there was also a problem with my brain. I knew that I couldn't win, but I still wanted to find trouble. Isn't this stupid? However, although the restaurant owner thought so, he couldn't say it. He was afraid that Yang Ming would beat him up if he said it. Therefore, the restaurant owner could only say, Big brother, do you want to eat something else? I'm already full. What else do I want to eat? Yang Ming was a little amused. Now, I'll give you 2 options. One is that I beat you and Jean de Peo until you can't move. Then I'll personally smash the restaurant. What else? The restaurant owner quickly asked. The first option was simply asking for his life. The restaurant owner couldn't choose this option. Also, you guys can smash the restaurant yourself. Yang Ming said, to be honest, I'm too lazy to do it. The restaurant owner suddenly smiled bitterly. Why is it still smashing the restaurant? Can you not destroy the shop? What do you think? Yang Ming asked. I say, sighed. The boss sighed helplessly, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Big brother, are you sure that there is no room for negotiation? I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Opportunities are always fleeting. Since you've already missed it, remember this lesson. Yang Ming was not the kind of person who was unreasonable, but the store owner's approach was a bit too much. Bai Hai had already revealed the consequences of continuing to extort the store owner, but the store owner did not listen. Who could he blame? All right, Jean de Peo, do it. A hint of viciousness flashed through the boss's eyes again, but it disappeared in a flash. He waved at Jean de Peo and said, Go get a hammer. Jean de Peo looked at the boss in shock. Boss, are we really going to smash it? If we don't smash it, we'll be smashed by others. Stop talking and go get it. The boss ordered Jean de Peo. Yes, boss. Jean de Peo could only walk to the back kitchen. As for the brothers who were wailing on the ground, Jean de Peo didn't have time to care about them. He couldn't even take care of himself. This big brother, you're really ruthless today. Since you want to destroy the store, fine, then I'll destroy it for you. The boss looked at Yang Ming and said, But I'll give you a piece of advice. Be lenient when you can. Don't go too far. No one can be bad, as all the time. Yang Ming snorted. Naturally, he heard the threat in the boss's words. He wanted Yang Ming to let him go. Naturally, it was self-evident. However, Yang Ming didn't intend to let him go so easily. I think I should give you this advice. Be lenient when you can. I don't know who was the one who went too far. All right, if that's the case, then I won't say anything more. The store owner nodded and shouted at Jean de Peo. Jean de Peo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the hammer. I'm coming, boss. Jean de Peo had been listening to the movements in the back kitchen. When he saw that the boss's words were useless, Jean de Peo understood that he had to make a move today. Dear friends who came to support the store, but the situation in the store today is special. Please leave early. I hope you can forgive us for not being a good host. Everyone, you don't have to pay the bill. I'll pay the bill today. The store owner said to the customers in the store. Many of these customers had already finished eating. They just stayed to watch the show. When they heard that the boss was waiving the bill, they were very happy. They all cheered. Although they couldn't continue to watch the show, it was already good enough. Moreover, if the store was really destroyed, it would inevitably affect them. So, everyone stood up and left. The thoughts in their hearts were different. Some people felt that the boss was too unlucky. Some people sympathized with him. Some people felt that if the boss cheated so much, something would happen sooner or later. Today was a lesson for him. When the last group of customers walked out of the barbecue store, the store owner waved to Jean de Peo and said, Start smashing. Yes, boss. Jean de Peo raised the hammer and began to smash the store. However, he only smashed some unimportant things, such as broken beer bottles and bowls. If you want to smash, do it properly. The store owner also went all out. He picked up another sledgehammer that Jean de Peo took out from the kitchen and swung it directly at the TV at the side. With a loud bang, the LCD panel of the TV broke. The entire TV also fell to the ground with a clang. It was obvious that the store owner was really going all out. Jean de Peo was shocked when he saw this. This was a big LCD panel that cost more than 7,000 yuan. It was broken just like that? In the LCD TV, the LCD panel was the most expensive part. If the LCD panel was broken, the TV had no value in repairing it. Therefore, the store owner did this because he wanted to throw away everything. He didn't think about whether it could be repaired after the event. Jean de Peo also picked up the hammer and smashed together with the store owner. At first, he felt a little psychological burden when he smashed. He felt that he was wasting money. However, after smashing a few times, the desire to destroy in his heart was aroused. He felt that smashing things was so refreshing. As long as he waved his hand, a piece of glass or a bill detector would be broken. This feeling was simply wonderful. In fact, everyone more or less had a desire to vent in their hearts. Once this desire was ignited, it was uncontrollable. The store owner and Zhang Depeo initially smashed the store to deal with Yang Ming. However, in the end, it was entirely because they felt refreshed. They smashed until they were excited and couldn't stop. Okay, it's almost done. Yang Ming looked at the broken pieces of glass in the store and felt that it was almost done. He instructed the store owner, then turned and walked to the door of the store. As soon as Yang Ming left, Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Gu Xinyao naturally wouldn't stay here. They followed Yang Ming out of the door. "Boss, Big Brother asked us to stop. We can stop smashing." After Jean Depeo heard Yang Ming's words, he stopped. Although he felt that he was enjoying smashing, the store was full of money, so he forced himself to stop. "Oh," the store owner responded, but the hammer in his hand didn't stop. It was still flying everywhere. Whatever it saw, it would be smashed. There was another burst of explosion. "Boss, we don't need to smash anymore," said Jean Depeo. "Don't need to smash anymore." The store owner shook his head. "Since you are smashing, then continue. I'm enjoying it." "Ah." Jean Depeo was stunned and looked at the store owner. "What about me?" "You continue too," said the store owner. "If you don't smash, I will smash it myself." "Oh, that's good." Jean Depeo was overjoyed after hearing it. Originally, he didn't enjoy smashing things to his heart's content, so he stopped abruptly. This time, with the store owner's approval, Jean Depeo could finally continue to enjoy it. Thinking of this, Jean Depeo picked up the big hammer in his hand again. Chapter 1670. Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, and the others walked out of the barbecue shop. Jing Xiaolu looked back and unexpectedly saw that the shop owner and Jean Depeo were still smashing the shop. She couldn't help but be surprised. "Yang Ming, why are they still smashing the shop? Did you tell them that they don't have to smash it?" Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He had already seen a conversation between the shop owner and Jean Depeo. He shrugged and smiled. "They are addicted to smashing and can't stop. They are really rich." Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that they have cheated a lot of people in the past few years. They're so rich that they don't feel bad about smashing things. Maybe Yang Ming didn't explain and got in the car with Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Gu Xinyao. "Brother Yang, you are still the best." Bai Hai admired sincerely. "The person I, Bai Hai, admire the most in my life is you." With just a few punches and kicks, those guys were lying on the ground and couldn't move. I was actually a little scared before. I planned to eat a loss and keep the peace. After all, this isn't Songjiang, so I didn't want to argue about this. But I didn't expect Brother Yang to be like a god descending from the sky. "Nonsense, Brother Yang is, of course, better than you." Gu Xinyao said, "If Brother Yang makes a move, is there anything that can't be solved?" "Xinyao, it seems that you like Brother Yang more than you like me." Bai Hai smiled. "That's right. What do you think? If Brother Yang wanted me, I would have kicked you away. However, I don't have Xiaolu's blessing." Gu Xinyao didn't hide her thoughts and said directly. However, Bai Hai wasn't jealous. "You're talking nonsense. If I were as powerful as Brother Yang, would I still look for you?" "What's wrong, Bai Hai? Do you feel that you're losing out by looking for me?" Gu Xinyao glared at Bai Hai. "How can I? I just said it casually." Bai Hai quickly laughed it off. "Okay, you too. How is this a compliment? Why do I feel like it's not a good thing?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Bai Hai laughed dryly, and Gu Xinyao also stuck out her tongue. Jing Xiaolu was not as surprised and excited as Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao about Yang Ming's previous performance. After all, Yang Ming directly knocked out 4 of Yu Xiangda's underlings and took the gun from Yu Xiangda's hands. It was even more frightening. Back at the resort, Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu, Bai Hai, and Gu Xinyao all returned to their respective rooms. Just as he walked to the door of the room, Yang Ming saw Wang Lin in a hurry. Seeing that Yang Ming came back, Wang Lin was a little embarrassed. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. When I went back to the room, I was a little sleepy, so I closed my eyes for a while. When I opened my eyes, I was already here. Little Rand didn't wake me up." "She went to play with her classmates, so I forgot the time. You didn't look for me, right? It's okay. Xiaolu just drove out." Yang Ming said, "If you feel uncomfortable, you can sleep first. It's okay. Then, I'll go back first." Wang Lin was a little sleepy after eating all the delicacies on the table. He didn't know which food didn't match, which led to drowsiness. "It's really okay. You don't have to think too much," Yang Ming said with a smile. After sending Wang Lin away, Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu returned to the room. There was no barrier between the two anymore. Jing Xiaolu took off her clothes casually and said to Yang Ming, "I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to take a shower together?" Although Jing Xiaolu wanted to show that she was very close to Yang Ming, she couldn't help but blush after saying this sentence. "Ugh, you take a shower first. I'll take a shower later." Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. After all, the two of them hadn't reached the level of being honest with each other. They just confirmed their relationship today, so Yang Ming was a little unnatural. "Okay." Jing Xiaolu was relieved, but she was also a little disappointed. She was actually quite nervous. On the one hand, she wanted Yang Ming to refuse. Otherwise, she would feel awkward when she took a shower. However, she also wanted to be with Yang Ming. This kind of mentality was very contradictory. Jing Xiaolu went to the bathroom to take a shower. Yang Ming looked at the bloodstained sheets and called the front desk to ask them to prepare another sheet and send it over. It didn't take long for a waiter to knock on the door. Yang Ming confirmed that the bathroom door where Jing Xiaolu was closed before he opened the door for the waiter. "Hello, sir. This is the sheet you want." The waiter handed the flyer to Yang Ming. "Ugh, how much is it?" asked Yang Ming. "Don't you want to change it? Just give us the dirty sheets," said the waiter. "Ugh." Yang Ming sweated and said, "The previous sheet has been thrown away. I will pay you how much this is." "Is that so, sir?" The waiter was also somewhat inexplicable. He thought, "Why did you throw it away when it was dirty? You are really a rich person. You don't understand the life of a rich person." However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He just said politely, "I really don't know about this. How about this? I will ask and tell you." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and signaled that the waiter could leave. Then, he took the sheet back to the room. Yang Ming changed the sheet. As for the piece that was replaced, Yang Ming folded it and put it aside. He didn't know if Jing Xiaolu had a hobby of collecting things. Yang Ming didn't dare to dispose of it casually. Yang Ming turned on the TV and watched for a while. Jing Xiaolu finished her shower and walked out in a bathrobe. She looked quite extraordinary. If he didn't know Jing Xiaolu's character, he would really think that she was a fairy who couldn't be more virtuous. Thinking of Jing Xiaolu's temper, this image changed in Yang Ming's eyes, but it added a bit of temptation. Isn't it popular to be wild and pure now? Seeing that Yang Ming was staring at her, Jing Xiaolu was secretly happy. She deliberately turned around in front of Yang Ming. "Do I look good?" And Yang Ming nodded. "Then why didn't you say it before? Since I met you, I have no confidence." Jing Xiaolu complained, "I only got back a little now. You used to draw like a ghost. Probably only a ghost would think that you look good." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "You are a ghost," Jing Xiaolu said. "Yes, if you think I look good, then you are a ghost." He. Yang Ming didn't argue. He smiled and wanted to hug Jing Xiaolu. "Go take a shower first. You smell like barbecue oil and smoke." Jing Xiaolu pushed Yang Ming away embarrassedly. She said this just as an excuse. She was a little embarrassed. "Then I'm going to take a shower." Yang Ming nodded and got up and walked to the bathroom. Yang Ming smelled his own body. Indeed, there was a smoky smell from the barbecue. Yang Ming turned on the hot water and prepared to take a shower. Looking at the water pipe above the shower, Yang Ming couldn't help but remember the first time he came here with Zhou Jiajia. The water pipe burst. Thinking about it, it was an opportunity for their relationship to improve. It was quite ambiguous. Just as he was about to apply the shower gel on his body, there was a scream from Jing Xiaolu outside. Yang Ming was shocked. Jing Xiaolu is in the room. What can happen? Before Yang Ming could ask, the bathroom door was opened. Jing Xiaolu rushed in and exclaimed, Yang Ming, where are the sheets? Why are the sheets gone? It turned out that after Jing Xiaolu took a shower, she was going to sit on the bed and watch TV. She suddenly remembered that there were bloodstains on the sheets. As a result, she looked down and found that the sheets had become brand new. When she just came back, Jing Xiaolu didn't care about it. When she remembered it this time, she found that the sheets had changed. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. This sheet is very precious. She planned to keep it as a souvenir. How could it disappear for no reason? Could it be a waiter in the villa? However, he couldn't just change the sheets without informing. Jing Xiaolu was anxious. She didn't have time to think about it. She wanted to ask Yang Ming if he knew about the sheets, so she pushed the door and went into the bathroom directly. She didn't expect that Yang Ming had taken off his clothes. She thought that Yang Ming had just entered the bathroom. Yang Ming was shocked by Jing Xiaolu's act of breaking the door. He subconsciously wanted to cover the important parts of his body with his hands. However, he thought that since he had a physical relationship with Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming put down his hands again. However, he still said awkwardly, I changed the sheets before. Chapter 1671. In fact, Jing Xiaolu was also very embarrassed. She subconsciously wanted to turn around and go out, but she probably thought of the same idea as Yang Ming, so she stopped and looked at Yang Ming. Then what about the original one? I put the original one under your handbag, said Yang Ming. Oh, you scared me. I thought the waiter took it away. Jing Xiaolu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then you take a shower. I won't disturb you. Jing Xiaolu quickly went out of the bathroom and patted her nervous chest. She secretly said, Why am I so perverted? After going in, I kept staring at Yang Ming. His figure's quite good. What am I thinking? However, Jing Xiaolu thought about it again. What's wrong with me looking at it? I like him, and I'm his girlfriend now. What can I look at? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little self-confident. It's natural for me to look at it. Oomph. Jing Xiaolu returned to her room. Sure enough, she found the previous sheet under her handbag. Jing Xiaolu quickly put it into her handbag. After the waiter went out of Yang Ming's room, he returned to the reception desk and asked his colleague, Little you, the guest in room 307 just threw away the original sheet. I gave him a new sheet. How much do you think a sheet costs? He said he would pay. This? I don't know. I haven't encountered this before. Little you shook his head. Can you find a previous sheet? If you find it, just book the bill normally. You don't have to pay. The key is that he threw away the previous sheet. The waiter shook his head. Then I don't know. I suggest you ask the general manager. I don't dare to make a decision on this matter, said Little You. Well, that's the only way. The waiter stood up and prepared to find the general manager. Sui Yuemin was very depressed recently. His elder brother, Sui Yuejin, was inexplicably killed. His nephew, Sui Guanqi, took over the family's huge property. Sui Yuemin's position became a bit awkward. In the past, when his elder brother was here, Sui Yuejin just pretended that he didn't see it and let his younger brother get some benefits. But now, the person in power was not Sui Yuejin, but Sui Guanqi, Sui Yuejin's son. Especially when Sui Guanqi just took office, he checked the accounts several times and found some problems in the resort. Originally, Sui Yuemin thought that Sui Guanqi was his nephew after all. Even if he discovered some problems, Sui Guanqi would definitely let bygones be bygones. He just had to be honest in the future. However, he didn't expect that Sui Guanqi seemed to have changed into a different person after his brother died. Sui Yuemin still remembered the ambiguous words that Sui Guanqi said to him when he came to check the accounts as soon as he took power. At that time, in this office, Sui Guanxi was sitting in his current boss chair with his legs crossed and looking at a pile of data on the table. Sui Yuejin complained about his rudeness. He thought, I'm your second uncle. How can you just sit here like this? Do you still have the concept of an elder in your eyes? However, in the company now, everyone was talking about business. Sui women couldn't find fault with it. After all, no matter who Sui Guanxi was in reality, Sui Guanxi's current identity was the new chairman of the company. Even if he was his second uncle, he was still his subordinate. Second uncle, this resort has not been profitable for so many years. Sui Guanxi looked up and asked faintly after looking at the data. Of this, Guanxi, you also know. Sui Women just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Sui Guanxi. Second uncle, this is the company. You should call me chairman. Sui Guanxi frowned and thought, I'm already giving you face by calling you second uncle. You actually don't know what's going on and still want to take advantage of it. You're too blind, right? This. Sui Yuemin's expression froze. He was a little embarrassed and a little angry. In the past, when my elder brother was the chairman, I also called him elder brother. My elder brother didn't do such a thing and wouldn't ask me to call him chairman. But my nephew, but no matter what, I'm working under him now. Sui Yuemin gritted his teeth and had to endure. Chairman, you also know that the location of this resort is relatively remote. It's on West Star Mountain between Songjiang and Jiduan City. It's so far away, and people only come here on weekends. Usually, the rooms are basically empty. With so many staff expenses, how can it make money? Really? Sui Guanxi listened to Sui Yuemin's explanation and smiled faintly. But it seems that I didn't see it like this, right? Sui Yuemin didn't know what Sui Guanxi wanted to say and was a little embarrassed. What day is it today? Sui Guanxi turned his head and asked the beautiful secretary beside him. Chairman Sui, today is Monday, said the secretary coquettishly. Did you hear that? My second uncle, the general manager of the Immortal Resort. Today is Monday. Sui Guanxi snorted. People say that business is rare on Monday, but what is the result? Xiao Tao, tell him what we saw when we came here just now. Yes, Chairman Sui. Secretary Xiao Tao smiled charmingly at Sui Guanxi, but then she looked at Sui Yuemin with a straight face. Mr. Sui Yuemin, when the chairman and I came here, we saw that the entrance was full of cars. Although there weren't as many as on weekends, 2/3 of them were still occupied. The chairman went to the front desk to inquire. He originally planned to ask for the most luxurious presidential suite, but the waiter at the front desk told us that the presidential suite had been reserved all year round. The sweat on Sui Yuemin's face immediately fell. He didn't expect his nephew to be so aggressive. Second uncle, this top presidential suite costs more than 3,000 yuan a day, right? Reserved all year round? Even with a 50% discount, it still costs 547,500 yuan. How can the resort not make money? Sui Guanxi looked at Sui Yuemin. Just a presidential suite for a year is this much. What about the rest? Don't tell me that the labor cost here is very expensive. Each waiter has a salary of 10,000 yuan a month. Then, I will also work here in the future. That presidential suite? Actually, it is not reserved. Sui Yuemin had cold sweat. He had no choice but to explain. Not reserved? Then where did it go? You have a room, but you don't rent it to guests. Is there a problem with your management policy? Sui Guanxi sneered. Actually, I'm staying here by myself. The resort is too far from the city, and I have to drive a few hours to get to work every day. It's too troublesome, so I brought your second aunt over to stay in the resort with me. Sui Yuemin explained, I think no one would want the presidential suite, so I stayed there. Oh, you mean you stayed in the presidential suite for the sake of the resort? Sui Guanxi was amused and asked. This not really. Sui Yuemin knew that Sui Guanxi was targeting him today. Second uncle, you really enjoy it, huh? You live in the top presidential suite. Does this resort become your home? Sui Guanxi sneered. Let's not talk about this first. You tell me, why is there no one in this resort usually? Do you want us to go and see what the occupancy rate of this resort is now? There's no need. Sui Women had cold sweat, but he went all out. Chairman, just say it. What do you want? Sui Women also thought about it. He was Sui Guanxi's second uncle. At most, he would be scolded. What could he do to him? He felt that his nephew just wanted to use him to establish his authority. He was a little angry, but there was no other way. Second uncle, your matter is a small matter. It is our old Sui family's matter, but it is a big matter. You are committing an economic crime. I will hand over your account to the economic investigation team. What do you think will happen? Asked Sui Guanxi. Sui Women didn't expect that Sui Guanxi actually wanted to kill him and send him to prison. He immediately became anxious. Sui Guanxi, I am your second uncle, your biological second uncle. When you were young, I even played with you. You can't do this. Chapter 1672. You're my second uncle, my biological second uncle. So I'm just making an assumption. Sui Guanxi smiled. Second uncle, it's because you and I are uncle and nephew that I won't pursue your criminal responsibility. However, over the years, how much have you fished out? Spit it all out for me. What have I earned? Guanxi, don't talk nonsense. Sui Women immediately fell heartache when he heard that he was asked to spit out the money. This was even more cruel than sending him to prison. Sui Guanxi pretended to be in a dilemma and sighed. Second uncle, well, for the sake of my dead father and your elder brother, how about this? I'll give you a clear path. If you want to go, we'll still be uncle and nephew in the future. I won't pursue your other responsibilities. If you don't agree, then we can only do business according to the rules. Business according to the rules? What do you mean? Sui Yuemin was a little anxious. Guangxi, do I still have a choice between these two paths? Second uncle, you're a smart person. You know which path to choose. Sui Guangxi still had a sneer expression. Well, you win. I choose the first path, said Sui Yuemin. Okay, the first path. Second uncle, you've chosen the right path. Sui Guangxi said leisurely. Second uncle, you and I know how much you've taken in the past. After so many years, to put it bluntly, you have the money to open another resort. How can there be so much? Sui Yuemin now didn't deny that he had taken the company's money, but he was unwilling to admit that he had taken so much. You don't have to say this. I don't want to pursue the matter of how much it is. Sui Guangxi said, how about this? The market value of this resort is now 120 million. Since you're my second uncle, I'll give you a discount of 100 million. I'll sell this resort to you. You can continue to operate your business in the future. It has nothing to do with the group. How can I take out 100 million? Although Sui Yuemin said this, he was analyzing the feasibility of this matter in his heart. Whether or not you can take it out and how you take it out has nothing to do with the company. Sui Guangxi said, it doesn't matter if you borrow money or have your own savings. In short, I have given you this path. It can be considered as being extremely benevolent. Think about it yourself. Do you want to go to jail or continue to be your general manager? Good, I'll buy it. Sui Yuemin gritted his teeth and said he had no other way to go. Sui Guangxi was already taking care of him by giving him this path. Although Sui Yuemin had only earned so much over the years, about 100 million yuan, this resort would be his once he spat out this 100 million yuan. He didn't have to worry about not being able to earn more. Obviously, Sui Guangxi had already calculated it before. He knew how much he had earned over the years, so he couldn't bargain anymore. Everyone was well aware of this. It seems that second uncle is a smart person. Sui Guangxi nodded. Then, this matter is settled. Congratulations, second uncle. You have become the chairman of the resort. Sui Yuemin laughed twice. He didn't know what to feel in his heart. Now that the resort was his, Sui Yuemin couldn't be like before, thinking about earning money wholeheartedly. Now, he had to think about the management. After giving out the 100 million yuan, Sui Yuemin only had a few 100,000 yuan left. It wasn't enough for his usual social activities and the maintenance of the resort's facilities. Therefore, Sui Yuanmin had been trying his best to collect more money to make up for it. As for the previous top-notch presidential suite, Sui Yuanmin had already moved out. He lived in an ordinary guest room with his wife. Now that the resort was his, of course, he would use this room to make money. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door of the office. Sui Yuanmin said casually, "Please come in." The waiter at the front desk, Xiao Zhang, pushed the door and walked in. "President Sui, I'm Xiao Zhang from the front desk." "And what's the matter?" Sui Yuanmin glanced at Xiao Zhang. He had some impression of him, so he asked. "It's like this. A guest asked me to send another sheet over, so I want to change it for him. However, he said that the previous sheet had been thrown away." Said the waiter, Xiao Zhang. "The guest said that he would compensate according to the price, but I have never encountered such a thing before. I don't know how much he should pay. Do you still need to fine me for such a small matter?" Sui Yuanmin frowned. "What did he throw his sheet? Just pick it up and take it back to settle the bill." "It's just a sheet." "I said so too, but the guest said that the sheet was gone. It was really gone. He wanted to pay," explained the waiter, Xiao Zhang. "It's gone?" he said so resolutely. Sui Yuanmin was slightly stunned. His face suddenly showed interest. "Yes, he said so," said Xiao Zhang. "Oh, tell me, how many guests were there? Was it a man and a woman?" Sui Yuanmin had a strange smile on his face. "Yeah, when they returned to the villa building and parked outside, I helped guide them." Xiao Zhang nodded and said, Sui Yuanmin smiled treacherously. "I know what his sheet is for." Sui Yuanmin's brain was very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get so much money from the resort. When he thought about it, he understood that the sheet must have been used by the man and woman as some kind of souvenir. This kind of thing had happened before, but many people would just cut off a piece of the sheet and leave. They wouldn't buy the whole sheet. What is it for?" Xiao Zhang didn't react. "Do you remember when someone cut off a piece of the sheet and took it away?" asked Sui Yuanmin with a treacherous smile. "I understand." Xiao Zhang blushed and understood Sui Yuanmin's meaning. What car were they driving? Sui Yuanmin had a plan in his mind. "BMW X5, said Xiao Zhang. "BMW X5? Is he rich? It seems that he is a young master from a rich family." Sui Yuanmin was overjoyed when he heard the guest car. The plan in his mind was more certain. "No, I think it was the girl who drove the car," explained Xiao Zhang. "Girl? That's even better." Sui Yuanmin smiled. "I was afraid that this young master wouldn't pay for the girl's sheet. This is great. It seems that this girl is also a little princess from a rich family." "President Sui, what do you mean? I don't understand." Xiao Zhang was a little puzzled. "Such an important thing, of course, it needs to be paid more. How about this? You go to the guest in the room and say 100,000 yuan. That sheet is 100,000 yuan." Sui Yuanmin was really a little crazy recently. If it were in the past, he wouldn't really care about 100,000 yuan. But now, he had to use this 100,000 yuan to solve the emergency. "What? 100,000? Xiao Zhang opened his mouth in surprise. "President Sui, how much did you say?" 100,000, what's wrong? You just tell them that the sheet is made of Australian wool and is imported. 100,000 yuan is already cheap, said Sui Yuanmin casually. "This isn't very good, right?" Xiao Zhang was a little embarrassed. "What if the other party doesn't pay?" "Don't pay? Okay, you just ask him to find the sheet that was thrown away." "That's enough," said Sui Yuanmin. "President Sui, I think we are a little too much, right?" Xiao Zhang didn't want to extort people. "Am I the general manager, or are you?" Sui Yuanmin frowned suddenly. "Why? You don't want to do it anymore?" "No." "Okay, I'll go and say it." Xiao Zhang had no choice but to nod. "If you can't even do such a small thing, what else can you do? Call me at any time if there is anything." Sui Yuanmin waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Zhang could go out. Xiao Zhang had no choice but to walk to Yang Ming's room, 307, with a bitter face. He was the son of a farmer nearby. He was very simple and had never done anything bad. He would return the things that the guests threw away. This time, the boss asked him to extort others. When he came to the door of room 307, Xiao Zhang hesitated and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" asked Yang Ming when he heard the knock on the door after taking a shower and putting on his pajamas. Chapter 1673. Sir, I'm Xiao Zhang, the waiter at the front desk. I just delivered the bedsheet to you, Xiao Zhang said politely. Waiter, please wait a moment. Yang Ming buttoned up his shirt and opened the door of the room. Hello, sir. I asked our boss about the bedsheet before. Xiao Zhang hesitated and began to stammer. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Xiao Zhang, puzzled. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Sir, our boss said that the bedsheet is worth 100,000 yuan. It's made of Australian wool. Xiao Zhang said carefully. Australian wool? 100,000? Yang Ming was stunned. Sir, don't be angry. I'm just a waiter. I'm responsible for passing the message. This is the price our boss said. I didn't set it. When the waiter saw Yang Ming's stunned expression, he was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on him. So he quickly said carefully, Your ordinary cotton bedsheet is made of Australian wool? Yang Ming was amused by the waiter's words. To be honest, 100,000 yuan was really nothing for Yang Ming now. However, even if he had money, Yang Ming was not willing to be casually slaughtered like a fat sheep. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Jing Xiaolu walked out of the room and asked. The boss of this resort asked me to pay 100,000 yuan for the bedsheet. Yang Ming shrugged and said to Jing Xiaolu, 100,000? Jing Xiaolu also looked at the waiter in amazement. Is the bedsheet in your resort made of gold? This is not set by me. This is the price set by our boss. I'm just passing the message. Xiao Zhang quickly explained. I found out that there are blackmailers everywhere around this resort. It turns out that this is the ancestor. Jing Xiaolu was naturally talking about the barbecue before. She didn't expect that this resort was all blackmail. The waiter, Xiao Zhang, smiled awkwardly, but he had no right to make the decision. Yang Ming, let's not give up the bedsheet. Just get it back to them. Although Jing Xiaolu felt that it was a pity to give back the bedsheet, she would rather not spend 100,000 yuan to buy a bedsheet because it was not worth it. Jing Xiaolu was this kind of person. Although she was a little vain, she was a little stingy. Now that she owned a company, she was still like this. Her character had not changed. When Xiao Zhang heard Jing Xiaolu's words, he knew that the boss's guess was correct. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the boss really has the potential of being a profiteer. Your boss is still Sui Yuemin, right? Yang Ming glanced at the waiter, Xiao Zhang, and asked, Does he want to die? Xiao Zhang was stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect Yang Ming to call out the boss's name. Does Yang Ming know the boss? Moreover, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he seemed to be arrogant. He directly asked the boss if he wanted to die. Who is this person? If you want money, ask your boss to come and talk to me. Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Zhang and said faintly, Okay, sir. Xiao Zhang quickly excused himself. He intuitively felt that the identity of the guest in this room should not be simple. He had to quickly report to Sui Yuemin. Xiao Zhang did not even make a phone call. He decided to go to Sui Yuemin's office personally. He ran to the door of Sui Yuemin's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Sui Yuemin said, Why are there so many things tonight? There were not so many things in the past. Fortunately, I didn't go back to sleep. Otherwise, there would be no one in the office. President Sui. Xiao Zhang pushed the door and walked into the office. Oh, Xiao Zhang, how is it? Did they give you money? Sui Yuemin saw that it was Xiao Zhang, so he asked. No. Xiao Zhang shook his head. I asked you to do something, and you couldn't even do it. How can you not do such a simple thing? Sui Yuemin frowned suddenly. President Sui, this is what happened. I told the male guest that the bedsheet was made of Australian wool and was worth 100,000 yuan. The hostess said that it was expensive and wanted to return the bedsheet to us. Xiao Zhang said, However, the male guest suddenly said, Your boss is still Sui Yuemin, right? Does he want to die? What? You said that the male guest knew that the boss was me? Sui Yuemin was stunned after hearing Xiao Zhang's words. He asked, What is the guest's background? It was a person named Zhang Kaiyuan who booked the room for the class reunion. He should be a member of the class reunion, said Xiao Zhang. Zhang Kaiyuan? I haven't heard of him. Sui Yuemin shook his head. This guy is quite arrogant. He even asked me if I wanted to die. Yes, and then he said that if you want money, you should go and talk to him, little Zhang said carefully. If that's the case, I really want to meet this person. I want to see what kind of powerful person he is. Sui Yuemin said as he stood up and said to Xiao Zhang, you lead the way. I'll go. Okay, President Sui. Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. With Sui Yuemin leading the way, he felt more at ease. He didn't have to worry about the male and female guests in room 307 making things difficult for him. On the way to the room, Sui Yuemin began to frown. Who knows me and speaks with such arrogance? However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out who this person was. When they arrived at the door of room 307, Xiao Zhang knocked on the door. Yang Ming walked over and opened the door. He glanced at Xiao Zhang, and his gaze fell on Sui Yuemin, who was behind Xiao Zhang. Sui Yuemin, how'd you been? Yang Ming glanced at him and said faintly. Sui Yuemin was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Ming. He felt that Yang Ming looked familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him before. Whose child are you? Sui Yuemin thought for a long time, but he still didn't know who Yang Ming was. So, he subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as a child of an adult he knew. This adult might be a powerful person, so this child was so arrogant. Sui Yuemin, it seems that your memory is very bad. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at Sui Yuemin and said, Yang Ming, I remember now. You're Sui Guanqi's classmate. Sui Yuemin's memory wasn't bad. As soon as Yang Ming introduced himself, Sui Yuemin remembered that when Sui Guanqi had a classmate gathering here, there was a guy who taught Zhang Penbai's underlings a lesson. His name was Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, it's me. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that you are Sui Guanqi's classmate. You actually dare to talk to me in such an arrogant tone. After Sui Yuemin knew Yang Ming's identity, he laughed without scruples. Previously, if you said that you were Sui Guanqi's classmate, maybe I would give you face. But now, even if Sui Guanqi came in person, I still wouldn't give him face. Xiao Zhang, tell him. Who owns this resort now? This resort has now been bought by President Sui. Xiao Zhang said helplessly. What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with Sui Guanqi? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable after listening to Sui Yuemin's words. Didn't you want to use Sui Guanqi's identity to suppress me? Sui Yuemin thought that Yang Ming was pretending, so he directly exposed him. Me? Use Sui Guanqi to suppress you? Is that idiot so powerful? Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening to Sui Yuemin's words. You think too much, right? Think too much. Sui Yuemin frowned. Since you don't want to use Sui Guanqi to suppress me, then I'm sorry. The bedsheet is 100,000 yuan. Compensate according to the price. Not 1 cent less. Are you sure? Yang Ming looked at Sui Yuemin with a smile. You broke the bedsheet. Compensate according to the price. What is there to be sure about? Sui Yuemin said, I heard that you drove a BMW here. You don't lack this 100,000 yuan, right? Why don't you return the previous bedsheet to us? We have accounts here. Okay, then I'll make a call and ask someone to send the money. Yang Ming nodded and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you to make this call. Sui Yuemin looked like he was going to defeat Yang Ming today. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.